Wrong screen. I got it. I'm a professional or something. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to whatever. Time zones, classy things. I don't know. I'm so tired. I'm here. We're here. We're queer. Ready to get fucked. How is everyone? I hope you're doing wonderful. There's always a dankening going place. Going place? Excuse me? Taking place? Katie? Always. Always, all the time. Dude, Wednesday was interesting. I did not really think I was going to get that high. I cannot honestly fathom. I cannot remember the last time I was that stoned. That was incredible. I just realized all my shit on my desk is still fucked up from when Rod was here. It's fine. I'll fix it eventually. Dude, I got wrecked on 420. Fucking wrecked. I just don't have a conscious word for it really yet. I couldn't sit down afterwards. I literally could not sit down afterwards. I would have passed out. It was terrible. It's your birthday? Oh my God. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. My voice is cracking because it's first thing in the morning and I apologize. This is your day to have a lot of fun. We were waiting for the celebrating. This is your day. So happy fucking birthday to you. Also happy World Day. And apparently it's the Queen's birthday. I don't know how she's still alive. It's crazy. Happy fucking birthday. I'm sorry my voice is wrecked still. Dude, I got so high on 420. If you joined us, it was a day. Let me tell you, Rod came over and hung out and it was awesome. And we melted a giant chocolate unicorn and it was just, I got so high though. My eyes were red. My eyes never are red. Ever. That doesn't happen to me. I don't get red eyes from smoking pot, and my eyes were fucking bloodshot. It was intense. But I had a good time. Blame Rod. I mean, well, he didn't I blame you guys. Went to urgent care yesterday and was diagnosed with reactive airway disease. Got an inhaler and steroids and feeling much better today. Reactive airway disease. That's a very broad term. Yeah, I'm curious, what happened? You made it online 5 to 10 minutes before my 420 ended. I was way too stoned to communicate. Dude, I mean, I could barely function. Afterwards, Zach ordered pizza and we all sat around with we didn't even sit. We stood in the kitchen because I was like, if I sit down, I'm not going to be able to get back up again. I was so high. It was It was a fun day though. Seriously, I don't even remember most, I'm trying to recall things. I braided Rod's hair. I don't know. I was so fucking stoned. I don't know. I smoked too much weed. That was what 420 was for, though. And I'm sorry we did a late night stream, but honestly, I'm glad we did. Because I knew that would happen. I knew I'd be so fucking high I wouldn't function. I'm packing a bowl, by the way, speaking of getting high. It's 422, which, is 422. But I don't want to get that high today. Please. Don't give a horse blue balls. Did you go through our stream and clip things? You psycho. I don't know. The clips. Oh. Wow. It's just not working. The player's freezing and shit, so I'm not gonna fuck with that right now. But yes. Yes, I do. I had a cough and wheezing. I think it's something to do with my bronchial tubes. Yeah, so basically what happens is whenever you have a wheeze, there is many, man. If you have a wheeze is defined as we can put a stethoscope to your chest or your back and we hear a whistling in your lungs that we don't hear coming out your mouth. If it's coming out your mouth, it's much higher up. It's probably to do with your upper airway right here that has nothing to do with down here. If we can hear it through your chest, like some people like to fake a wheeze. It's great. You have no idea. I don't think I've ever talked about this. I usually don't talk shit about patients. But people fake shit because they want attention in the hospital. Some people, they're getting better. It's kind of a backwards thing. The better you're doing, the less you're going to see a nurse. But people tend to get pissed about that and they think they're being ignored. And so they'll call me and they'll be like, I'm wheezing. Can't you hear it? And look at me and I'm like, You realize it cost you like $2,000 for me to walk into your patient room, right? But anyways, a wheeze can be caused by multiple different things. Usually we define it by three different airway modalities, I guess would be the word. Hydrate with me, bitches. Hi, Zelda love. Um, so there's spasms where the bronchial tube. So, oh man, I feel like I'm getting real nerdy way too early in the day. Is this too much for people? I didn't like I couldn't go to sleep last night. I was up at like 4, so I haven't slept at all. My brain is a mush. If this is too much, tell me it's too much. So you have lungs, and then you have like tree branches that go into the lung tissue. Those are called your bronchial tubes. Those are considered non-conducting airways, meaning no oxygen transfer happens in them. It's like your throat or your mouth or your esophagus or your trachea, I mean. It's non-conducting, meaning it delivers air to where the conducting happens, but no conducting happens there. So what can happen is if you have like a reactive airway disease of any kind, your bronchial tubes can spasm. They can overproduce mucus. They can cause like coughing fits and shit like that. And what happens is when you cough or your bronchial tubes are spasming, I mean, I probably don't need to tell you, they're not delivering oxygen like adequately to the lung tissue anymore if this is happening, or if there's like overproduction of mucus, so on and so forth. So a lot of the time you'll need just an inhaler like albuterol or Combivent or Leva albuterol. There's many different types of albuterols you can take. There's tons of different types of inhalers you can take, and what they do is they are called a bronchodilator. So what they do is when you take your puffer, you inhale the medicine, and in a couple seconds, it dilates all that conducting airways that going into your lung tissue to, override whatever spasm bullshit's going on, whatever your reactiveness is. Um, Sometimes though, the one side effect of inhalers, just in case you're wondering if you're new on inhalers or something, is you can feel very jittery. So some people, like right after doing an albuterol, because it's a bronchodilator, it also dilates everything in your body, including your blood vessels. It'll feel like you've had too much coffee. Like if you've ever had too many cups of coffee too fast in the morning and you just kind of feel like your skin's crawling, that'll happen. It'll go away in about 15 minutes. But if you have a high blood pressure, high heart rate, any kind of conditional heart condition already, you want to talk to your doctor about getting Leva albuterol because it won't fuck with your heart rate. That was way too much this early in the morning. I feel like I just fucking chased everyone away with nerdness. Should we like smoke pot or something? I don't know. Where's my? I got a lighter in my tits. It's fine. Cheers. Whew, that was nerd shit. Real early. Real fucking early. Fucking A. Excuse me. Anyways. Delphinus, women's clothes don't have pockets. You know this. This is it. But this isn't a women's sweatshirt for one thing. But they're the shit like the the depth of the pocket is like an inch. So like you put your phone in your sweater and it just flies out the side. Does anyone else have stupid pockets like that? Like they will hold nothing but maybe a lighter. Like literally it's as deep as a lighter, like a lighter sideways. That's how deep these stupid pockets are. So you put anything in them and you bend over, sneeze, cough, move to the side, everything falls out. It's just a joke. Women's clothes don't have pockets, so our tits are our pockets. It's just facts at this point. Good morning, Cal. How are you, love? High blood pressure meds already expand all your blood vessels real far already, so much that it will make the capillaries in your skin burst. It's true. A lot of people on heart medications will have like those hematomas. Older people. I'm sure you've seen like older dudes and older ladies. They have like big old looks like just blood sitting underneath the skin. That can be from heart medication. Another like I always try to encourage people to do proactive things before getting on heart medication because the number one medication prescribed with heart medication is Viagra because it kills your dick. There's no pressure anymore. If everything in your body is vasodilated, there's no pressure to make your dick hard. So you can't get hard anymore. Like, why would you want that? I'd much rather just eat salad once in a while and have a hard dick. That's just me. I don't have a dick. I have a spiritual cock, which is hard all the time. Oh, I'm taking a bit of break, so I'm feeling. Oh, no, it's totally okay. I completely understand, Lizzie. And a break, everyone needs a break every once in a while. It's good for you. The men's sweatpants I'm wearing right now have a fake back pocket. Wait, you're wearing men's sweatpants? Are they like fashion sweatpants or are they like joggers or whatever the fuck they call them now? They're basically sweatpants, but 3 times the price. And young people think they're cute. Is it those ones? Because that, I mean, it's still ridiculous, but I kind of get it because it's like fashion tends to fuck you. Nuh-uh. And there's a fake fucking pocket. That's some shit right there. That's some, I mean, it's one thing in slacks or something. In sweatpants. Like, that's our chill clothes. Like, shut the fuck up. That's some shit, dude. That's ridiculous. Hello, nice neighbor lady. How are you, love? I always thought people should be in the streets protesting. Dude, fake pockets and no pockets is the. I mean, this is what I get. Let me show you what I get as a pocket. I have dogs all around me. I can't stand. I gotta roll back. This little bitch. Nope, this thing. Oh, get out of the way, Mike. You see this? This is the pocket I'm given. This is my pocket. What? This. I'm sorry, what, Adidas? What is going to fit in that? That's what I'm giving as a pocket. Like, what the fuck? I don't carry a purse, so I take it. I get really upset. I'm lame. Purses suck. They're just a trash bucket on your shoulder. Because I never fully understood the side effect of my inhaler, but I do sometimes feel funny. Abso-fucking-lutely, Zelda. And if you don't have a heart condition, and if that speedy feeling goes away in 15 minutes or less, you have nothing to worry about. So you don't have to, like, I was saying, talk to your doctor. However, if you already have been, told by your doctor high blood pressure, high heart rate, you're conscious of heart things going on, and your albuterol is doing this to you, and or it lasts over 15 minutes, that jittery feeling, you want to talk to your doctor because you don't want to feel like shit. Because that's no fun. My Deloney with that resub. I knew I fucking heard one. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive and giving it any swings. Your bow was of the highest order. I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. Thank you. Careful you don't drop your pocket. Hold my pocket, bitch. Don't ever hold someone's pocket. It's a trap. It's a trap. I had bought a blazer that had pockets sewn shut, so I cut that shit open. Fuck that noise. I've had that too. I've literally bought like women's slacks back when I was like a professional lady in the hospital. I had to go do like conferences and shit, and they would have a pocket that was sewn shut, but there was a real pocket inside, and you'd have to like take a razor blade and slice it open to cheat the system. And I've heard a theory from a person who works in the fashion industry. Not a theory, but this is what he's told me. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know what to say that. He works in the fashion industry. It's Zach's brother. He's a fashion designer. And he told me that literally the reason there is either no pockets or fake pockets in women's clothing is because it's the designer's way of controlling our silhouette in the clothes. So when they design clothes for the vagina owners or just, I should just say women, because vagina owners is a baby and babies aren't looking at fashion. For women, because transgender women are women and transgender men are men, don't argue with me. When they design clothes for them, they look at the silhouette and then they think like, okay, she could put a phone in that pocket and make her hip big on that side. Let's fucking sew it shut. That's literally, I mean, that's what he told me they do. Exactly. And I'm like, bitch, I don't give a fuck. You think I'm not aware of the way? Stop it. Stop it. Good morning, Knives. How are you, love? Hello, everyone. Spaghetti's amazing, and so are you. Spaghetti is amazing. Pasta's pretty amazing, to be honest. Before I learned about fake pockets, a friend of mine complained her jeans didn't have pockets when I could clearly see pockets. She told me that the pockets were sewn shut for transers. Dude, they're sewn shut, and sometimes there's no pocket on the inside, and sometimes there is a little pocket that they just sew shut on you because they're assholes. Same. I mean, the moment that they started putting that big pocket down the thigh of leggings, oh my God. That was everything. That big fucking pocket that can fit your whole phone was just, huh. And whenever leggings come out without that, I'm like, what's wrong with you? What year is it? Where have you been? Do you live in a cave? And they're still, Like Lululemon, like the big expensive, super expensive brands still make leggings with no pockets. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Good morning, Eliza. Did you buy legal pot yet? Did you go to a dispensary and was it amazing? Good morning, Greg. How are you? I'm sorry if I'm missing any chat. I went on a long rant already. I know. If you want to look fabulous and shit, don't. Well, that and like they want you to buy their purses too, I'm sure. I mean, it's all like, it's kind of like, man, I don't even know anymore. I haven't had an iPhone in years, but the last iPhone I had, they didn't even give you a block anymore. They gave you a charge cord, but no block. So you had to like go buy the block. It's kind of like that. Hello, Ben. How are you, love? Happy Friday. It's 422 too. I'm so clever. No, I'm not. That was on Reddit. My mom got me a towel hoodie thing for my early birthday present. It has a big pocket. Ooh. Hell yeah. I haven't. Probably gonna go next week. Haven't looked into lines and stuff yet. I would look into seeing if they have the online ordering like mine. Because then you wouldn't have to worry about the lines. I love online ordering. It's everything. If you live in a legal place and you like go to the dispensary and pick stuff with the person, my dispensary, I can go online, see their entire menu, pick out everything, go there, and they have it ready for me in a little paper sack, and I just give them money, and that's it. It's amazing. Because like I pick it by the names, I don't give a fuck. It's so weird shopping with a huge person because they're like, this one's got the terpene profile of the blah, blah, and I'm like, will I get fucked up? Like, I want to say that, but I won't because I know it's insulting. Cake, thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy live, and giving a motherfucking names, motherfucking wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way. I love you. I won't wait in lines. I'm very anti-lines. Unless I'm, like, at a place where it's expected, like Disney World, but, like, PAX, some people wait, like, 6 hours. I'm not kidding. 6 hours. I've seen lines capped at 6 hours. I think I've seen more than that, but I'm not gonna say because I don't remember, but I know I saw one for 6 hours. It was for Skyrim VR, and they will wait in those lines for 5 minutes of Skyrim VR. And, like, not only can I just not physically stand in one spot for that long, like, holy shit, I would just start to, like, I'd take off like a rocket, but no, name something good enough to make me stand in line for 6 hours. I can't think of anything. And that's half your fucking waking hours. Jesus fuck. Like how mouthwash dries out your mouth, making it grow more bacteria, giving you more bad breath, meaning you need more mouthwash. Exactly. It's like overwashing your hair. Exactly. It's like the more you wash your hair, the more your scalp overproduces grease. So then you feel like you need to wash your hair more often. And yes, I totally understand there are some people with very like fine hair that gets greasy overnight. I get it. My hair doesn't. It's thick, coarse, and dry as fuck. But yeah, it's like there's some products that like what was that? Oh fuck. It was an acne Proactive. Proactive was one of those weird medications where like if you stopped using it, your acne would just fucking like rage back. You had to keep using specifically this Proactive for a while. They got in trouble for it. It was weird. Plus, there's only up to 13 dispensaries in the state. Wow. I'm shocked there's only 13. Do you know like how hard it was to get a dispensary going, or did you guys hear about any of that? I've heard Delta 8's amazing. I've heard it's just literally just like weak weed. Like you just have to smoke more, which bummer. Not for $1,000,000. I couldn't. Like, I can't sit still that long. Like, I think I'd fucking go nuts. The longest line I ever waited in, I was 12, I think. My parents took me to Disneyland for the first time, and it was Disneyland because you know that they have Disneyland and they have what is it, like California Adventure or whatever, and you can park hop. And we went to the California Adventure one, and there was some new roller coaster there that was apparently super fucking fast, whatever. And my stepdad loves cars and fast things, and he's never been to Disneyland, so he was like, "We have to go on this roller coaster." I think we waited in line for like 4 hours. Not even shitting you, for 30 seconds of a ride. Because I mean, the faster the roller coaster, the fucking faster the ride's over. It was intensely stupid. I think that's the last time I ever did it. And since then, I'm like, you know what? I have shit I could do that's entertaining. That's not that. Please. Also, I always get sick if I try a game at PAX. Wait 5 hours to play 5 minutes a game whose full demo will be out in a week. And it wasn't, I mean, I'm speaking of Skyrim VR specifically. It was broken. It was horribly broken. It was not great quality yet. It was cool because it was like right at the beginning of VR coming out, but it made me dizzy as fuck. I got to do it because I went in early. When you get a media badge, because Twitch or whatever, went in early, so I got to try it out before those stupid lines formed. Same, knives, like, I have s I would literally just be sitting there thinking of all the things I would go crazy at my old job. I've told you guys that before at Hopkins. Some nights I was literally paid to watch Netflix for 12 hours, and as wondrous as that sounds, for a person like me, I would literally just be sitting there shaking, like, all of the things I could be getting done, and I'm stuck in this fucking office. I just wanna implode, and it's not that I need to do things, I like to do things. I make shit to do for myself, you know? I have this issue where I can't handle feeling my hair be greasy to the point it ruins my mood, so I tend to watch it too often. I completely understand that, 100%. Like, I used to be a wash my hair every fucking day kinda person. I've always been like, I always run or I've been in sports, like, when I was in school and stuff, so I've always been sweaty, and when you're sweaty, you should be bathing, like, you don't have to put shampoo in your hair, but rinsing the sweat out of your hair is a good idea, which is what I do now, but, the only reason I could get aw like, I had to there's one way to, like, reset your scalp, it works, it's gross, you basically just don't wash your hair for a couple weeks, but my hair was super long, so I could put it up in a big bun and not know. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I had that hair just, like, touching my face all day. My hair was to my waist, so I had it in this huge ass messy bun on my head, and I just let my scalp, like, reset itself, and then I would wash my hair, like, every couple of days. I shower every day. That's sweat. Ew. 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 Trekkie, you're beautiful. Not just pretty. All acid blockers for reflux also have rebound. I've read that too. Like, Prilosec does that too, doesn't it? No wonder they're among the biggest selling drugs. They did a test on people with no reflux, and many of them got reflux of wow, after doing the blockers? Interesting. I've never heard of that. I have heard because I have an ulcer. Fun times. When I was in college, I would just dump Aleve into my body when I had cramps so I could go to school and, just melted my stomach. And so whenever I get my period and get really bad cramps and I have to take Aleve, I have to take Prilosec. I have to, like, omeprazole is the generic term. I have to, otherwise my stomach just burns like the fucking fire of the sun. But my doctor's like, as soon as you don't need it, get the fuck off of it because I think Afrin can do that too, right? Afrin is that nasal spray that like just jacks your nasal passages open. If you use it too often, too much, it'll actually have a refractory cause, I think. It happened to my brother. It was when I was in high school, so this has been a really long time, but he just used it constantly because he was doing cocaine, trying to clear his nose out. But it was actually the Afrin that caused his nose to like swell shut. Sitting there with a thumb up my ass is just a huge waste of time and energy, right? Like, I'm pissed in general that I still have to sleep every night. Like, I take it I'm, like, offended that I have to waste 8 hours of every day-ish, like, unconscious. It pisses me off. I enjoy awakeness. Like, when I'm playing a video game after stream at night and I get tired, I actually start to get pissed off. I'm like, "God, why am I sleepy?" I hate it. I'm like a child. Prilosec. Oh my god, the Prilosec commercials are hilarious. That Prilosec, I think, is just a brand name of it. Omeprazole is like the generic antacid, right? Like when that happened at my last job, I'd literally do laps around the office. Oh my god, knives! I did the exact same thing at the hospital. So when I worked at the hospital, I had a not a Fit. What is it? A Fitbit? Is Fitbit Nike? It was like the cheapest little Nike band you could get that was a watch. But it would count your steps. And y'all know I've told you like I can't have a scale in my house. Not that I'm like watching my weight or anything. Don't worry. But I can't numbers. I like numbers a little bit. They become a video game. Really. It becomes all about beating a video game, which is how I broke my knee running on a treadmill and the Fitbit. So I had the Fitbit though because if you've ever seen those Nike Fitbit bands, I don't even know if they make them anymore. This was years ago, but they were like one smooth band, and I worked in a surgical unit, so obviously I didn't want to watch that had lots of nooks and crannies where things could in because you never know. Like we're gowned and fucking sterile and everything, but you just don't know. Like sometimes you're in surgery for 10 hours and you just don't know what's happening anymore. So they were great, but I would pace the hospital. Like I had a route. I would literally walk from WICU all the way to the middle of the hospital, and I would walk into the psych ward because the psych ward was completely empty at night, like the hallways, because there were no visitors. So you could just, I mean, there were just miles and miles and miles of hallways I could stomp all night long. And my friends and I mean, the girls that I worked with, if we were bored sometimes, we would walk all for 12 hours because otherwise you're going to get tired or you just, I mean, it was just mind numbing shit. I could be cleaning my house, I could be shopping. Dude, literally anything. Like, there are things I don't want to do that I would rather do. Like, I hate folding laundry. But if you were like, hey, would you rather fold laundry or stand in a 4-hour line to try out a new video game you really want to try? I'd be like, give me that laundry, bitch. Tie my hands behind my back. I'll do it with my mouth. Fun fact, I'm among less than 10 documented cases of people who are allergic to omeprazole. What happens when you take it, if you don't mind me asking? Tricky, how do you know you're allergic to them? I've heard of an allergy to those before, but usually the way people find out they're allergic is by dying. Hi, Velomis. How are you, love? Sleep is bullshit. I hate it. I'm over it. Like, get it out of here. I agree. I like, and it's such a backwards thing because, of course, sleep feels good, but I wish I didn't need it. Like, if I had 3 genie wishes, the first one would be Millie at the age of 6 in perfect health forever, and we die together in each other's arms. Second wish, I don't need to sleep anymore because it's like, ugh, I hate it. And then waking up is the worst. Is the worst feeling. Like, waking up in the morning is just it's like being born every day. You're just like, oh, everything's cold and sad and dry. Clockwise or counterclockwise? We'd actually switch it up. We would after a certain amount of time because you'd like, even though the loops and the trail, I mean, we had not trails, what would you call it? We had like a route we had developed just on accident because it was the most smooth and we ran into the least amount of guards. Because guards, it's not that we're not allowed to be there, but they'll stop you and be like, why are you over here? I'm just walking. Oh, okay. I don't want to be stopped at 4 a.m. Like, don't talk to me. So we developed like this thing, but it was huge. I mean, if you just look at a map of Hopkins, it's quite a big hospital. It's the square footage of the thing is huge. You'd after a while walking in the same direction, whether it was counterclockwise or clockwise, you'd start to feel like you were leaning. It was weird. I swear to fuck, because you were just doing it for thousands of times a night. And so after a while, I'd be like, we gotta turn around and go the opposite way because I feel like I'm just permanently leaning to the right. I wasn't, but it felt like you were just like this because you were just. It was like hours of turning right, you know, throughout the hospital. So eventually we'd go the other way and you'd get a different view, honestly, because there's a lot of huge windows in the hospital. So sometimes when you'd turn around and start going the other way, you'd be like, oh my God, I had no idea we had that tree in the courtyard. The things you do when you're fucking bored. Let me tell you. The proton pump blockers basically. Oh, yeah. So this is the proton. This is about the antacids, if you're wondering. I love how smart you guys are. I'm a respiratory therapist, but in no way am I a professional in other ways. There are lots of nurses and other smarties in chat, and I love it. The proton pump blockers basically reduce the amount of stomach acid your body makes. So long term, it can cause malnutrition. Ooh. However, without taking them, I've had acid reflux so bad that it's worth the risk. I mean, if you're aware of it and you're watching your body, I think I think you're probably okay. Like, you sound like you're pretty knowledgeable about it. I think the problem is when, people just get thrown pills by a doctor and they don't have the background info and stuff on it and they just take it forever. Like, how would you know how would you know when to stop taking Prilosec? Like, I've gotten a prescription so many times. Basically, the way to diagnose reflux is to give out PPIs. There, boom. I just, like, you took the words out of my mouth. I just got off of the 3-week trial. Never had burns before the drug. Turns out was most likely due to stuck muscles as I got some. Ah! I'm so glad you're seeing a physical therapist. Jesus fuck, that's terrifying. I hate it. Takes a few days, but my sweat ducts glands become discolored and start to itch. Ugh. If I continued taking it, I'd break out in severe hives. So this is the one I'm talking about. There is some insanely rare. It's very rare. I mean, there's like under 100 documented cases of this allergy, and I believe it's to paracetamol. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like aspirin. Essentially, is what these people are allergic to. But the allergic reaction is their body starts to burn from the inside out and they die. It's horrific. I had one patient, one that happened to, and it was one of the most heart-wrenching, horrible, because it's slow and yeah, I won't go into it's horrible. Horrible. And it's so fucking rare, and it's like that's the only way to find out you have the allergy though is they take an aspirin for the first time and their lungs start burning. It's wild. I can't remember what it's I think it's got a name, but it's super fucking rare. Is NASCAR in the hospital? Kind of. Yeah, a little bit because you start to walk faster. Just I'm a fast walker in general. I've been told that, not a flex. I've been told like, slow down. Why are you in such a rush? I'm not in a rush. My legs are very long. This is just my speed. But I'll I like do pixie toes for people. It's fine. You start to just walk really fast. But yeah, I literally start to feel like you were just leaning. So we'd turn around and go the opposite direction. And after, it's almost like being on a boat a little bit. Like you have to like correct here. It's weird. But it's just, I mean, you're walking and everything looks the same, everything's just beige and white walls and, mahogany framed pictures of really old white dudes who had slaves. I'm talking about Hopkins specifically. So it's like this, it's like, a broken video game. You just see the same shit over and over and over. Fun fact about waking up is that if I'm in the barely asleep and very tired mood, my brain just speedruns character stories and stuff like that and then instantly forgets it all and I have no idea. Oh, I do the same thing sometimes. Super weird. I don't know if there's like a theme, if it's like character stuff, but like real early in the morning, if my alarm goes off, or like if I wake up before my alarm and I'm kind of in that weird, like half dozy stage, I will have some of the most amazing ideas. But if I don't make a conscious effort to grasp onto them or write them down, they're gone forever and I hate it. It's like the 1 millisecond of clarity in my day. I almost died multiple times. Jesus fuck. One day I went to the ER because of a horrible rash and difficulty breathing. The ER nurses gave me Tylenol and went into anaphylactic shock. Why would they give you Tylenol? Oh, yeah, I get it. The doctor, whom I went to church with, came in and said, yes, we gave you a med and you're allergic to. That you're allergic to. They had to sedate me and put me on a ventilator? I am so happy you're alive. I mean, that sounds so much like the one that fucking kills people. I'm so happy you're okay. Do you have any like refractory stuff from that? Or is it like you just stay away from it and you're good? That's terrifying. I'm so happy you're okay. Fuck. I like sleep. I get to fast forward through life a little bit. I like that part of it. But like I can kind of fast forward life by the hyper focus. If you guys don't know what hyper focus is, it's a fucking dream. It's something that happens so rare, but if I'm like really enjoying something, i.e. a book, a comic book series, painting a picture, a video game in particular, like whatever I'm hyper focusing at the time makes time just disappear. But having to get up and go to bed makes all of that go now lay in a silent dark room, shut your brain off. Go to sleep, I dare you. You know what I'm saying? Like I think I've found ways to do that just throughout life with my own head that doesn't involve sleep, where I'm still actually doing something. That's the only thing I miss about working in a corporate office. A lot of them are big loops. You can just keep walking in circles as long as you want. I kind of miss it about the hospital. There was cool shit. Like we used to go up. I think I've told you guys this. We used to find the abandoned parts of the hospital. Because if you've never worked in hospitals, I'm pretty sure this is every hospital ever. Because every hospital I've ever worked in is always has like abandoned wings and abandoned hallways, entire towers that are empty. Because that's kind of how hospitals update. They can't like shut down an entire wing of a hospital and have builders go in and, revamp it. They basically build a new tower and then everyone in this old decrepit tower just moves to the new tower and the old one just goes black. And I don't know, they wait. Sometimes they'll do something with it later on, like they'll turn it into physical therapy offices or something like that. But usually they stay abandoned for years and years. So you can just walk these hallways with like, I mean, it's literally like a post-apocalyptic. Like there's paperwork blowing in the halls. And you can pick it up and it's like 1985 patient da 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 with real nurse's handwriting on it. It was really cool. It was like walking in a time machine. And Hopkins is old as fuck. And there's parts of Hopkins like the patient areas, where patient families can go and it's pretty. If you've never been in Johns Hopkins, is what I'm talking about. It's a hospital in Baltimore, Maryland. They have an enormous, I can't even tell you how tall it is. I think it's a 3-story tall statue of Jesus. if not taller. It's fucking huge. If you walked into like the original Johns Hopkins school building, like the main entrance that's like wood and shit, not the hospital entrance or where the ER is. You walk in and you're just accosted by a Jesus, and people go in and like kiss the feet and stuff. Don't touch the feet. Everybody puts their mouth on them. Like fuck no, they're extra shiny. If you look at the toes of Jesus, they're a lot shinier than the rest of the thing. But you could walk. This was the old building, like the original Johns Hopkins building. So they had this wow, Katie, spiral staircase that went around the Jesus all the way to the top of the spiral. But the fucking banister is only as high as like my mid thigh, maybe. And I don't know if it's because people were shorter or less likely to fall over railings, but it scares the shit out of me. Like we'd go up to the top all the time just because we're bored, climb some stairs. And everything's like red velvet carpeting and shit because it's old as fuck. But you'd get to the top and I'd like lean against the wall because I'm like, if you sneeze, I'm gonna just boosh topple straight over that railing. But it's because it was so small. I don't know why they're so short. It was very creepy though. My normal wake up response is, why do I sleep in a sauna cocoon? Sometimes that happens to me because I'm always cold when I go to bed. Like when I go to bed, you take all your clothes off and you're like, "Bird, this sucks," and you roll up in your quilt. Sometimes I will wake up with way too many quilts on, and I'm just like, "Why is this happening?" You know. My chat just jumped a lot. Why did this happen? What are you drinking? What time is it where you are? I have a weird thing where I don't drink hot coffee after 10 a.m. I have a weird thing where I don't like anything but hot coffee. It's definitely hot coffee, and it's 10:48. I can't like it's not even that. I can't drink like literally I don't want to consume anything actually if it's not hot or freezing. Anywhere in the middle and something's wrong with it. Like what did you left it out or something, you left it out, you didn't cook it enough, something happened. Who the fuck is eating room temperature anything other than like nuts? Also, I'm a coffee addict. Caffeine, to be honest, um, it's so much better than it used to be. I think I was just talking about this in stream a couple weeks ago, but when I worked at the hospital, literally, I worked night shifts. So, and I worked in a surgical unit. So it's already night, so it's cold. And then in a surgical unit, they always keep the surgical units fucking freezing because people who are cut open and rotting stink. Big shocker. And a lot of surgeries are like 10 hours long, so you don't want people getting too hot in surgery. So they keep them freezing. And so literally for 12 hours from 7 p.m. until 8, well, it was 13 hours technically, until 7:30 a.m., 8 a.m., I would just have a blazing hot cup of coffee in my hands like this, and I'd sip off of it all night long. I couldn't even tell you how much I consumed. I don't want to know. Too much. I don't know if it did anything, but it was just to stay warm because I'd just freeze to death. My fingers would be like stiff. It was a horrible time, but I totally get that. I have a weird thing where I don't want to drink anything carbonated before noon. It weirds me out. I'm like, what's wrong with you? I hyper focus on video games all the time. Let's play a little and it's 12 hours later. I wish. I look for that, like I crave that. I've been searching for a video game to do that to me, and it hasn't happened in so long. I think the last one was Hades. A batch of Lucky Charms is causing violent vomiting and diarrhea. I can't even think of a Lucky Charms joke because all I can think of is the rainbow diarrhea. That's terrifying. Oh, I also have trifactor of GI problems: Barrett's, esophagus, and gastro. Oh, fuck. I'd hug you. This is Matt. This is Take My Love.
Take my love. It just sucks.
I try to never take for granted what is healthy about my body. My brain's fucked up, but my body is in general pretty great. That one lady whose joints all shattered or something because of an allergy. Her joints shattered? So, from one fast walker to the other, to slow ass people who get in your way and fuck up your pace. Oh my fuck. There is so little in life. So little. Because I'm a very chill, go with the flow person in general. Like, it takes a lot for outer things to affect this. Because I'm a mess on the inside. Like, I'm just trying to calm the inner storm. But if I'm trying to get from point A to point B and I have a purpose and some bitch is like moseying, texting, doing this shit, like kind of not walking, the fury in my soul. Like, if they don't feel the heat from the fire coming straight out of my chest, they've got to be completely unconscious. Like, I just don't know what's going on. I, why are you here? Why are you here? I feel that way on the roads too, though. I get real upset. And it's not with people who aren't, like, I'm not one to go 20 miles over the speed limit and why the fuck aren't you all late for what you're going to? But if you are in any lane that isn't the far right one and you're going the speed limit or under, I hate you with every ounce of this. All of it. So much evil intention is coming your way in those moments. I mean, like, and it's out of control. Like, it's waves. Waves of just. Why are you here, though? Yeah. So few things in life can really trigger me like that and just, like, instantaneously, like, fire out my head, then stop, get out of my way. Why are you here? Why are you? No, seriously, why the fuck are you here? You obviously have nowhere to go. I get upset. It's fine. I don't like I'm saying it does takes a lot. Most things I'm just like, oh, look at that stupid person doing stupid things in my vicinity. But that shit, I used to, dude, when I worked at Hopkins, just coincidentally another Hopkins story. Um, every morning when I left for work, I had to get out by a certain, like I had to get out by before 8:15. You know, sometimes everyone wants to stand around and talk and go get, like, we'd all go get brunch and drinks sometimes because it's the end of our work day, even though it's 7 a.m. And I would have to get out by 8:15 because if I didn't, I'd get stuck behind this one fucking nurse. And I knew her because I worked with her, who drove this tiny BMW. But the bitch drove 20 miles an hour out the city, and I just, I can see her face in her stupid car with her indignant, like, I want to hurt you physically, emotionally, deeply, all the things you love. Because you know what I love? Home. And you're halting the process of me getting there right now. And I'm like neurotic to the point where I'm 30 minutes. I'm like, if I have an appointment, like a doctor's appointment, or if I need to be some like work, clock into work, I'll be 30 minutes early no matter what. I have to be. I'm neurotic that way because traffic. Like, you never know if traffic's gonna hit. And at a place, at all the hospitals I ever worked, it didn't matter if traffic hit. If you were late, you got written up. So that drove me to just, I would always be early. So it's not like I'm racing to work because I'm gonna be late. I'm going the speed limit, and you're fucking it up. Also, I drive a stick, and that is just a pain in the dick with people that are like, I'm on a Sunday drive. What are you doing? Oh, you and your scrubs are cute. Is that blood on your face? Oh. Ah! The fury is strong. Setting up stream. I wish I could hyper. I mean, I used to. I think I think I used to hyperfix on stream stuff. Like at the beginning, when I wasn't so, not that I'm like confident in it, you know, but I kind of have like a routine every morning now. Like I have a routine. I turn the computer on and I open up this. I have everything on my hotbar. Everything opens up, and as long as the mic works and the lighting is lit, I'm good. Whereas before it was like, especially when I had a Logitech cam, that shit was obsessive. Because Logitech still to this day will not save your settings, whatever you make your cam settings. So every single day that I streamed, I would have to open up Logitech software and type in all the numbers I had memorized, which were ridiculous. I can't remember them anymore. But you had to every fucking day. So shit like that, I would definitely hyperfixate on. Because if you didn't, I'd go live and look like Predator, you know, like a heat lamp. It was wild. Hello, SOS Love. How are you? My challenge with video games is I hyperfocus and will play until I pass out, but I can't do that and stream a game because I have the energy to keep playing, but to perform on stream. So I put the game off until I have the energy to stream it, which never happens. I wish I never got that. I seriously, honestly, I could probably hyperfocus for 12 hours on a video game if it didn't involve sitting down. Any activity that forces me, like, the normal way to do it is to sit. That is my caveat. I will get up, and I'll literally sometimes stand up with my controller at my desk and just play a little bit standing. Like, I don't know if you've noticed how much I squirm all day long. Sitting still is like poison to my bones. I hate it so much. I can do it for a short amount of time. It's not like I'm itching when I sit down, but after a couple of hours, I'm just like, I have to get up, do something. Like, I'll load the dishwasher or something, like anything. Ghetto, welcome. Look, it's a COVID safe hug. Not that I have COVID, I'm vaxxed. It's fine. Hi, Time Factor. How are you, love? Hex. I mean, you might not get written up, but I might give your wife permission to use the paddle. Don't you love it when people blink left when they go into a roundabout and won't stop until they're already all the way out? My mom stops at roundabouts. And it is so fucking infuriating. I mean, where my mom lives, she lives out kind of in the country, but she works near Seattle. She's a respiratory therapist too. And to drive to work and from work, she has to, hit the same roundabout every fucking day. Twice a day. Hits it every day. And when my sister and I are in the car, we'll literally look at each other and be like, she's going to stop at the roundabout. And there's no one there. I mean, it's the middle of nowhere. This is not a traffic circle that even needs to exist. It's out in sticks. She will stop every fucking time. I'm like, you're the reason roundabouts don't work, mother. No, I'm not. It says yield. Yield does not mean stop, you dumb hoe. There's nobody there. There's no one here. It's the middle of nowhere. It's a country road. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why Logitech doesn't have profile settings yet. They have profile settings and they have a save button. It just doesn't work. Which is almost worse. To this day, like, we can go to space. Rich people can go to space as a vacation, but Logitech can't figure out how to save its fucking settings. Hello, Sleep. How are you? Should get you a standing desk. I don't know if I could do it because I'd lean. I've thought about it. Like, I've thought about it a lot. I kind of like getting up and just moving. I'd lean on it a lot. I'd lean hard. Like, that's anytime I'm at a counter or something, like, I'm like a fucking, you know that. I'm like a sloth on anything. I'm standing, but I'll sloth on it. I'd probably break it. I don't know. I'd have to get like some dumb expensive one. She stops, like, when you're like gonna get on the roundabout, like you're merging on the roundabout from the traffic or from the straight road or whatever, and it says yield. She just stops. Like, she treats that yield sign like it is a stop sign. Doesn't matter if there's people there or if there's no people there. She will stop at that fucking yield sign every time. It drives me a little bit bonkers. I love my mother, but she's a terrible driver. Horrible driver. Does she yield on highways? Man, I can't remember the last time I was with her while she just drove on a highway. Because we're, like, literally, she jumps onto a 6-lane freeway, and her hospital's directly off the freeway. And that's the only time I ever let her drive, because it was 5 a.m. and we were going to work together. And I didn't want to drive. Didn't really care if I died at 5 a.m. Any other time, I drive. I don't remember. No, her worst, like, the thing that makes her a terrible driver that's scary to be with is she's a horrible lead foot. If you don't know what a lead foot is, it's like she waits until she's 5 feet before a stop sign to just slam on the brakes. And then she just guns her little, what is it? It's a Toyota Sonata or something. She just fucking floors it at every stop sign to go. So in the car with my mom, this shit. Mom, why? It's like someone learning how to drive a clutch, but it's a Toyota Sonata, little speedy car. You kind of like are wondering if her leg's having a stroke. It's tumultuous, let me tell you. Tumultuous. It's terrifying. None of my family will let her drive anymore. Hex, I honestly, like, I did. This has been a thing her entire life. This isn't like an age is making her be a terrible driver. She's just a terrible driver. We've been making fun of her, my whole family. Like, we bully her because we're like, you are unsafe. She's the only one out of all of us to get speeding tickets ever. One time, this is the best story of my mom. One time she was in traffic, and this wasn't her fault, by the way. If you're unfamiliar with Seattle traffic, if you're familiar with New York City, LA, any other major metropolitan cities traffic, there you go. It's fucking terrible. It's just sitting, going 5 miles an hour for 3 hours every day, both ways. It's horrific. The traffic is just a joke. And I think it was like, you know, wall to wall traffic, and someone fender bendered her. Like they didn't see that she was stopping, probably because she's a fucking lead foot. I don't know. I wasn't there. So someone fender bendered her. Cop shows up, does the write up, and my mom's her bumper of her little Toyota. Is it called a Sonata? I feel like I'm saying that. Solara, Toyota Solara. I think is what it is. It's not the convertible, but it's like the little 2-door, cutesy, speedy car. We'll be here, Eliza. Be good. Sonata, thank you. That's what she has. So if you've ever seen them, they're kind of like one of those spaceship cars where the bumpers look like they're part of the car. It's not like a different colored bumper or anything like cars used to be, I guess. I don't know. So her bumpers are like silver plastic or whatever, and it's just hanging off of her car because it's person. And the cops like gets in his car to leave, and she's like, "Do you have any like tape or rope that I can use so I can drive home?" Because her car was fine. It was just her bumper. And the cop was like, "Nope." Gets in his car and just leaves my mom on the side of wall to wall traffic on the side of the road with her bumper hanging off. So I shit you not, this was in Seattle. I shit you not, she because she's a respiratory therapist. She luckily had a bundle of fucking oxygen tubing in her trunk, and she tied her bumper back onto her car with oxygen tubing and went to work. It was one of the best things I've ever heard. Like I saw it when she came home that night. I was like, that's did the cop? No, the cop left me on the side of the road. Like he didn't. I mean, no one's surprised by that. It was just hilariously dumb. Oh, it's Alti. Honestly, I think the reason I'm so dumb comfortable in cars is because my mom's a terrible driver. Like we grew up in the car. We just did road trips constantly. My mom moved us to Eastern Washington, but all of her family lived in Western Washington. So 5 or 6 times a year, we did that 8-hour trek across the state in the car. So, like, from my earliest memory, I've just lived in cars with my mom. Cars are like my favorite place to be. I will fall asleep so goddamn fast in a car. It's annoying, honestly. If the music isn't shaking my eardrums, it lulls me to sleep immediately. I'm overtly comfortable in a car. Are the people who have to come to a complete stop to turn into a parking lot. I just don't understand where it came from. It's so bad on your car, the amount of times to come to a complete stop and then get gunned back into a gear, you know? I have a stick, so it's a little bit different, but Peach.
Hail the Dank Lord, motherfucker. Thank you for remaining a consensual fungus.
Because consensuality is the sexiest thing ever. The only thing worse than Seattle traffic is driving a stick and getting stuck on a hill going up. That's how I learned how to drive a stick, Hex. Are you making fun of me? Have I told you that story? Literally in Seattle on Virginia Avenue, that's where I learned how to drive a stick. If you're unfamiliar with Virginia Avenue, it does this. It's the same hill I rolled down as a baby. Oh, I don't know if I haven't told this story in a long time. It's not a story, but my dad was a raging alcoholic. Y'all know this. He died when I was 7. So when I was a baby, like newborn, under a year old, apparently my dad was in downtown Seattle, and he took my car seat into the office building with him, took it out, put me on top of the car, and forgot about me, and starts driving up Virginia Avenue. And me in the car seat go back down Virginia Avenue all the way to the bottom of the hill. Apparently I was fine. Sounds sus. But the mental image is just incredible. Incredible. I'm not shitting you when I say it's literally the way that it's multiple. Virginia Avenue is like the first street as you go deeper into downtown Seattle that starts just going like this. It's like one block does this, and then you have this little level off where the cross streets hit, and then the next block. And so you're constantly doing this, but when you're at the stoplight, you're this. And then you get to go, and then stoplight. So back in the day, there was no such thing as a car with a clutch that had anti-rollback. And I had gone to my friend AJ. I told you guys about my friend AJ. My friend from high school went to beauty school and owns all these salons in Seattle and is super awesome now. I was at his birthday party. and we went to Neighbors, which was the happening gay club down in Seattle at the time. And the guy I was dating was so nervous to be around gay people because little did I know homophobia. He was so nervous he drank almost an entire bottle of Parrot Bay rum to himself. Ugh. I still to this day can't smell it without smelling vomit at the same time. And all night long, he filled up my friend AJ's futon with vomit, just like filled it with vomit and laying in it. And then the next morning, obviously, he couldn't drive, and it was his truck. And we were on Virginia Avenue, so Katie had to learn how to drive a little Toyota stick on Virginia Avenue. We didn't stay together much longer, if you couldn't guess. Alti, I totally get that. I love riding in a car. If someone's like not a not a horrible driver, I love going for a ride in a car. Like car rides are some of my favorite things to do. I love road trips. I love putting good music on and just like windows down and wind. I don't know. It's nice. Does the low end of Virginia Ave end down by the waterfront? Yes. That's where you burn your clutch. Yes, that's exactly. It ends on Alaska, I think. On Alaskan Avenue, which is like the road that goes to Pike's Place or goes up to Pike's Place. Yes. So like when you come into Seattle, I can't even think of the exit names anymore. You like go over the big bridge, and I think it's Denny Avenue. If you took the Denny exit and then you just went straight down to Pike's Place, if you're like at that stoplight where you're just facing Pike's Place Market and you took a left, I think it's the next street, literally, is the one that they just start going vertical. It's crazy. Seattle was built on a mountain. Like it was the dumbest design. Actually, let me correct myself. It was built on a mountain, it burned down, and then they just built on top of the burned down city on the mountain. Nothing makes sense. Nothing. But I did learn how to fucking drive a stick there. And now nothing scares me. Oh my god, you got run over? I'm just really happy you're okay. What the fuck? That's terrifying. Dude, Parrot Bay is. I mean, when you have like it in a drink, it's kind of sweet and it kind of has a unique flavor, and I like it. But that was. I don't even think I was 21 yet. I think I had a fake ID to get into the club. I think I was 20. And it's just Parrot Bay. It's like the sourness of Parrot Bay and vomit is in my mind forever. I could never drink that shit if I wanted to. Fucking sick. Kills. Oh my. I mean, Rod, I guess you get to take a break. To the shit box with you.
Daddy Satan needs some fluffing.
Oh god. Oh, it's terrible. I mean, Hex. One year, I think it was actually the last PAX West I ever went to. I was doing like normally I only go to the big conventions like PAX and shit if someone pays me to go because they're expensive. And so I got paid to do something at PAX that was like it was a timed, like I had to go somewhere and do something specifically. But then super like within 15 minutes after that appointment, I had to be up like 4 blocks at some restaurant for like a Twitch creative meeting. This is how this was a long time ago. And I had to walk those hills. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I run. Like this can't be that bad. It was, I mean, they're so vertical that my feet were sliding out of my shoes. Like, they're just ridiculous. Why do these exist? I mean, I'm not exaggerating. If you've been in Seattle, you know what I'm talking about. They're dumb. You literally are like hiking to get up cement walk. I mean, there's sidewalks with with stores and shit. It's weird. Oh, poor Rod. I know. Twitch creative, my heart. I was partnered as a creative streamer. That was original. I was talking to Rod about it. We were talking about just like Twitch in general. And I was like, when I got partnered, I didn't know partnered was a thing. And he was like, what? And I was like, dude, I used to paint on my stream and they wanted to like create a category for painting. And so they hit me up and they're like, will you paint more than one day a week? And I was like, yeah. And they gave me a button and that was it. I didn't even have mods yet. Like moderators of my chat. I had no idea what I was doing. It was a terrible time. But I mean, I think we were talking about it because uh, I hate talking about like like I'm smart about streaming because I'm not. I just see things. I listen, I see things. And some newer streamers, like they do these partner pushes and shit. Or like, like they'll do subathons and shit to get the partner button. And they think that getting the button is like the be all end all success of being a streamer. When really it's like I'm trying to think of an example. Like imagine to join a club or like to get a job, you had to stab yourself in the kidney first. That's what that button is. Like you work really, really hard to let someone stab you in the kidney, and then you just gotta keep fucking going, like no one stabbed you in the kidney. Does that fucking make sense? It's bizarre, but like I don't know why people think that having a button suddenly means money. It doesn't, if anyone's wondering. Not that I'm talking about anyone in particular. Rod and I were just talking about it in the kitchen the other day. Whenever two streamers come together, we bitch. With how many car accidents happen, there's no surprise here. It is no surprise if you witness one, and I did. Oh my god, I was just laying on my head on a bus window, and then saw a car that failed to stop at the line of cars that was building up and hit the car in front of him. Oh god, I'm glad the lady was okay. That's kind of Seattle. Honestly, the main, in my personal opinion, just from like living there and witnessing this traffic every fucking day for a really long time, I honestly think that the traffic exists because there's so many accidents. It's accidents everywhere, every morning. And I'm not exaggerating because I worked 4 days a week at a pulmonary clinic in Seattle. So I'd commute with my mom. Every day there was 5 or 7 accidents, bad ones, like on fire on I-5 every day. Every day? That's insane. Like, what are people doing in their cars that this is happening? Knock on wood, I have yet to be in any accident like that in my life. And I've spent a lot of time on the road. I just don't understand why it's happening. Oh my god, Rod, welcome. Oh my god, when he doesn't have his sword, he's just gonna get beat. I kind of like it. Illyria Sand with the resub. Thank you so much for resubbing the class. Keeping the classy live. Giving it anus its wings. How are you, love? Dude, Rod is he multitasks more than I do, honestly, which is kind of I have to unmod you to mod you in this thing. It's so bizarre because you're unmodded, but yeah, you should have a sword now. So weird. Like I can multitask. However, listening to two streamers like myself and Zach at the same time, that sounds like pure unadulterated hell to me. That is two very strong, loud personalities in my head at one time. Like I can barely take it, and I live in this house. It's intense shit, man. That's a lot. I'm not no shade. Like like I'm not worthy. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fucking do it. I'd go fucking crazy. Like that's just so much noise. We talk too much. I know I talk too much. I'm hating on myself, by the way. This is in no way like shade towards him. Well, kind of, but you know what I mean. Laughs in 6 double Chatterino tabs. I mean, I have tabs open. Don't get me wrong. Like usually, if I'm not streaming, I've got a video game, I've got a movie, and then I've got some sort of like thing over here that is like kind of a passive activity. Like looking for reference material for a painting. Like if there's, and usually it's literally there for if I'm playing a video game and suddenly there's dialogue in the video game and someone has decided they need to tell me a story. If I don't have something I can start clicking on, I will. Shit. Shit, fuck, battle. I just can't. I cannot stand like wordy dialogue in a video game. I'll read a book. By the way, I'm reading a really fucked up book right now. What is it called? I think it's called Help for the Haunted. I can't remember that. It's a new author. I've never read anything by this author, but I believe the book's called Help for the Haunted. If anyone's read that yet, I'm not. I'm chapter 6 or 7. Holy shit, that's what I was doing at 3 a.m. I couldn't sleep, so I just read. Holy balls! It's so fucked up so far. I don't know what's happened, but watch one, listen to the other. I've done that. I can definitely do that. Or like sometimes it's like the streamer's playing a game that I'm not into, but I love chats happening, and all my friends are in chat, so I'm chatting in chat, but not really paying attention to the streamer. And that's no hate on the streamer. It's just the game. I would have no hate towards any of you if you didn't like what I was doing. CK, you talking about waking up or walking up the hills reminded me of a story from back in the day. There used to be a horrid little club named FX down by the waterfront. I have to tell you something, Hex. Remind me of the waterfront in 1 second. Back in 99, the first time I dropped acid, leaving the club at closing, none of us could drive. We were tripping balls trying to walk into the city on acid. Did you make it, or did you think you made it, but you woke up eating grass? I mean, Peach, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I can do it sometimes. I always make a face. My face is a face. I have played that. I have no mouth, and but I must scream. I have. Oh, I've played Pony Island is another one that I played. Inscription was amazing. Fucked up, but that one was actually entertaining. Pony Island and I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Those ones fucked me up a lot. Those were fucked up. Like what happened to those people? But they're fantastic, but fucked up. It's like looking into a mirror in my own brain. Do you also hyperclick through dialogue that you speed read because you cannot be bothered? 100%. 100%. I actually like literally, I've been playing games for many years now, and I still to this day will think to myself, how come I can read it faster than they can get through it? Because if I read through the subtitles faster than they're doing their dialogue, click 110 fucking percent. And like when I first start a game, I'll obviously like, be like, I'm gonna listen to the NPCs. But by halfway through, if I'm doing side quests, I do not care why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to get armor or an ability or a weapon I don't have yet to do the main quest. But like, for instance, I just finished Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one, and some of the side quests, the people they just never shut the fuck up. I mean, they will go on and on and on and on and on and on. And I'm like, you're not even a main character. What the fuck? Click, 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 click. I probably have broken controllers clicking through dialogue. Yeah. My favorite form of dialogue, honestly, is the kind where you can like walk up to a character in a game, click like you're going to listen to them, but you can start walking around and doing things while they're talking. It just drives me nuts when they're like, all right, now we're going to go to this kind of cutscene where we're just going to flip a camera between your two digital faces. I just get so fucking bored. Because I mean, you're really hard. It just kind of, I'm, I'm trying to like, I don't want to be insulting to writers. I know game writers do put a lot of work into writing stories for games and shit. I'm just not invested. It's very rare. ESO has hit me like twice ever with a quest and made me cry and actually listen to it. And that's it. It's so far few and far in between. What is the term? Few and far, I don't know. Ignore me. I'm tired. You know what I mean. They're adding drama. It doesn't though, and I think the reason is just my personality as I am in like the real world. I don't care what you're doing in your bedroom, what your genitals look like. I don't care what he's doing in his bedroom. I don't care what they're doing in their bedroom. Like I purposefully make sure my shit doesn't wrap up in their shit and their shit doesn't wrap up in my shit. So when I'm playing a game and it's like, all right, there's this map and it's like thousands of miles wide, but somehow something on this corner affected this corner. I'm like, click, 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 click. It's terrible. I know. I just want the weapon. Give me the weapon and the armor. Few and far between. Thank you. Sometimes it sounds weird in my brain. ESO can't engage me worth a damn. Dude, for me, it was PvP. I would do the new release content that came out just because most of the time you would get some dank ass armor if you did it. But for me, it was PvP because it's nonstop, constant, and there's no dialogue. It's like you have ADHD or something. I mean, I don't want to put it on ADHD because I know people with ADHD who totally can listen to dialogue for 500 hours and actually love it. Like they are enthralled if the game is like a storybook game, like I think I've stopped playing games literally on stream because I'm like, all right, I'm not playing at all. Like the game is just cutscenes. I'm not doing anything. Like I'm just sitting here picking my nose while I activate multiple cutscenes. I'm not into it. Like I'll watch a movie if I want to watch a bunch of cutscenes, and that's no shade. It's just I want to get like hyper focused on a video game. I'm just giving like this is why it's so hard for me. I think I'm picky. I hate it. I didn't grow up with video games. I don't know how I became such a snob. I'm broken. Illyria, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Hyperfocus or nothing. I mean, if I'm not hyper focused, I'm gonna be watching a movie and I'm gonna be doing something over here and I'm gonna have my phone open texting someone, I'm gonna have my iPad open, and I'm not paying attention to the game anyway, so why the fuck is the point of buying it? Hello, Anubis, how are you, love? Hades is my perfect game. Seriously, it's like the perfect amount of dialogue. There's never too much, every once in a while. And I will admit, I have clicked through some of it because especially when it has to do with your mom, no spoilers. I've pretty much beat Hades, but when you get towards when you talk to your mom, Persephone, she's a wordy cunt. She talks a little slow. I've clicked through some of it, but I've read it. I can read it faster than they mumble it out. It's not that I'm missing it. Hello, how are you, loves? I don't know what that is. However, squids live a very pathetic, sad life. They only live for like a couple months and they basically like fuck each other to death and then die with a giant egg inside themselves. Squids are like sad. They're beautiful though. I learned a ton about them because I have an obsession with cuttlefish, which are related. They're mollusks, like or cephalopods, like octopus and squid. And I fucking think cuttlefish are just some of the most beautiful and just like incredibly interesting creatures. Like same with octopus and squid and stuff. So I learned a lot about squid, and they just don't. They have like the saddest life. Like, because I really wanted to have like a cuttlefish tank. Like, I would deal with aquatic things to have cuttlefish, but they only live like 3 months. They just breed like crazy. They're kind of like a bug or something of the ocean because they're a food source, which is crazy because they're so cute. Like, if you ever watch a little squid, with little, stop it. But then I watched a lot of videos, and they literally, it's like they're born, and then like 6 months later, they all gather on the ocean floor and like fuck, and then die. It's like it. They're kind of like spiders. It made me sad. I love them, I should say. I still enjoy them. I'm just sad for them, which is ridiculous. Why do you think so, BDO? I want to interface with the game. I don't want to watch the movie. Game, I can watch movies. That's me too. Same. Same. I want to interact with it. Like, let me do something. That's why I'm here. I'm the same, man. So the same. And my other like hot video take, I don't like to be forced to be a dude. All of my all of the what's it called? Like the I don't feel any connection if I'm watching a muscled man back run in front of me the whole game and like hearing man voices come out. I'm like I identify strongly as female. I was lucky enough to be born with the parts that society deems female, so thank fuck. Transgender men are men, transgender women are women. You are just as woman as I am. P.S. Just in case you're wondering, I would just, luck of the draw. I got a big spiritual cock. It's in the way all the time. Sales, it's so hard. Like God of War, I just have to watch people play it. I get bored because I'm not a man. I don't know if you could tell. Some people can't tell. They ask. Not a man. I'm just like I don't feel any connection with this character. Like I am not a dude. I would not call my child boy, but I like to watch it because the games are fucking beautiful and the stories are phenomenal. So I'll watch people play them till the end of time. Same with all the Batman games like Arkham and shit. I love them. I will watch people play them forever. They're beautiful games, but I myself cannot get into it. Hades is the only one that I'm like a dude and completely addicted to the game. I don't know how. Maybe because no spoilers. No spoilers, Katie. Noob, I like I'm bi. So I don't know if that means anything, but like I would rather stare at a hot ass and hips and titties bouncing and running in front of me. Not that there's anything wrong with a man body. They're pretty, but they don't move the same. It's not the same. Yeah, I just want to stare at a lady ass. I get maybe that's it. Also, like if the game has any sort of customization in it at all, like armor and shit, and I'm a boy, I just don't care anymore because I but if it's a girl and I identify as woman, I'm like, fuck yeah, make me hot. You know what I'm saying? It kind of like removes a part of the game I really enjoy when they force me to do that shit. I own Webbed. I haven't played it yet though. It looks fucking amazing. I have 2 little spider games that were I think actually Glut bought both of them for me. If correct me if I'm wrong, Glut, if you're here. But I haven't played them yet because I kind of want to like do a special. I have a spider onesie, like I have a spider outfit. It's just like I keep getting sick. Colorado's killing me. It's fine. See, Amber, and I totally get that. Whereas me, if I get, a quarter of the way through a game and I start feeling like, oh, I never get to change the way this person looks, I'll stop playing. I'm bored. Because honestly, it's just because they're making me stare at the same thing the whole time. I'm just bored. A great example of that I just gave up. Vampire with a Y. Vampire. I guess it's just pronounced vampire. Forced to be a dude. Never can change the way I look. And I'm hideous. I'm out. I played like a good amount of time. Played like 20 hours of the game, and I'm bored. Like nothing is changing. Nothing at all. You know what I'm saying? I think FemShep, it's the voice acting. I like that. I like FemShep too. Honestly, I've watched other people play Manshep, or what do we call Manshep? I know FemShep, Manshep. We do call Manshep. Okay. I've seen people play Manshep, and the voice acting, I'm just not I'm not as into that voice actor. No shame. Did a good job. Just not my not my thing. I'd only play in female characters not because I'm misogynist, but like I'm not looking to project myself into another gender. If I'm going to project my consciousness into your narrative, I want it to vaguely resemble myself. 100%. I get it. No, I'm the same as a dudette. I completely get it. Like I don't want to live the story of a muscly man god. I would like to be a lady god because I'm a lady. Like I want to. I've said that forever though. When anybody decides to start some shit on Reddit or the Twitter sphere or anything about lady armor in video games doesn't make sense. Good. Cause real life fucking sucks. Can you leave my fantasies alone, please? Thanks. Bye. Don't take away my nipple shields. I want to be hot. It's a video game and it's fantasy. And if I can make myself look like a hotter version of myself, I fucking will. And I enjoy it. Who doesn't, though? And if you can't do that, like you're just going to make something at least attractive to look at in the game. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like when people get wrapped up in that, I'm like, okay, we're gonna talk historic accuracy in a video game. I'm confused. The character creation, Tiny Tina. I haven't played Tiny Tina yet. I'm kind of just waiting it out until everybody else is done playing. Me too. And that's the thing, time. Like if it's like a first person view and I'm a dude, I don't think it affects me as much unless I have to hear my voice or something. But if it's third person, I'll almost always pick a female because the costumes are better. The vanity things are almost always better. The everything is almost always better for the female characters because I guess they assume if we're playing a dude, we don't care, which is bullshit. Game designers, let me make my dude hot. I'd be into it if you let me customize them as much as you let me customize the female one. Like I can make a booty, but you know, you know. Oh, is he a cool guy? I've seen interviews of him. He seems like a really really cool guy. That's why I was like, no shade. Like he's really cool. It's just I like the girl better, but that's just me. She's very sassy. I don't want to live the story of any of the characters I play, except maybe Stardew character. I don't know if I'd want to be any of the characters I've ever played. I'd have to think about that one. I've played a lot of characters. Do you guys remember when I played not Final Fantasy? I played Mass Effect. I made a character that looked like me, but it was too accurate. It made me uncomfortable. It was that uncanny valley accuracy. I did it on accident, but I don't even know if those VODs exist anymore. But if you're ever able to find them, if you care, I made female Shep, and I was just like, okay, we'll just make her to look like me, like just casually. But I made it too on accident. I don't know how I did it. They just had the features that somehow made her look like me. And every time it went to her, I would look off screen and tell chat, like, guys, I'm uncomfortable. It was uncanny shit. It was weird. I didn't like it at all. Oh, did they just drop a big patch? Oh no shit. There was a high fantasy where folks were tromping around in the jungle wearing plate armor, and all I could feel was, damn, that's some sweaty titty shit, dude. Can you even fathom? Or like when it's like Victorian wear in running. Run in a corset and 7 skirts, 7 crinoline skirts. I dare you. I'd like to see it happen. The Mass Effect character creator was incredible. I mean, it was. I don't even remember what I did. Like, I wasn't like it was creepy. I'll just say that it was so creepy. I was highly uncomfortable. But I will say, Mass Effect is easily one of the best games I've ever played in my life. Corset and petticoats, dude. It's like there was something under the corset, right? There was like some thin kind of like a undershirt under the corset to protect you, and then you had the corset, and then you had a thing on top of the corset, and this was all before your dress went on. I watched videos like Victorian, like how the women got dressed and shit. It was 5 or 6 different layers of clothing, and then in a video game they're like, no, you can run. Okay, but I'll take it. It's a fantasy, dude. If I could give the dude I was playing, I mean, I'm saying, I agree. Yes, toxic. Yes. Most video game characters suffer way more than I'd like. Like, not even magic is worth monsters constantly attacking and actively hurting me. I think I like that, it's because we all go through shit, right? We're not exactly fighting dragons. Maybe the dragon's in your head, or maybe the dragon's like your parents or whatever. But like in the video game, eventually in most video games, by the time you get to the end, you conquer all that shit. I think that's why maybe I go for it, because it gives me like a false sense of hope. Not that I want to be that person. I don't know. Judy. How are you, love? Dude, I stretched this morning when I got up. Um, I have like it's not a walk-in closet, but it's not a closet with a door. It's like just a chunk of the wall is a little more deeply inset than the rest of the wall of my bedroom, and that's where the closet is. But it has a ridge on it, and I put my hands on the top and like hung from it this morning, and I swear every vertebrae in my spine just went. It was incredible. I love stretching. It's my favorite. How are you, Judy? Actual corsets and armor is a lot easier to move in than people think, at least if they're properly made. I've worn a properly laced corset. Um, have you? It was horrific. It was this. And you can't do that, or that, or that, or that, or that. It's just this. Like, if you've had true boning, like I got real boned up. I got boned up in a real corset. It was super fun. I loved getting into it, but after about 15 minutes, I could literally, like, I was breathing like I had COPD. Because, I mean, there's no magic. Tight anything on your torso is going to restrict expansion of the torso, whether it's a tight ass shirt, a latex onesie, or a corset. But corsets in the old days they used whale bones and shit to bone them, and they literally restrict the amount you can expand your lungs so you breathe at a higher rate. And I didn't like it. Like, I fucking did not like that at all. I breathe at a very low. I'm like a corpse. You know this. I'm like a turtle. I breathe at a low rate. My heart's at a low rate. I'm cold all the time. And I was like breathing on top of this, like, ugh. It was. I didn't like. I mean, it was pretty, but I could not wear that more than 30 minutes and be happy in any way, shape, or form. And that was standing still. I saw a documentary about Titanic once. Both men and women were allowed to use the gymnasium, but you were expected to use bicycles in full dress, overgarments, and a hat if you were a lady. How would you bicycle in a dress? A 100%. Like, if you wore a corset every day, like, you'd probably be a lot more accustomed to it. But is it good? Like, is it a good idea to get accustomed to breathing like you have COPD when you don't have COPD? Probably not. I've seen when I was in medical school, we looked at pictures of this. We weren't like learning. Nobody's wearing corsets at a large enough level that we have to worry about it. It's basically like a niche thing, which is totally cool. But they actually have pictures of women's livers the liver from inside their body, and it had rib imprints permanently in the liver from the corset, just because they would wear it sleeping sometimes. There was some women. Like, it's kind of like fashion now, if you think about it. Like, we see Coachella freakishness everywhere, but not everyone's wearing Coachella freakishness. So when you look at ads of the Edwardian Victorian period, you can't be like, everyone did that. Some people were a little extreme, and most people weren't. But they literally, I mean, I've seen the livers, and we were talking about it because she brought up the picture because it happens in car accidents all the time. People have an imprint of their steering wheel in their liver, apparently, which is wild. But they have all these pictures of autopsied women with their livers literally had just this rib print because over time, like, if you're sleeping in it, I don't fucking know. I don't know the ramifications. Like, right. They're not common enough for me to be studying corsets. But I do know that at least some people took it to an extreme level, as do everyone with fashion in every era ever, though, right? Like, there's always an extreme of every fucking era. My mom told me when she was in college, women would lay their hair on an ironing board and iron it with a clothes iron to straighten their hair. Jesus Christ. The thing with fashion now, especially handbags, I don't wear a purse because it gives you scoliosis. You can see the hunched shoulder on one side because nobody wears it across themselves. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's way more than that out about purses. Purses are bad for you. And, like, there's no logic behind them. Anyone out there that wears a purse right now, dump it on the floor. I guarantee more than half of what's in it is garbage. Like, it's just a trash bag that we feel like we need to carry on our shoulder because they won't give us pockets in our fucking clothes. Ah! It's dumb. Look for tight corset, right? Like, are you interested in the Edwardian Victorian period? Yeah, like, I'm not. But we looked at it. I use a mini backpack too. That's exactly what I do. I wear one of those it's the lounge fly ones. They're great. Mini backpacks are everything because they're not big enough to do damage. You cannot, unless you filled it with gold bricks. You could only fit one gold brick in my backpack. Like, it's not big enough to cause damage to your back like a book bag when you're a kid. I wear a tiny backpack too. It's amazing. Honestly, though, I started doing it because I just have a weird thing about having my hands taken up. I can't stand it. So if I had a purse on my shoulder, I was always holding it because it will slide off my shoulders or whatever. And that's one hand gone. That's kind of an arm useless because you've got this thing on your shoulder. And I can't stand it. I need my hands free. Like, I don't carry my phone in my fucking hand. You see this obsessive, like, people walk like this nowadays. Every picture is like this. I can't. What do you do with one hand? We were born with two. I like to have two hands free. It's psychosis. I know it. I get it. Good. He scares me all the time. I swear to fuck. I close his office door every day. And he's like, "Did you close my office door?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I did." "Why?" "You were loud." Leaves the office door open. Every fucking day. He's so fucking loud. But the crazy thing is, it's not just for stream. Like, he hoots and hollers and screams like Donna from Parks and Rec all by himself all night long in his office. I've literally asked him, I'm like, no one's watching, right? Like, okay. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure. He hates it, but I've said it. Lift control.
Thank you for resummoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way. Oh, also,
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Take your joy, motherfuckers. It's time. Parachute pants, dude, I can't even. I wear a purse backpack thing, and it's only really useful when I'm on vacation for carrying extra shit. Same. I mean, I don't know what people put in a purse. I'm the exact same. Like, literally, the only time I ever think about what's in it is when I'm on vacation. Because I have this, it's like this big. And the only thing in it is my wallet and a chapstick. It's just empty. But I cannot stand to have my hands taken up by anything, and women's clothes don't have pockets. So if I leave the house, it's like, that's all I got. Consider the possibility of a cat with lettuce. Like a leafy pussy. I haven't, but I mean, like I said, I like to keep myself busy. I don't often get bored. So the likelihood of me finding something that offbeat out of nowhere is kind of far. Oh my God, that's precious though. Just kidding. I love that. That's a really pretty, adorable cat. I love all animals all the time, anywhere, any place. It's an illness. Wait, what's watered down lettuce? What does that mean? May the joy be ever in your favor. If you're new to my channel or just swinging by and you're wondering what the fuck that means, I'm bipolar. I don't know. Oh, and I take Lexapro and Adderall, not for bipolar, every day. Because if I don't, my brain tells me to jump off tall buildings and to stop eating and enjoying breathing. So, I highly encourage all of you to take your joy because we deserve to not have those feelings. Because those are just bullshit. That's some bullshit. Some fucking bullshit. It's even worse though. When I was reading about I read this interesting article a couple months ago and it was like if you are worried about organic, it was like it gave you a list of things that you should aim to buy organic if you can, and then things that don't really matter being organic. And every leafy green vegetable was on the list of buy organic if you can, because, like you said, they're just crunchy water. So whatever you spray into the field or whatever's in the ground, they just absorb it straight up into their leaves, and then we crunch on it. So if that's pesticides or cow shit or salmonella or Uncle Tom's pee-pee places, it's in the crunchy lettuce now. Like, it made a lot of sense, but it was kind of horrific to read about. I'm a big salad fan, but my salad is mostly not lettuce. It is me neither. I mean, it makes so much sense when I was reading it. Like I said it, but I'd never thought of that before. And then the things that they say, you don't need to worry about are things that you peel. So like oranges or I don't know what else you peel. I peel peaches, but the fuzziness feels like slivers in my lips and I hate it. I'm a big nectarine fan. Whatever you would peel, like as long as you're not eating the outside and it's not laying in the dirt. Because like you guys know, the organic sticker costs like $1 million just to get on your produce. So most organic farms that are truly organic can't afford the sticker. So a lot of the produce we're consuming that doesn't say organic is very organic. It's just, they can't fucking afford that shit. The true solution is to just not eat leafy green things. I mean, I love leafy greens, but I love crunchy shit. I'm a big crunch fan. I don't like soft food. So glad that my joy is just the ganji, kills my anxiety and puts me in the zone. I'm glad you're able to get it. I feel like actually it was just who was it? One of the late night guys. I think it was John Oliver was talking about the states they reports have come out. I don't know. I didn't remember the sourcing or anything. Reports have come out where the states where marijuana has been recreationally legal for at least a year, all medication consumption has gone down. Like all. They couldn't even say it was like, mental mood stabilizing, nothing. It was all pharmaceutical consumption went down in all of those states, which like I'm super excited about, but also that's very scary because once pharmaceutical companies hear that or if they don't already know that, they're going to go for us, and that's scary. Uncle Tom's pee-pee place. You know, because our country is horrifically racist and most of the people picking our vegetables are poorly underpaid Mexican people. Most of the people, Mexican people. That was really repetitive. You know what I mean? What about apricots? I haven't eaten an apricot in like 20 million years. Aren't they fuzzy? I don't know. I don't think I've ever lived anywhere where they're just like a popular thing. It's fine. We won't talk about it. Organic's a Greek word that means 150% markup. It's true. It's crazy. I read a lot about it. I used to be a little. I'm still a psycho. I shouldn't say I used to. It just depends on what I'm being a psycho about at the moment. But back when I was in college, I went vegan for a bit, so I went real weird on nutrition because I didn't want to be a dumb vegan. I was vegan because I was dating a guy who had a heart condition, so he had to be vegan. And I was like, all right, I'll go vegan, but like we're gonna be healthy. Like I'm going to incorporate good foods into our stuff. And so I read a lot about that, and the conspiracy surrounding just getting a sticker on the food you grow that says organic is asinine. It's ridiculous. Hello, Bulvy. How are you, love? Excessive. Oh, sucky cold. Oh, I'm so glad you're alive. How are you doing, honey? I like kumquats. Kumquats are delicious, but don't you just eat those whole? I just shove that in my mouth because they're not fuzzy. It's the fuzzy. It's like peaches. I can't think of another thing that's fuzzy. Kiwis. Go fuck yourself. I don't want that anywhere near my mouth. I just feel like I'm going to get slivers in my lips, and it's so creepy. But a kumquat, those aren't fuzzy. I just eat those. Those are delicious. Medical marijuana really did save my mental health, and I'm almost completely off painkillers. I'm so happy for you. It doesn't work for everybody, but fucking A, if we can't celebrate when it does. I do. I have lots. I have so many tarantulas. Many. I have lots of little spoods and geckos and frogs, and these are the spiders, but yeah. I've got kind of like a creepy crawly collection. But we use migrant workers to pick produce out in BC as well, including marijuana. We like to pretend we're better, but we're not. It's I mean, I grew up. I feel like there's something on my shoulder. There's a cut. Is that a cut? I grew up in Eastern Washington State, and then I was talking about this earlier. My family was on the west side of the state, so we would road trip across the state multiple times a year, 6 times a year, 5 times a year, all the time. And the middle of Washington State is all orchards. It's all farmland. It's just orchards. Like, that's where all of those red, delicious apples come from and all those Rainier cherries, don't you know? And they are picked 100% by Mexican people who live in shanties. I don't know a worse word. Like, they live in hovels on the edge of the farm. Like, walk into your bathroom that your downstairs bathroom, not your bedroom bathroom, your downstairs bathroom, that's the size of their shack they live in, and they pick all of our produce, and they plant it, and they maintain all of it, and I don't even know if they're paid, like, and I drive past that multiple times a year, and my mom would teach us all about how racist America is, and that was our lessons in the car. It was horrible, but you can't not see it. It's right there on the side of the road. Like, it's so fucking obvious. And I'm sure there are some farmers who probably pay their workers better. Like, there's always outliers, but in general, they are not paid well because they're illegal immigrants. They're immigrants to our country, like, to deny. Wait, how do you eat a kiwi? The way that I've eaten a kiwi that was not a horrific experience is they cut it in half and then you like scoop out the middle with a spoon, kind of like an egg. Then you like didn't get the fucking fuzz on your face and your mouth. No, I have had no mold, thank fuck. I did a heavy cleanse though, man. And I think that green ass cleaner I bought Mickey was some hardcore shit. Like, I read you the ingredients, the active ingredients, but I was using it actually the other day to clean out one of my spider enclosures. And you guys know, if you don't, I've talked about it a little bit. Tarantula webbing is so strong. I can't rip it with my fingers. I have to cut it with scissors sometimes. Like, that's how fucking strong it is. It's pretty wild. And so sometimes they'll web all over their enclosure, and when I'm rehousing them or moving them, I have to go in with my finger and like rip the webbing off the walls because nothing gets it off. That cleaner got it off the walls. It dissolved it. It's the only thing I've ever seen in my life, like, remove spider web, which is a common issue in my life. I know that's a very strange thing to talk about, but it is. And yes, it worked. Like, it was miraculous. We had a cherry farm in Milton Freewater forever. I love cherries. I'm a huge cherry fan. That's how you eat a kiwi? Is that literally how you do it? The cut in half and the scoop? I've seen people eat it like an apple, and I want to slap it out of their mouth and try to help them, but I think they're into it. I mean, you never know though, Mickey. Like, there's so much shit out there. You know that. Well, maybe you don't. In our country, there's no regulations on anything. Like, you go to a pet store, and it's like, half the things in the pet store could kill you or your animal, but you don't know and they don't say anything. So I'm very grateful for you guys as a source to bounce off because you just don't know. They eat the whole thing. Yeah, it's like eating a banana whole. Like, no shame, eat your food. I don't think it kills you. But to me, it looks like someone licking one of those furry cactuses. Why would you do that? I don't know. Yeah, Illyria, like, I just cannot with it. I cannot. Half the time, even if I do the scoop, like, I very rarely eat a kiwi, but I have neurosis. Like, I'm like, even though I'm doing this, there's definitely a fuzz on this kiwi, and it's gonna get in my mouth, and I'm gonna have a sliver and die. Like, it's just the gross. Like, who wants a sliver in their mouth? Dude, I mean, honestly, like, what? Knives actually said it to me the other day. This was a couple weeks ago. Knives was like, dude, it's crazy how many fucking smart people are in your chat. Because, we all talk about like butts and poop and cum and the flavors of semen and shit. But, you know, I'm honored. I love it. I learn so much from chat every day. I fucking love how many nerds are here. It's amazing. And that you're not afraid to share it with us. Because, I think a lot of people who are just passionate and intelligent and scholastic, we come across as pretentious know-it-alls. Like, but we're just really excited to tell you about Spiderweb. Like, in no way do we think we're cool or better at all. Like, we're just super excited. Like, you know what I mean? But I love that. Crow Dad, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucked up. Nice to meet you. Taking my brother with you to my fucked up family today. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. I don't have a paring knife anymore. I used to. I don't know what happened to it. Shut the fuck up, Sales. Stop it. It's never gonna happen. That's why we have Rod. Duh. Every chat needs a rocket scientist to bring it down a little bit. Nerd. I don't know what to like. There are so many all-encompassing words now. Like nerd and geek and dweeb. Those used to be like bad words when I was a kid. But it's like, nerds became cool or something. I don't know. Something happened where it's not like totally embarrassing that I read comic books all the time anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. Because all of those words kind of have a negative connotation from the way they were used when I was growing up. But I identify as a nerd. Like, I feel pretty fucking nerdy. Like, in my spare time, I teach myself, like, new math. I have apps on my iPad to teach me math and programming. Like, I am a nerd. I don't know another word for it. Like, I wouldn't say anything positive. It's kind of sick. I don't know. I like to learn. It's not for anything in particular. Like, it will no way be useful to me. What kind of math? I was actually trying to refresh my brain with linear algebra. That was the last math class I ever took in college, and I don't remember it at all. And it makes me a little sad. So, if you didn't know, it's kind of crazy. If you're my age and you probably know who the fuck Khan Academy is. When I was in college, Khan Academy was like just starting to make like very low budget YouTube videos on a whiteboard marker, like teaching people things. Khan Academy, Khan, I believe is how you pronounce it, has a fucking app now where you can learn anything. Like, it's amazing how far Khan Academy went, because Khan Academy is literally the only reason I passed college, I swear. Like, they taught me everything. They're amazing. And I wanted to, like, brush up. But it's because I don't have to. That's probably why it's fun, right? I don't have a test. No one's pressuring me. I just kind of get to. Khan! Yes. Dude, it works. Khan Academy is incredible. Voluntary doing math? I know. Well, I started with chemistry. So I literally, like, you guys know I've bitched a lot about organic chemistry and my struggles with OChem. My degree's in not OChem, inorganic chemistry, thank fuck. But I got the Khan Academy app, and I was gonna try to like brush up on chemistry. It was too easy. Like, I just remembered too much. I guess not easy. Like, I'm no chem fucking expert, but I remembered too much. I just kind of flew through it. So I tried to. There's a fly in my house. Ew. I tried to pick something that I didn't remember and wasn't as good at to maybe. I don't know. I don't know why I do these things. It's because I don't have a video game right now. Oh my god, can you imagine? I really hope so, excessive. Oh my god, Chrono. Can you come to my house and teach me chair confirmation? Because 11 years later, it haunts me. Help. to this day, it haunts every moment. I mean, I don't know how many times my chat has probably heard me just sit here and be like, guys, chair confirmation. Because I failed a class because of that fucking chair confirmation. My professor was a cunt. It was not the class. It was the professor. She was pregnant and was quitting and told us this. She's like, I'm pregnant and quitting, so my office hours aren't going to be very good this summer. It was a summer quarter. Everybody does that. It was fucking terrible. Whereas every other chemistry professor I've ever had would sit in their office with me for 10 hours after class, you know, like they want you to learn the material, whereas she didn't give a fuck. It was terrible. And it was OChem 2. It was like the introductory series, so it was OChem 2. It was still the introductory series. You need people that give a fuck in the introductory series if you want anyone to do anything, for fuck's sake. Chairs, it's so hard for me. Honestly, anything. And it was a lot of OChem for some reason. It was always OChem. I almost said inorganic chemistry. That is so redundant. Inorganic chemistry isn't as spatial and 3D, in my opinion. I don't remember it being that way. But when I went, and you have to do OChem classes for your inorganic chemistry fucking degree, a lot of it's like thinking of, chemical formations in a 3D aspect in your head, and I'm incapable of holding an image in my head. I don't know if that's ADHD. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I was stepped on by a horse when I was 12. A lot of things have happened. I can't do it. Like I'm unable to hold a picture in my head, and it's so hard. So my tests, like up the sides, every available piece of white paper margin would be me drawing every possible way that this chair could be in space, just so I could reference it on the paper, because I can't keep it in my head. I've never been able to do it. It's the most annoying fucking thing, because that's like math. Most of math is showing your work and keeping it in your head half the time, and my brain does not hold. It's like I'm lubed permanently. Chair was so hard. It was just like, honestly, I don't think it would have been so hard if my teacher wasn't so mean. She was just such a bitter lady. It was so weird, because honestly, the reason I did a chemistry degree was because all my professors, I was doing a biology degree and I had to take some chem classes, and all my chem professors were so cool. I was like, these are people who give a fuck. Like, they were like, they looked like guys out of Animal House. Like, they all had like scraggly hair and were just in a t-shirt and sweats and like, 2 different tennis shoes. And they wanted you to learn, and they were nutters, and they were super fun. And so I was like, I want to do that. Like, this is fun. These are cool people. And then I got that bitch. I think core math is dumb simply because they're trying to give more reasons for learning extensive math when we're never going to use it. That's what it feels like. They're like, well, now kids are understanding the reasoning why. You're still not going to use algebra ever. Like, I don't care what way you teach it to the kids. They're never going to use it. Ever. I'm 34. I worked at Hopkins and as a chemist. I have yet to use algebra. You can change it anyway. And it's honestly, I don't have kids, but I have a lot of friends who are parents, and I feel horrific for them because they are smart people. They are people who work in science, in medicine. They've gone very far in math, and they cannot teach their kids math. They can't help with their kids' homework because someone decided to change the way we do math. Was that the thing we're worried about in schools? Was that was the one thing? I mean, are there teachers? We have lots of teachers in the community too. Teachers in chat, please tell me I'm an idiot if I am, because I'd love to know. I totally get it, but my mom could sit and help me do my homework as a kid, because my math, although my mom had me when she was 36 when she had me, our math was the same, because math has been the same forever and ever and ever. It's the one thing that's the same in every country. Katie says it in Mean Girls. It's true. Math is beautiful in that way, and you fucked it. Why? It is. It's got to be money. It's got to be the sale of new math books. Because, like, if you think about it, math books are the one thing that they don't really have to update all the time, because most math isn't really, like, beginner math isn't changing. How do you make money on math books? Change the math. Or how they do it, I guess. It doesn't look like math to me. When I look at a kid's work, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that is anymore. Sorry. If it brings test scores up, it's probably good. And that's the saddest part, Banana. I'm so glad you said that. The saddest part to me, and again, I don't have kids, I just have a lot of friends who are teachers, is that I feel like what I see and what I hear is everything we're doing is just to make kids pass a standardized test. It's not to learn information. They are training little soldiers to be able to pass a test. Do they absorb any of the information from the test or from the class? I don't know. It's just to pass standardized testing. It feels like such a cock block for teachers who actually want to like blossom the brains of their students, in my opinion. I'm not a teacher, just guessing. Until the alphabet joined, geometry was harder for me than algebra, to be honest. Again, with the 3D objects. It's like they just don't want kids to be mathematically literate. They don't want them to be literate. I mean, literacy, like, yeah. I don't think they think about children. I don't think the actual physical child is in the equation when people make decisions about education or the education system above the teachers and principal of schools. You know, the whatever, the Betsy DeVos bitch cunt fuck whatever people. You know what I'm saying? I don't think kids come into the equation like at all. They can't. I do woodworking and trigonometry. You use algebra and woodworking? We use Khan Academy. I would have to, Illyria. Seriously, I would literally have to. Like, I've seen it. It doesn't even look like math to me. And I'm not that old. I'm only in my 30s. I'm a millennial. Like, math it's not that long ago. I can figure the same problem in 1/16 the time it takes a kid to write out all the core math crap. And that's I mean, you guys have heard me talk about, in college, I was almost flunked out of a math class because my professor was convinced I cheated because half my work wasn't there. I showed some of the work. Like at the beginning of the problem, I could usually get part of the work done, but my brain would just be already going 50 miles an hour and get to the answer. But I can't remember the work because I couldn't hold it. It sounds so fucking stupid when I say it to you guys. It makes me want to cry because I know how stupid I sounded to my professors trying to explain this. And I would sit there and they'd make me do verbal tests with them in their office to prove that I didn't cheat, that I knew the work because I could talk faster than I can write. So I could literally like speed speak the work. It was the worst. And like with some math problems, they're just asininely long. Bush and fucking Reagan, they fucked us all. They figured out a better way to teach people basic concepts so that students can more easily understand advanced concepts. And people are flipping their shit because it's not the math I grew up with. I mean, is that the reason? Or is it because parents are like, I can't afford a tutor and now I can't help my child with their homework. What do I do? I'm not a parent, but that sounds daunting as fuck. Your kid comes home and your kid's like in 8th grade and I can't help them. Like that would be just me personally. I don't have kids. Like I'm just theorizing. That would be my biggest like hang up is that I do not understand what my child is doing anymore. When in general, math is one of those things. Like it'd be one thing if my kid was learning French. Obviously, I can't help you with your French. But math is math is math. I used math every day all the time in the hospital. I should be able to at least work my brain around it. But it's just so different. It's like I would have to get a tutor to learn the math. But people don't have those resources. They don't have that money. I don't have an answer. I don't know what to do about it, but it seems unfair. And I know for a fact most teachers above middle school are sending their kids home with like I remember when I was in high school / early college, every teacher treats their class like it's the only one you have. And I remember in college they'd be like, so for every chapter I assign, that's about 2 hours of additional studying. That's how you should calculate what you should allow for your studying every week. And I'd be like, hey, cunt, did you realize I'm in 4 other classes? I don't know if you knew this was a
college, and most of us take more than one. Hello? Bitch?
You know what I'm saying? It's already a daunting as fuck process. I don't know. It's a rough time. If the new methods are like good, but you can't send kids home with homework and then get them in trouble because they can't do their homework because their parents literally don't understand how to help them. You know what I'm saying? It just seems sad and hopeless. I was hopeless as a kid no matter what because I can't take tests. So I'm coming from the place of being the child who, it didn't matter how many tutors I had or how much special attention I had or how much my mom tried to help me. I can't pass a test. I panic. I second guess myself every other question. Like, it's the worst. And so if I had a bitch teacher or whatever, and I came home and I was like, "Mom, can you help me with my math? Like, I'm not doing well and I'm struggling." And my mom said, No, I can't." Like, now what do I do? You're basically setting up a child to just be hopeless future. Like, the world fucking hates you. They're gonna throw shit at you all day, and no one can help you. Good luck. Oh, by the way, you have to do really well in this to get into college. To get a job, you have to go to college because, fuck, that's the entry ticket, I guess. I mean, where in everyday life do you use algebra and a pencil and paper? I'm just picking up algebra as like an example because it's algebra and it fucking sucked. But I don't know. I feel like there's just other things we could focus on in schools, like improving the quality of of education everywhere. I don't know. Rewriting math just seemed like such a weird move. Again, I don't have kids and shit though, so like I can't. I repeat what I hear from my friends who have kids, and it seems like a hellscape. I wish I would have done a trade, honestly, other than going to college. College was not for me. It was horrible. I honestly, like, I've told my mom and my therapist this multiple times. My Everything wrong with my brain was born in college because you're like, for me personally, although I have talked to people and a lot of people also had the same like disillusion in their head. When you're a kid, like, you trust your parents, they're gods to you. Your parents are just the things, and anything they say is right. And I kind of had this belief that if I followed the recipe for life that my parents laid out, like, go to school, be there on time, get good grades, don't get in trouble, go to college, that I'd be happy and that things would work out. And like, if my teacher would be like, read these chapters tonight and tomorrow we'll talk about them, I would, but I would remember nothing the next day at all and fail the pop quiz. And so for me, this is just personal. All school was a cycle of hope and then just being crushed. And it was constant. It'd be like, well, I'll follow the recipe. Nope, didn't work. I'll follow the recipe. But you're seeing everyone in the room follow the recipe and it does work for them. Not everyone, but most people, of course, you're hyper focusing on the ones that does work, and it mostly works for most kids. So you start to feel just like broken and shattered and like, was I actually dropped? Does my brain bleed? What the fuck is wrong with me? Why am I so stupid? I'm obviously not stupid. But education as a whole isn't working. It's not just algebra or just the way we teach math or whatever. I just don't think education in general, like, they're trying to use like an education system built in the Edwardian Victorian era for a world that doesn't exist anymore. So like, I'm sure you can all identify with it. You get out of high school, you go into college or whatever, and you're thrust out like you're an adult. I'm still not an adult. I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I didn't know it was tax day the other day. And I was supposed to like choose a college, sign up for eternal college debt, and like pick a career for the rest of my life at 18. I don't even think I had chest hair yet. You know what I'm saying? It was horrible. Like, it was just all of school. I mean, that's why I always say, like, you would literally have to either threaten someone I dearly care about or pay me every ounce of money in the world to ever get me to go back to school, because it was just, no, if you do this, you should pass the test. Oh, you didn't pass the test. That sucks. Like, it's like being fed lies. And at a certain point, you're like, all right, the world's conspiring against me because everyone else it's working out for. I don't know why the fuck I can't manage it. You know what I'm saying? You start to, I come from that angle, and that's probably why I'm a little bitter about it. I would like them to stop making things harder for those of us that it already didn't work. Because now I'm just a bitter, cynical old hag. I can barely do math, but my brain is able to remember the most minute details about history, law, political theory, and discuss it at length. 100%. Like, I mean, you guys, I've told you that. Like, I'm walking fucking, what is it, Trivial Pursuit. I can spit idiotic, dumb facts all day. Because when I went to school, granted, this was like the 90s, early 2000s, they were focused on memorization. That was it. Note cards. Like everything was note cards. Rote memorize everything in the book and you can pass the Scantron, and that was it. So I can memorize really dumb facts all day long that are completely useless in every way and form, but I can remember some fucking dumb facts. Like that's all I got. I always thought the system isn't working for me. I wish I would have saw it that way. I always thought like I did something wrong, which is why I apologize for breathing on a regular basis. Because seriously, like I would, go to class every day. I was not a bad kid. Go to class every day, do all the homework, do the extra credit, do the studying, went to the study hours, F. And and no one could tell me why. Like, I'd ask. It's not like I'm sitting there as a child. Like, I'd be like, why can't I pass a test? Well, maybe you're just not built for it. Maybe this just isn't your subject. Like, that's what I'd get all the time, but it was everything. So I was like, maybe I'm not built for anything then. Guess I'll just fucking climb off a cliff. Bye. It was hard. And from the outside in, it just looks like they're making everything harder and harder. Like, poor kids. My heart for them. Parroting. It's just parroting. Yeah, it was literally like, I remember my note cards would be literally verbatim what the question on the test would be because it would be straight out of a book. Like it was just rote memorization shit, which doesn't help you in everyday life. It's not applicable. I don't even know, Rod. I apologize for existing because like when you perceive yourself as the only one in the room who is heavily broken, even though you followed the recipe to make the cake, your cake didn't turn out like you made a turkey on accident. You just feel like you got to apologize. Sorry, I'm here. Everything is going to go wrong because it's happening. You know what I mean? You just grow up with that. I don't feel bad about it. I'm pretty used to apologizing for being alive at this point. In the age of smartphones, rote memorization doesn't make sense. None of it does. Standardized testing doesn't make sense. I've said that. I agree so hard. I've said it so many times. I I would 1000% rather my doctor whip their phone out and Google above my body to make sure, as opposed to being cocky and being like, I'll just depend on my infallible human memory. I'm sorry. No. No. Absolutely not. Nope. Check. Please triple check for me before you do anything to me. I would love for you to do that. Please do that. Pitsy, isn't that crazy? That's such a good question. How do you set up standardized testing when you don't have standardized teaching? It's impossible. Like, it is set up state to state. However, the problem with states is one school in the state has 200 kids total. It's insanely poor. And then a couple towns away is a AAA high school, sponsored by Nike, a filter school to the NFL, same state. And I don't think I have to tell any of you that there's probably, you know, varying degree of education quality between those two schools. Source, I went to the small one. My first chemistry class, my teacher had to teach herself chemistry in front of us. That was my chemistry class in high school. She was not a chemistry teacher. She was an English teacher. My school couldn't afford a chemistry teacher. And it's like the state, if you're good in sports, you get a lot of money from the state, basically, at least in Washington State. I don't know if that's every state in America. Pretty sure it is. Valeria, I mean, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but I would much rather a doctor willing to just, I mean, it's not even admitting. We all know human memory is bullshit. Like, you rewrite memories all the time, depending on who was talking to you at the time. What they say can rewrite memories in your head. Like, I don't want some cocky ass motherfucker being like, I have a flawless memory. I don't need to check it. Check it. Do it now. You have a phone. Do it. I'd much rather someone check. It's safer. What about all the times you don't have access to the internet and you don't have a calculator in your pocket? That is never happening in a hospital unless it's literally the apocalypse, in which case, I mean, more than math skills are out the window, right? Hospitals, I mean, it's tech. Each patient room in Hopkins has at least 3 computers alone. Each patient room, 3. So unless we're in an apocalypse, there's going to be somewhere in a hospital, I'm saying. On the side of the road, all of that kind of goes out of the way because even if you can do mental math, you can't do an MRI with your hands or your eyes. You can't do a CT scan with your hands or eyes. You can't do an ABG test with your hands or eyes. You can't do a blank insert here. Lots of things are missing if there's no computer, probably. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even if I could do the mental math, I wouldn't touch you because I haven't been able to look at any of this, any of the true what's going on inside of you. What's going on with your blood or your bones or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when you're in a car accident, we put a neck brace on you no matter what. Because in the field, I don't know if your neck's broken. I have no idea. I know your car was upside down, so I'm going to put a neck brace on you. But I don't know. You could, so the logic of like, well, what if you're in the wilderness? Okay, we've got more things to worry about if we're in the wilderness thinking about mental math. Probably. Respiratory therapist. They can do a lot of what I do, though. We're pretty similar. I've known field biologists who spent 3 months in the deep jungle. Oh my God. Did they have an amazing time, though? Probably so many mosquitoes. It was probably horrible, but wonderful. I think that was sarcasm on all the teachers that told us, you're not always going to have XYZ in your pocket. Oh, I love it so much. If that was sarcasm, I'm sorry if I got super specific on it. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep very much last night. My brain's a little slow, so that's on me. If I didn't catch the sarcasm, I apologize. But for real, though, like, how many times, like, do you think these teachers are sitting retired in a house somewhere just like, God damn it, they got calculators in their pockets now. Shit. You're not just going to have a calculator whenever you need one. Oops. Despite the swamp ass, yeah, I've heard, like, I've watched documentaries of scientists going in the jungles and photographers, and literally it's like every inch of their body is just covered in mosquitoes all the time. It's so scary. Do you really? Oh, infirmary. Can I ask what you do for the hospital? Just curious. I'm always trying to tell my chat, like, the variety of people working in hospitals. Because, you know, I'm sure you know, if you work in a hospital, we're all nurses. Everyone's a nurse. Everyone's a nurse. You got scrubs on? You're a nurse. You're wearing a white jacket, though. Probably a doctor. Nurse. Like, they're just, but really, there's so many different specializations going through a hospital at a certain time. Shut the fuck up. You built Epic for oncology. Oncology was my second department, unfortunately. It wasn't a pick. No one picks oncology. Just so people know, I'm not like a psycho. It wasn't a pick, but it was. I worked in WICU, and WICU was the Weinberg ICU, and oncology was on top of it. So if WICU wasn't busy, I'd work in oncology. Oh, peds. Oh my god, my heart for you though. You build the Epic software though? That's really interesting. Epic's amazing. As someone who's had to struggle bus, I've worked at many different hospitals. I've been across the US. I've had to struggle bus through some ancient goddamn hospital software because they can't afford to update to anything. Oh my god, Epic is so good. It's just like, oh, if you could just show these hospitals what they're suffering through, it's incredible. I used to date a girl whose job was to supervise the sterilization of equipment. Oh, dude, that's a rough job. I have other friends who are the dishwashers, others who are orderlies. My cousin's in stores. He just brings drugs from here to there. Dude, I mean, most hospitals, I've said this before, are a mini city. I mean, if your hospital, as long as you're not working at, like, I've worked at tiny community hospitals, they're still kind of like a mini city. But these big hospitals, like, you know, Virginia Mason, Johns Hopkins, the Mayo Clinic, they have their own bank. There is a bank of Johns Hopkins. They have their own bank. It's not a credit union of anyone else. It's just Johns Hopkins. Like, they are quite literally their own cities. They're pretty wild. Maybe works with Meditech, and maybe learning Epic. I think I worked with Meditech for a while. I've worked with Cerner, and there's one that I can never remember the name of. It was so old. I mean, it was dumb old, but I worked with Cerner, that really old one. I think I've worked with Meditech and Epic. Epic's incredible. Epic's epic. Peds is tough, dude. I'll never. I worked at the tiny community hospital I worked at. It was, it, in my experience, anyways. And again, I'm respiratory therapy, but the smaller the hospital, the more likely that you will have to work with, like you working there, you get all patients. So the bigger the hospital, they tend to specialize. So like at Johns Hopkins, I never ever treated anyone under the age of 13 because I was adults respiratory. Whereas there's pediatrics and neonates, which is like a whole different tower, and that would be a whole different team of RTs, different boss. We never even saw him. Like that was a different place, so I didn't have to do it. But the small community hospitals, it's everything. And had a couple of kids die, and never again. I will never work in peds again. Like that was the worst. I don't have kids. Not I like kids. Like I'm not like a a bleeder over kids normally, but holy shit, the people who can work in peds and neonates their whole life are a different species of human. I don't know how they do it. Are they really small? I'd love to see a hospital in a different country. It'd be so interesting because even in just this country, they're all different. Every hospital I've been in looks so vastly different on the inside and how they run and shit. Yeah, mini state is much cleaner and sterile. In certain parts, yes. Got rid of Meditech. I can't remember what we used for the lab because we did ABGs, arterial blood gases, and so we had like our own little lab for it, but I can't remember what the machine was called. It's totally out of my brain. Or what the software was called. All scripts equal horrible. Saorian, horrible-ish. Epic, I've only heard good things so far, so I'm really looking forward to getting into Epic. I just hope Epic is easy enough to support on the AT side. So far, what I really liked about Epic was they just got rid of a lot of the foobar shit. You know how a lot of the software previous to Epic, because Epic's kind of new, it was like nurses and respiratory therapists and oncology and the doctors, we all had the exact same charting. So like I would be able to write in one number and then I'd have to just scroll for 5 minutes until I found the next thing that was pertinent to me. It was like all the nurse and doctor charting shit in there. And it looks so clean and compact. And literally the best thing about Epic is any other hospital that uses Epic, you can see everything that was done there as well. None of it's held from you. Whereas, like, if my hospital was using Cerner and that hospital used Epic, I had to call someone on the phone and get faxes. Yeah, faxes in 2022. We fax still. But if everybody's on Epic, you can just it's all there. And it says the hospital it happened to, it says the whole staff. It's incredible. It's pretty nice, like how fluid it is. It was all scripts. Yep, it was all scripts. Is that one really old? That was the one I used at that super, super small, scary community hospital. Epic hired at my college. Some of my friends got hired right out of college. It's becoming kind of the new thing because at first, and I'm talking years ago, hospitals in the US liked to, they'd never say it, but they would, kind of hold all the patient information because, then it's their patient, it's their customer. And if the patient went somewhere else for something and that somewhere else called, they'd be like, well, he needs to come here himself and get the paperwork in person because HIPAA. And then they'd get him to come back to the clinic, kind of like that. And so people were I can't think of the word for it. It's not like stonewalling or whatever, but people were a little touchy about being able to access other hospitals' information. And HIPAA's a real thing. Like if you're not my patient or if you're my patient, but I'm looking into history that has nothing to do with breathing or anything respiratory, that's a HIPAA violation. I can get fired on the spot. So I get it, but if you're dumb enough to not look into what HIPAA is and get fired for it, like, that's not my problem. Stop looking at shit and, like, where do you get the fucking time? I've seen people fired for it multiple times, like, just reading patient charts that are not their patient. What the fuck? You're that bored? Like, you didn't go get a fucking magazine from the lobby or something? Like, anything else to read about? It's weird. Cerner probably used to be good, but leadership destroyed the company and support teams became complete shit. That was exactly what happened. Honestly, my mom and my biological dad, they were respiratory therapists way back in the day. They used Cerner, and they said Cerner was the best. But the problem was something happened with the company, and just there's no IT anymore. Like, there's no support for it. So if anything goes wrong, they just, like, the hospital that I used Cerner at was so annoying because they would make us paper chart as well. So every single patient I did a vent check on or anything, I had to paper chart it all and then open up Cerner and chart it in Cerner because they didn't trust it because it would fail all the time. It was terrible. This was only like 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. I don't know. What year is it? Yeah, like 7 years ago. Not that long ago. I've been in peds for 14 years. Jeez, that's intense. And let me tell you, that was a very dark time in my life, dude. Death documentation. I can't. I could draw you an exact replica of the eyelashes of the last child I watched die. That shit hits. If for anybody wondering, children shouldn't die. I don't think I need to say that. And when it happens in front of you, something very intrinsically human breaks in your brain forever. Because, you know, that's not supposed to happen. It's the worst shit. Never again. I can't. I know I can't. Like, maturely, I know I cannot be a good respiratory therapist in those situations because I would fucking cry. This is a fun statistic, CK. There's a direct correlation between hospital mortality and or complications. And if the hospital's missed a coffee delivery, we do run on caffeine. Also, they still make everyone work 12 to 48-hour shifts, which are universally proven. And, you know, there are journals have been printed saying no one wants the doctor on hour 47. But no one gets to choose if you get a doctor on hour 1 or hour 47. Or a respiratory therapist on hour 1 or hour 12. And it's all money. It's because if you make people work 12-hour increments, you only have to pay benefits for 2 employees in a 24-hour period. If it's 8 hours, you have to pay 3 employees in a 24-hour period. And that's too much. It's all at the behest of the patient, though. It's horrible. I will straight up say, I am not as good of a therapist on hour 12 as I am on hour 1. Big shocker. Oh my God. Or if they scream it at people in lobbies. My hip up! Aw, we probably need to take a break. Holy shit. We super need to take a break. I'm so, like, I'm like in that weird daze because I think I slept like 2 hours. I just couldn't go to sleep. I don't know what it was. Probably because on 420 I got, you know, super stoned. So my brain's a little fucked up. I didn't even realize my coffee's cold. Let's take a break. Every couple of hours, I highly encourage you all to stand up and get your circulation going. Blood clots are bad. Sitting is bad. It's good to stand and get your heart pumping, even just for a minute. Get some water. Always pee after sex. UTIs are the leading causes of death in the elderly. Shocker. There's a giant spider on my wall and it's not mine. So, there's that. Just a huge male jumping spider. He's staring at me. What? Go get fucked or eaten. They're so big here. It's crazy. Jumping spiders in Colorado are the biggest I've ever seen anywhere. I love jumping spiders, but never have I seen them. I mean, they're as big as a quarter. Like, their leg span is as big as a quarter, easily. A jumping spider. Like, harmless jumping spiders. They're just huge here. It's wild. There's one chilling on my ceiling it's coming towards us. I'd show you, but you'd just be blinded by whiteness. I don't think you could even see it, but he's big. Okay, there's so many medical people here. I just have to tell you my last night at Hopkins. My story, because it's good. The chat's heard it. It's horrible. It's not good. It's horrible. Shouldn't say that. It was just like, you know, the perfect last night. Of course, I had a patient die like right before I clocked out. So if at Hopkins, anyways, at my hospital, if you let your patient go, unplugged Nana, as I like to put it, the RT and the nurse in charge of that patient, you do all the paperwork, toe tag, and take him down to the morgue. So me and my friend take him down to the morgue. It was a friend of mine, the nurse. He was a really cool guy. We worked together a lot. And I go to push Miss Cook, I'll never forget her name, into the morgue. And the morgue is very not like you would think. It's literally like a walk-in freezer at a fast food restaurant. It's big enough for maybe 2 gurneys, and then it's got some shelves, and that's it for like parts for pathology. And so I push her gurney in there. No one else is in there. And I look on the shelves, and there's like all these little bundles on the shelves. And it took me like what felt like minutes, but was probably a few seconds before I realized it was like 9 dead babies on the walls. Like we had just had some run of something horrible. And I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. But, like, what a fucking last night. Let me tell you, that was a bad one. Since the new bathroom got installed, I've been used to being able to be this clean whenever I want. Oh my god, do you love it, though? Do you feel kinda, like, spoiled or like a rich person? Like, I'm shiny and squeaky. Maybe it's the weed. Honestly, I really thought the amount of weed I smoke in here would make it so wild spiders would not wanna come in here. 'Cause of smoke. Dude, he's so big. It's wild. But, they don't give a fuck. There's jumping spiders and little spiders in my house all the time. Honestly, I mean, I'm in a pretty open space. I'd have to smoke so much weed to hotbox this room. I'd probably die. Like, more than I did on 420. That's how much. This room is really big. I'm against a corner. After working 7+ years officially at my hospital just last week, I finally got to go into our morgue. Oh, shit. County morgue even, a lot smaller than I expected. They're really small, huh? It was way smaller than I ever expected. I've been to it, but I remember the first time I went to it, it's in the basement. And Hopkins is really creepy. It's got all these underground tunnels that they look like subway tunnels. They've got tracks and shit because we send laundry out under the city. It's very weird. Like I said, Hopkins is its own little city. So under all the medical part of the building, there's all these tracks where you just see like little sentient carts taking laundry places. And that's where the morgue is. You got to wheel gurneys down there. And it's really small because pathology takes them out so fast. And, you know, if we don't, I got hair on my mouth. Normally, you don't do an autopsy unless it's requested or if they die within 24 hours of admission. And it's not because we unplug them or release them. That's the only time you do an autopsy. So they're usually processed pretty darn fast. And by processed, I mean given to a funeral parlor to be respected and buried. Jesus fuck. 2 people. That was all mine was. At Hopkins, it was only 2 people. And let me tell you, I definitely saw more than 2 people die at night. Exactly. I mean, you can't have a space big enough for a fight scene in a hospital because you'll have one. Honestly, some of the cardiac patient rooms were so big. It was wild. A place like Hopkins is pretty old, so there's a lot of towers that are really old and a lot of towers brand new, and the cardiac unit's relatively new, and those patient rooms are huge. They look ridiculous. I mean, honestly, because the bed is just tucked in a corner, and then you've just got enough room for a whole other room there. It's really weird. And it's honestly, it's because of ECMO. In case you need to do ECMO on a patient, you need room, and I've told you guys what ECMO is. It's the 2 big old hoses like this big around jammed up under your ribs to bypass your lungs. It's gnarly. ECMO is a Hail Mary. If there is a Hail Mary, it's ECMO. But the machine's pretty big, so I think they have to be big enough to hold that, I think. But they're huge. The amount of spiders you own, your house is probably a zen zone that they can just sense as a place of respite in the world of fire. Honestly, yes, probably. They're probably like, well, all these ones are here. Can't be that dangerous. And there's fruit flies because my geckos eat like that it's like a fruit paste basically. You just add water to powder, but if I don't get it out the next day, fruit flies, and I think the spiders eat them. It's great. I'm all about it. He's just looking to get fucked. Dude, life support. Oh, I don't know if I'd call ECMO life support. There's like no treatment plan for ECMO. It's like this is just personal experience. Whenever I've seen ECMO go on a patient, it's always, we don't know what else to do, and their lungs aren't working anymore. ECMO. Like, that's it. That's all. I mean, that's the only time. Heltar. Oh my god, that's so long. I love you in this community. I wish I could have been around his office. Oh my god.
The world is burning. If I can see you once a year, I'm a happy clam. I love you, and I'm just happy you're alive. Seriously.
If we've survived, that's it. The fact that I haven't gotten COVID is a miracle. Like, we're here. The world is chaos. Be kind. That's all. That's it. Cheers to that bullshit. I'm a respiratory therapist that smokes a lot of pot. I don't know if I mentioned that. Yeah, so if you're wondering what ECMO is, it's ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. So essentially what happens to some people when you are really sick, we just say you're very sick. In general, everything's kind of going wrong. You can get this thing called. I've talked about atelectasis. You can get atelectasis, but also your lungs can become so rigid that I can't expand them anymore. And that's what a ventilator does. So, as a respiratory therapist, that's what I went to school for, was ventilators and learning how to work them perfectly and make you breathe. But even if I could shove air into you, your lungs can rip. They can pop. Like, you can blow someone's lungs out. And part of what we learn, and really, I think it's like the main focus of ventilators to this day right now, is the pressures of what's going on inside your body while I'm ventilating you. We set a bunch of alarms on ventilators so that your pressures never exceed a certain number, because that's one sign of a disease manifesting or something happening, is if I see your pressures gradually going up, even though I've changed nothing about the volume or the rate of air being blown into your body, something's going on. And if those pressures just never go down, obviously I have to stop ventilating you because I can rip your lungs open. So in young babies and very little children, one thing we'll do, I think it's just called a jet ventilator or something. I don't even know. I don't work in peds, but we will vibrate you. We'll shake the baby. Literally, we put them in a bed or some sort of mechanism that shakes them because we can no longer expand your lungs. So we're hoping to get adequate oxygen transfer in the alveoli by shaking you. That's how desperate we are. With adults, the shaking doesn't work as well. We've pretty much said we're never going to do it to adults. And so we have ECMO. And what ECMO does is it's like two hoses, I'm not shitting you, they're about this big around, go up under your ribs and straight into your heart. And it's kind of, it's looks similar to like dialysis, but for your blood for oxygenation. Because I can no longer ventilate your lungs in any way, shape, or form without ripping them open. Now this machine is going to be your lungs. But it's so creepy because I worked night shift. Y'all know that. So I'd walk into my patient's room to do a check on the ECMO and the vent machine, but it's dark, it's night. I don't have to turn the lights on to do a vent check. Most of my shit's by listening and feeling. And your leg would brush up against one of those hoses, and they're hot because it's your blood coming out of your heart or going into your heart, and it's the most eerie, creepy sensation ever. I did not like. But ECMO is pretty fucking hardcore, dude. I've seen people come off of it, but it's kind of like coding a patient. Like, when we're at that point, you're that sick, you're never really going to recover all the way. Most of the time, families are like, let's let them go. Bodies are weird, but they're kind of miraculous. Like, your body can heal itself pretty fucking incredibly well all on its own if you just like give it the time. The problem is that a lot of society and just people in general, like the way we live, is this binge purge lifestyle where, whether it's eating healthy 5 days a week and then binging 2 days a week, or, working 5 days a week and then sitting on a couch 2 days a week for 48 hours. We live this binge purge lifestyle, and that is not very good at all. Like, there's no balance in it. And your body has a homeostasis. Homeostasis. I've talked about that before in my channel. You have, like, I always represent it as a box. And, like, your health can be anywhere in that box, and your body won't try to correct anything to try to fix it. However, if for some reason, like, your temperature spikes or something and you're no longer in these healthy modes, your body will do weird things to drastically try to bring you back to homeostasis. And if you live this binge purge lifestyle, you have no balance, you have no homeostasis, and those types of people that live this type of lifestyle are much more likely to get long-term illnesses, long-term sicknesses, because they're just not as in tune to their body. They don't know when they're sick or when they feel like shit, because they're kind of doing this like work, slug, work. And I used to do it too. I hated it so much. It was really bad for my brain, but it's not great for your body. Time to get DNR tattooed on me. You have no idea how many nurses I knew with DNR tattooed on them. I've heard I have no idea if this is real, but I've heard it doesn't work. I've heard having DNR tattooed on your chest is not an advance directive. However, almost every nurse I worked with over the age of 40 had DNR tattooed on their chest. So I don't know if it works, but people are so desperate not to be coded, they get it anyways. Dude, bodies, I mean, it's incredible how well they at how well we can fix ourselves. And where I was going with the binge purge lifestyle is the chronic abuse is where we can't heal our bodies. So, and by chronic, I mean chronic, literally the definition of chronic is you're doing something so often that your body doesn't have that refractory period in between to heal. So, i.e., with pot. If you're smoking out of a tiny one hitter or a pipe and it's really, really hot smoke hitting your esophagus over and over and over again, that mucous membrane will never have a period of time to shed dead skin cells and repair itself. It's similar to like sunburning your skin. If you go in the sun every fucking day and you never wear sunscreen, your body doesn't have time to fix the skin. That's how you get skin cancer. Like if you, but it's just it's that constant like chronic damage. It's the same. You could do it with working out. It's the reason why you need rest days. So when you lift weights or run or work out, anytime you raise your heart rate and work your muscles, the way you build muscle is literally because when you worked out, your muscles tore. Like literally they tore apart and your body uses proteins and all the yummies we eat to mend those muscle fibers and they grow bigger and bigger. It's like scar tissue forming kind of like same concept, but it's muscle. However, if you are like doing the exact same workout every day at the exact same like super intense pace, your body will not repair those muscles. It's going to focus on like keeping your bones alive and shit because it doesn't have time to repair the muscles. Does that make sense? Like you're never giving it that time to rest, like true rest. Yeah. Well, the thing about it, I hate saying it because I don't want to scare anybody, but advanced directives kind of don't work if anyone in the room doesn't like it. And I've seen that at quite literally every single hospital I've ever worked at. If a 98-year-old woman dies, meaning your heart stops, medical death is your heart stops, and her son is in the room and he says, save her, we don't wait to pull up the computer and pull up your advanced directive. We will get on the chest and start coding you immediately. And it sucks. It's horrible. But I mean, you have no idea how many people I've seen stuck on a trach because we're not, I mean, obviously you're not going to wait to pull up the advanced directive because they'll die. Like you got to lay on the chest right away, like immediately, you know? The cult of CrossFit. Oh my God, I can't. That's literally the problem with CrossFit. I mean, Judy, you couldn't have pointed it out better. You guys, I bitch about CrossFit all the time. That's literally the problem. It's just that constant abuse on your body on the same muscle groups over and over and over to where even if they mend, they're not going to mend as much as they should, which is why all these people in CrossFit get massive injuries because they have no rest. Come on. I'm queen of no rest, by the way. Just in case anyone's like, Katie's sitting here like preaching rest, but she doesn't sit down for more than an hour at a time. 100%. However, I just do different activities each day. Some people will say like activate different muscle groups, whatever. As long as you're not attacking the same fucking muscle every goddamn day, that's the most important. It doesn't mean you have to run and then lay on a couch one day. Rest day doesn't mean be lazy. Rest day just means do something light and different. You don't have to sit still. I physically can't. I would die. Very eager for you to just go away. I mean, maybe. Pound on me all you want. If you wreck me, I just want someone to cut up my brain for fun. I mean, I'm donating my body to science. Take it. Do something with my body. I can't fathom the idea of just being buried and not going to use. Like, I've worn sunscreen every day for like 20 years. My skin's got to be worth something to somebody. You're also not supposed to do the kind of exercises for speed. Oh my God. See, and I don't know. I'm not a I run. It's anxiety. Like I run. I guess you could call me a runner. I don't race. I just run. That's it. However, I've seen some of these CrossFit kids like doing pull-ups as fast as they can. I'm sorry, why? It does include rest, but for fuck's sake, it becomes such a mess because everyone pushes everyone to do more. At one point, I was doing 3 back-to-back workouts a day. Why do you think that happens though? Because I mean, honestly, like outside of the hospital, I saw so many people with CrossFit injuries all the time. And it was weird because they would hurt themselves, but never stop working out. Like they were like, well, I pulled my shoulder, but like my trainer gave me this cool CrossFit. Like, I'm not even kidding you. It was my HR at Lowe's came to work with like some energy drink that was CrossFit specific that had protein molecules in it that was going to heal his fucked up shoulder. And he just kept going because they said like, if you stop going, you'll never go back. And it's not going to heal. It's just going to be the same. Fight through the pain. And I'm like, what? You're not being paid to do this. You know that, right? Like, you don't have to. Like, that's what I want to say to them. The lift it with a jerking, twisting motion. And I think that's because they try to do it as fast as possible because there's a lot of, like, CrossFit competitions and stuff. And I'm not against competitions. But, I mean, anyone with common sense can look at a CrossFit competition and be like, we probably shouldn't be doing speed pull-ups. Maybe. Slower motion build muscle and endurance, and it's better at fat burning too, 100%. Like everything about slow, steady, and paying attention to your form is overall better for you than fastly doing a pull-up. By the way, I cannot do one pull-up. I just have to put my shame out there since we're being hating. Dude, that spider's on my ceiling. It's so big. Just a jumper. I don't need to be the best working out. Me neither. I'm not competitive though, BDO. I've never have been. Like I did when I first started running, I did a couple 5Ks because I was like, I want the medals. Like they looked really cool. I hated it. I don't like being around that many people running. It's like being in heavy traffic, but worse because there's strollers and shit. It was terrible. So I just backed out. And like some people will be like, you're not a runner if you don't race. Go fuck yourself. I'm not competitive. I don't care. I run because it's solo. That's literally why I do it. Why? Because I wasn't a pussy, and that's quotes, by the way, if anyone's not watching. I was in SOF at the time, and it's just constant dick measuring contests. I see that alone would have chased me out so fast. No shame. That's just me personally. Like when I walk in a room and get a competitive like vibe from anything, I immediately am looking for excuses to get the fuck out. Just because that personality type tends to be not my favorite. I don't know. I don't want to be mean. To each their own. Like it doesn't mean they're bad people. It's just I love to hear about people's successes and what they're doing that's cool in their life, but like that don't be a fucking pussy, man. You can fucking do it mentality is I'd be like I'd literally crumple on the floor and be like, "Would you like to see my flapping labs? Check it out. It's a little wet cuz I'm sweaty. Look at my pussy." Like I would be very harshly sarcastic about it. I don't give in to that kind of pressure. I go the opposite direction and just get worse and worse and worse. Like I'd lay on the machine they want to work out on. It's terrible. But I have 3 older brothers who are toxically masculine, like to the brink. So I have a lot of practice with those kind of meatheads. You don't scare me. It's terrible. And I don't think most people that are like sucked into the toxic masculinity shit even know. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I don't think it's malicious. I don't think they're aware. I think it's just something you get fed into. It's kind of like you could compare it to like the makeup community. Like you might start watching some makeup YouTube videos because you want to learn how to pluck your eyebrows, and suddenly you are putting on like, you know, the lacquer and eyeliner and fake eyelashes, and suddenly you feel like you can't leave the house without that shit. Like it can, because at first it's fun. Like everybody likes to work on a project, whether it's themselves or something exterior. Like it's fun at first, but it can become very dangerous, very fast, and very unhealthy. And then you kind of, I think you get stuck in it a little bit. I got called a pussy in junior high when I chose soccer over track to do as a sport. I just wanted to do more than just run from one point to the other. You got called a pussy for choosing soccer? Whoever called you a pussy, I challenge them to play any position that's not in the back and play one game. I would love to see how long they last. I would love it. As a left forward, I would fucking die. Show me you can run for 2 hours. I want to see it. Show me. Show me how I'm a pussy for saying, I'm going to run literally nonstop for 2 hours and like spray water up my nose. Or I'm going to sprint 100 yards once. Not any hate on track. Like I'm a sprinter. I love sprinting. Like, it's a fun sport. I think they're both fantastic sports, but how dare you? I think there's value in both. Go fuck yourself. Honestly, they complement each other. I love people who tell me that soccer players aren't athletes. I mean, I feel like a lot of especially in America, there's a lot of places where they just don't even offer soccer because it's like a European sport. All them faggots are playing soccer. I'm gay, so I played soccer, I guess. That's what happens. You know what I mean? I literally, like, half the world doesn't even have soccer in the US. It's very strange. And all they see is these famous soccer players, like, getting, like, brushed with hair and falling down and claiming a yellow card or something. That is pretty fucking dumb. I don't know why that happens. I still, to this day, it's embarrassing. Stop it. Because we have such good cameras and such good slow-mos now that everyone can see that nothing touched you but one bang of hair and you crumpled and grabbed your eye and you were like, I've been hit! Like, that's every professional soccer game. So I get it. Like, they're pretty terrible to watch. But if you've ever played a game of soccer, it running for 2 hours and never stopping is fucking hard. In no way does it ever get easier. I never felt good at the end of a game. I was always like, I have stitches on both sides and I'm every game. But you keep going back because it's fun. And I was big and I got to kick people. Yeah, exactly. And also, let's see them sprint. I want to see them do track too. If you're going to sit there and say one sport is pussyish over another or vice versa or whatever, A, do you do either? If you do, you're an asshole. B, if you don't, you have to do them first. You have to come play a soccer game and I need to see you do some sprints and then you can say whatever the fuck you want. Go for it. I was forced to do sports because my family was neurotic about all the girls being fat. So we were like, it was like, you do sports or you do sports. So I did every fucking sport ever and I was miserable and I hated every minute of it. However, if anyone comes after sports, go fuck yourself. It's always labor intensive all the time. It's terrible. There's a reason those people have abs. The amount of puking that happens. Oh, dude, where I grew up when I was like younger, I lived in Snohomish, Washington State. Doesn't mean anything. If you've heard anything about Seattle, it's rain. It's just rain all the time. And in the fall when you're playing soccer, there's a fuck ton of rain. And we played at these fields. I can't remember what the fields were called. It was like literally 20 soccer fields next to each other. It was like an old farm someone had donated or an old airport or something. So it was just a shit ton of soccer fields in this one area. And when it would rain, everything would just be flooded. So when you played soccer, you'd kick the ball and it would go 2 inches because it was in water. Like, it wouldn't go anywhere. But the sheer amount of floating vomit. Like, that was the time of year that I noticed it for the first time because I was like, why is there corn in the puddle? Oh, there's more. Oh, like, it's so much vomiting. That's why they give you snacks in soccer because everyone's puking all the time. But I mean, nobody can run that amount and flop back and forth and shit and not puke. I'm a dude, I've always hated that shit. My guy friends are all people who aren't toxically masculine. You're lucky that you were able to identify it because I try not to fault, like, all of my male family is insanely toxically masculine. Like, for lack of a better term, I don't know what else to say. They're nasty about it. And I try not to fault them for it because, like, I don't think they know. I think they just say words. Kind of like when I was in middle school and everything was gay. I don't think they know. I think they get, like, sucked into it because of the environment. Like, for instance, my dad works construction. All my brothers work construction, and there's not a female on site. It's all men. So there's, like, no one to point out, like, hey, maybe that's a dumb thing. Like, it's all just a bunch of guys, like, testosteroning together in the rain and mud with, like, power equipment. So I can see where that enables it heavily. Like, not by anybody's fault. But, like, if it's a friend of mine, I'll point it out. I just don't understand why people would think running for 2 hours is fun. It's not. It's like the running for 2 hours is like one of the downsides to it, but I got to kick people legally with pointy shoes with cleats on them as hard as I wanted. It was condoned violence against other girls. Like, that was it. I still to this day miss the feeling of fucking brick walling someone because some people can't juggle a ball and look up. and you just sucks you didn't look up. Poosh! That feeling of just like the dead weight. There's something about it that felt good. I don't know. So it was like, sure, the running sucked, but it was all worth it to be able to do that a couple times. Oh. Probably the only reason I stayed in most sports. I mean, today I run in the mornings, but I don't run for hours. I run a couple miles because I'm anxious, and that's how I get some of it out in the morning. But it's not because I'm sitting there like, wow, I sure do love this activity. Nah. But if I don't do it, I'm a fucking mental mess all day. I've seen puddles save goals, 100%, dude. Oh, the goalie was always like standing in a 2-foot puddle because they sit in the same area, so they'd like dig themselves a hole. My knees would wave little white flags and vacate my body if I ever tried even a fraction of that run. You know, my knees are probably destroyed because of all the soccer I played as a kid. Football, for those of you who aren't subjected to this country. We had crawdad holds in our home field. Oh, fuck. Did you ever, like, get your, like, fall in one and hurt your ankle? That would be my worst. I mean, if you've ever been just running through a field and gone, you know, even if it's not a hole, if it's just a step down further than you thought it was going to be, your ankle is just, oh, been there. It's a horrible feeling. Cheers. Let's cheers. I just saw that. Sorry. I was talking too much. When I was an athlete, I could run all day. I think I'm better at, I don't know. They say like some body types are better at like endurance running and some are sprinting. I've always been pretty mediocre at both. I don't know. I don't know if I have like any aptitude for it. It's free. I don't have to join a gym. I can wear whatever the fuck I want and I can do it any time of day. Even my doctor's been like, I'm not going to tell you to stop running because no runner stops running. It's like, yeah, that's probably smart. Well, if it's a friend, it's because I care. If I don't know you, like, having a confrontation with you isn't worth it because I'm not really invested in your welfare. Like, I have sympathy for you, but I'm hoping someone close to you has more. When I ran, it was mostly for the destination, really. I mean, I run in a circle. I do. Oh, Banana, you might have been the one that taught me about progressive muscle relaxation years ago. I don't know why that's like flagging in my head. Yes, I do it almost every night to go to sleep. It works. I mean, it's the strangest thing, but it fucking works. Oh, I'm sorry, newbie. I'm an idiot. Hi, Ziel. How are you, love? Which part did you never hear, Knives? Which part? I don't remember. I don't remember. What did I say? Cheers. Sorry. I'm not even high. That's probably why. No, I'm tired. But I knew if I didn't force myself to get up and stream, then my sleep cycle would never be fixed. Like, you got to get tired to go to sleep early. This is what we do. I'm resetting this shit. Fuck it. Cheers. Yeah, like, well, it's not that you're better at it, but like, my foot doc in Baltimore, what he told me was people who just naturally have shorter, stockier legs and a longer waist, it is healthier for them and they tend to have a better aptitude for sprinting because they have more condensed muscle mass that has more of a burst to it, I guess. Like if you look at like a short, tight spring versus like a long, lanky spring. And he told me that people like me who are like all legs, we're lopers, like we shouldn't be sprinting because we are more likely to do damage to our knees and joints or something like that. We're built for long distance, slow, steady running. And by built, I mean it's just less damage on your body. I don't know how legit that is. That was years ago. It's like a drive-in movie size ClassyKatie. Oh, God. ZL, you know what I used to do? What I do, honestly, if I put Twitch on my TV, and I'm no way saying you have to do this, but it works for me because I can't stand that either. If I put Twitch on my TV or something, I pull up chat on my phone or on my iPad. Like, I won't have stream playing on my phone or my iPad, but I have chat there just to type and respond. Because I cannot, like, if any of you are chatting in my chat regularly with a goddamn controller, you're a god. How? Never. Never. I got to be able to get, like, I think so fast. I got to be able to type fast. Sprint, let's go. Run a mile, no thank you. And see, sprinting, like, I think I would never, if I chose sprinting or whatever as my exercise of choice, I would never do it because it's such a short activity. I'd be like, now what? It wouldn't, and that's just like my psychosis. In my mind, it wouldn't register as something worth it. Instead, I'd be like, instead I'm going to set aside this 45 minutes to run 5 miles. Like, I've set aside time. It's an activity. I don't know. That's just me though. I'm a little crazy. You know this. Ultra marathoner. I don't know, dude. That's crazy talk. Trail running is super fun, but most trail runs are ultra marathons. If you guys don't know what an ultra marathon is, that's an actual term. Those are marathons that are like 50 to 100 miles long. Yes, they're real. I don't know if I want to do that. Even if I could. It's like a drive-in. Oh, how does it look on a big screen? I'm always wondering how my resolution is because all I see is like the little box on OBS. I think it's good, but I never know. I'm built for no running. Nobody is. That's what my doctor told me for real. Like, for real. He's like, humans shouldn't run. Like, ancient, we may have done it to track down meat and shit. We shouldn't do it. It's terrible for our bodies. And that's why he's like, but I'm not going to tell you to stop running because no runner stops running. Because I shouldn't say we. Most people that just run casually like I do, I run in the morning. I'm not looking for weight loss or muscle mass or like better running times or anything. I do it literally for like mental. He's like, most people like that aren't going to hurt themselves, but you can accidentally go for too long. And it's just that constant, it's like extra wear and tear on all your joints versus walking. Because usually when you run, you kind of do a hop. So not only is there a step and a bend to the joint, there's that jamming, which is why running on asphalt and shit is really bad for you, right? Yeah, asphalt. Yeah, the physics of it makes sense. I just don't know how legit it is with human bodies. I'm not a bone joint person. I'm a belly button up girl. I do know that my knees are fucked, but that was from a treadmill. Treadmills are the devil. I have short legs and long torso. I'm supposed to be a power athlete. If I was to be an athlete, apparently my genetics agree. So you might be onto something there. I believe it. I mean, I'm all legs and I can run forever. Like I make myself tracks because I will go too long and I know it's bad for me. I do have a bad knee. But I can just I don't really have like a finite end, but it's because I'm not like pushing myself to run some ridiculous speed. I jog. I go jogging on the trails and things. Sometimes roads if I must. Yeah, me too, Knives. I've always been a jogger. Like, if it's a short distance, like if someone's like, race you to the bottom of the hill, I'll fucking race you to the bottom of the hill. But most of the time I jog because my brain. Like, there's a hair on my nose. It just floated on me. Is a top ultramarathon runner? No shit. I read a book by an ultramarathon runner. I'm trying to remember. It was literally like over 10 years ago when I started running. I can't remember. It was about like that barefoot running kind of trend back in the early 2000s where this tribe of native people, I believe in South America, somewhere in South America, I can't remember where. There's a fucking hair on my face. We discovered this tribe. We, white people, whatever, they were discovered, and they naturally run for miles, like all the time. They just do this, either barefoot or they make themselves like thong sandals out of tire rubber, and they run for hundreds of miles. Like these people today do this. And so this guy studied them, and then he's an ultramarathon runner and applied it. While I never want to do an ultramarathon, and what he did is insane, I really like reading about people's passion about stuff like that. There's a hair on my face. I'll never understand running for fun. Anybody that says they run for fun is lying. I'll stand by that. It might feel really good right after the run. I run for the feeling after the run, and so I can eat whatever I want. That's literally why I run, and my brain. Like I'm just high, So if I get my run out of the way, I tend to be just a little bit more mellow during the day. but also I can eat whatever the fuck I want. I don't want to think about what I eat. Also, I shouldn't. Again, the numbers. I get a little weird. The toe run strike. Yes. Yep. The toe heel. Yep. And honestly, like what I got out of that book, even though I don't trail run, I do I wear to this day and highly prefer zero drop running shoes. And they're better for me. Like my knee has improved miraculously. Like exponentially since I started wearing zero drop shoes. It's kind of amazing. Melody.
That's all, baby, and I'm gonna fucking eat it. Thank you for the prime sub, love, and thank you for subbing to the class, giving the classy love, and giving an 8 essence wings. I appreciate it. How are you, love?
Nah. I mean, there's things about the run that are pretty. Like, I always see wildlife. Like in Maryland, I'd see foxes and shit, which was cool. Or like when I lived in Bellingham, the loop I created would always end at the bay, or it was halfway at the bay. So my loop, literally, I would loop at the bay. So halfway through my run, I could just stop and be on a beach looking at the Puget Sound and just stand there, and there'd be seagulls and mist, and it was gorgeous. Like, there's always something about the run that, like, when I don't want to run, I'm like, yeah, but you're gonna miss that, and that makes me go, even if I just walk that day. Running for endorphins and metabolism, probably. Seriously, like they say. I mean, that's probably totally true because they say that they say I'm not an expert on the chemicals of the brain, but I've read and been told by many therapists and psychiatrists that they say anxiety, the stem of anxiety and depression is the lack of all those happy chemicals like endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, whatever. And exercise fucking jacks that shit off in your head, man. It's like a load being blowed on your brain. Just physical exercise. I might be addicted. But hey, if it makes me act more normal and feel better, why not? It's brain cum. It really is. I mean, I've never thought of it, but it kind of is. It's like a little cream pie for your brain of just like, you don't have to get up every 30 minutes. You can get up every 2 hours today. Yeah. 100%, man. If I get, like, I'm bipolar, but I never remember which type it is. It's the manic bipolar. I'm more manic than I am depressive. But even though I'm medicated, you can still get kind of sad. Just even if I don't want to go on a run, because sometimes like I've had anxiety that is physically crippling where I can't move. Like it's so bizarre. I know it sounds crazy when I say it, but I've literally had panic attacks in the middle of a run where I can no longer pick my legs up. They feel like cement blocks, and it's horrible. And even on those days, like going out and doing gardening, like garden work or yard work, just like fucking digging a hole in some rough ass dirt and getting my heart rate up and shit makes it go away a little bit. Like, even if I don't run, I'll just go dig a hole and destroy something. Like, sometimes you just need to destroy something beautiful. You know what I'm saying? From Tim Minchin, but it's correct. Hey, we don't steal anything. Everything's been said before. I firmly believe no idea can be stolen. I mean, is there an original thought anymore? I don't know. People that are jerking off about their original thoughts need to get their shit together. Imitation is the highest expression of adoration. Isn't that the saying? Something like that. Big's Backyard Ultra is a race that doesn't end until only one person's left running. 35 people start, have to maintain about 4 miles per hour, and they go as long as it takes. So what's the average? Do you know, like, what's the average? Like, how long it takes? Like, how many miles? 100%. My solution for serious anxiety and shit was to just put my body under strain until it had to stop focusing. I do the exact same thing. Oh my God. And I had to focus. I've literally couldn't say it. I'm going to read this again for those in chat. I've said a form of this, but this is worded so beautifully. This is exactly why I do anything that's like physically straining to my body. My solution to serious anxiety and shit was just to put my body under strain until it had to stop focusing on my inner hellscape and had to focus on what's happening to my body. And then the endorphins afterwards, the positive self-esteem, self-image improvements. It's a great start. Cheers to that. I couldn't say it better myself. It is seriously, I've said what I usually say is I run because running is never fun, but it causes enough physical pain to my body that I stop being a torrential fuck storm upstairs for a few minutes. And it's worth that moment of just all I'm thinking about is inhale, exhale, step, step, inhale, exhale, step, step, or whatever my breathing pattern is that day, depending on where I'm running. Like, that's all I can focus on, and that is fucking catharsis. Cheers to that shit. I'm not saying it works for everybody, and I'm not pushing exercise or anything. I do it for my brain. I don't care how well my body works if my brain wants me to die. And that's me personally. Take your joy and cheers. My chat just refreshed. Why? God damn it, I was in the middle of reading one of your guys' posts. My chat just decided to refresh itself. I despise you. Stop it. Jimmy Carr, I didn't see this one. Jimmy Carr was trying to go on about brain chemicals to a bunch of comedians, and endorphins turned quickly into indolphins and then to brain cum. You know, I kind of did picture it like my brain had a spout hole. Thank you. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. It really is. And it's even better if you're willing to say you did it. Like, I always try to source or cite someone. But honestly, like, who the fuck is original in most things these days? People have been around too long. We're at the end of peoples. You know what I'm saying? Not like the immediate end, but like the inevitable. We're not on the uptick. I think y'all know that. Physical exercise also works out the stress hormones that build up from anxiety conditions. 100% real. I didn't know that when I started running. I wasn't even in medical school yet. But it's totally real. The reduction in stress hormones is like turning down the dial on your negative stress. It literally is. It's like turning the dial down on someone's stereo that was playing very, very loud mumble rap. 100%. So since we're all science today, fuck it, my brain's on that route. When you are anxious, stressed, you have that feeling like you're tired, but also super like jittery, and you need to get up and run away from something terrifying near you that no one else can see. That's usually caused by cortisol, which is a hormone released by the adrenal glands, which are two little fatty floppy bitches on top of your kidneys. And it's a very important hormone. It's vital to human existence and the preservation of the species. It is the hormone responsible for fight or flight. So, say something is chasing you in the woods and wants to fucking kill you, those stress hormones give you an extra oomph to go a little bit faster and a little bit longer. They give moms the oomph to pick a car up off their kid. They give oomph to a lot of very scary situations that people survive, and you're like, how? And it was because this hormone just pushed them that extra, whatever. Unfortunately, and this is theories that lots of people much smarter than me have covered that I read about a lot in college, is that because we live in a world where we don't really have anything on a regular basis that requires a cortisol hormone. Like, normally cars aren't falling on children that you have to pick up. It might happen once in your life where you're very thankful for it, but normally it's not happening. Whereas, in primitive days, it was probably you were running from things constantly, so you need to depend on this release and then expenditure or use of the hormone, i.e. running or whatever. The problem is we don't have an outlet for it anymore. So a lot of us live a very sedentary lifestyle. No shame. It's our jobs and lives. That's America. That's the world. Like, fuck it. I like sitting. I get up a lot, but I enjoy the sitting seconds. Because of that, we can get conditioned to react to a fearful stimuli the same way that we should react to something chasing us in the woods, i.e. like failing a test in college. To us, that is the same fear as being eaten by a T-Rex. Like, because of the money implications and your family and your education and your future and blah, 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 blah. Like, we have all this shit we put on ourselves. It releases the same hormone, but that hormone doesn't do anything good for you when you're failing school or something. Like, all it does is cause, jitteriness and anxiousness. And I always described it as, it feels like it doesn't feel like, I know there's a black widow crawling on my body and I'm trying to find it and everyone in the room is calling me crazy and they say it's not there. That's anxiety to me. Like, it's this impending doom of death that is so fucking obvious to me. No one else can see it. And so you just sit there like, I'm sweating. Like, everything sucks. Why is no one else afraid? And one of the number one ways to deal with this, if you're dealing with, if any of this sounds familiar or you're dealing with this, there's a giant spider on my wall. It's so weird. First off, go see a doc. Like, the hardest part about asking for help is the call to the office. But in case most of you didn't know, the vast majority of health professionals are in that job because we deeply, deeply, deeply want to help you. And most of us have suffered a lot in our lives, therefore have unending, overflowing empathy for people in pain in any way, shape, or form. Granted, there are assholes. We've gone over this. In every area, there are assholes. And if you don't like your doctor, therapist, so on and so forth, fire them and get a new one. They are your employee if you're paying them. Period. End of story. If your employee wasn't doing the job they were being paid for, would you continue to pay them? Probably not. Be your own advocate. Please talk to a doc. I did. It saved my life. I got on antidepressants. I don't think everybody needs antidepressants. However, someone of my tenacity needed something to slow me down. But one way to metabolize this cortisol, because what can happen is if you live in a constant state of anxiety, which means something in your immediate environment is triggering enough of a fear stimuli, meaning it's making you, and by fear I mean it's not like a phobia, it's something that makes you feel unstable. We could talk about it in terms of dogs. Dogs get aggressive when they don't feel stable, they don't have an alpha. If you don't feel financially stable, romantically stable, so on and so forth, you can be releasing this hormone all the time. And at a certain level, it can become caustic to your arteries in your blood. It starts to make your heart rate and your blood pressure rise. It starts to release plaque going on, which can cause heart attacks and aneurysms. It can do all sorts of horrible things. Literally, the number one way to metabolize it is getting your heart rate up. That's it. I don't even want to say exercise. It is elevating your fucking heart rate. That is it. It metabolizes it because your liver filters poisons out of your blood. That's what your liver does. It's like what its job is, which is why it dies when you drink a lot. And if you fucking give your body the ability to circulate your blood at a little bit of a higher rate than normal, i.e. raise your heart rate, you're going to get it filtered a little bit faster through your fucking liver. We just had a break, ma'am. We're having a very serious discussion about livers. She's going to claw the fuck out of my shoulder. Ma'am. Oh, off. Ma'am. Tenacity is a good word. You don't hear it enough. Tenacious D, but that's about it. Ma'am. Stop. Oh, love them. Love them. Which is what bothers me about this whole doctors are just doing it to get paid and they want you to stay in the hospital as long as possible to get money. Who the fuck says that? I will come at them. Oh, we want you out. If anything, we turn you over a little too fast. My fuck. They don't want to cure you. They want to keep you sick for money. That one I can't say totally no to. I don't think there's a they want to keep you sick. However, everything's driven by money. Everything in the world, like medicine and otherwise. And heart surgeries make a bank fuck ton of money. Paying a doctor to talk to you about preventative, lifestyles to not need a heart surgery makes zilch. And that's real. And so, unfortunately, until we can get someone to just dump a bunch of money into researching preventative care and pushing that, we're seeing pig valves and pig hearts being used and all that, which is amazing. But it's not like humanity is just suddenly getting heart disease out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, not my area of expertise. I've just seen a lot. I know. Turns out being stressed and using the body's emergency coping mechanisms all the time is not good for you. Weird. I mean, but nobody, we're not given any of that, though. I try not to fault people, because when was anybody taught anatomy unless you went to medical school? It was like, the knee bone connects to the other bone. Like, I only knew there were two bones in my forearm because I broke them. Before that, I was like, there's got to be one. It's got to be one, right? It's two. A skinny one and a not so skinny one, and they make like a bow weird. It's weird. But like, I was never given a fucking human anatomy class. Ever. I never even got a health class, to be honest, but I didn't get to go to big schools, so. Dylan Moran put it best. We don't need more people. We're very overly stocked on ourselves. I like that. Overly stocked. We're on the only species. We are the only species the planet is actively telling to fuck off. It's like walking by the beach and seeing the ocean spit up whales onto the beach. Can you imagine? I don't know. Pandas can't fuck anymore. That's pretty weird. But other than that, I can't think of another animal that's straight up annihilating itself. We're just a plague. I've said it for years. I love certain people. However, the public is a goddamn plague. Hello, Mr. Fox. How are you, love? You actually had A&P in high school? I wish. That would have been, it wasn't even offered. I was given life science until I was a junior in high school, and that was it. That would have been really cool. I knew a lot about that stuff simply because both my parents were medical. So it was like, part of life was just hearing medical stories. So I already knew a lot, but I wish I would have been given, I mean, how do you expect an average human to just take care of themselves when you didn't even tell them what's going on inside themselves? Like, we're a very complex machine. We can't fault people for fucking it up if they didn't even know how to change their own oil or whatever. You know, I don't know a better analogy, but you know what I mean. Heart problems aren't because no one told them what to do or take care of themselves. It's because people don't care and they want to be sedentary and eat bad food to the point that preventative medicine is literally pharmaceuticals because no one wants to change their behavior. It's like, I used to work in a pulmonary clinic. I agree with you, but on the flip side, I don't think anyone's given time to do, like, this is just personal experience, but I've heard this is really similar in like clinics. So I worked in a pulmonary function clinic for a while, which is basically where you go as an outpatient. You go to like check your breathing if you have a restrictive disease or an obstructive, or a lot of people who are, you know, morbidly, meaning like the amount of fat that is accumulated on their body is crushing their organs. That's what morbid means. I'm not trying to be judgmental. Fat is fat. I've got fat on me too. When you're morbidly obese, you'll come in because that's a restrictive disease. Like when you have that much poundage on your lungs, it can be restrictive. And so I'm the respiratory therapist. So when a patient would come in, I would go get them out of the lobby and I do all the tests, which would usually be 45 minutes to an hour and a half of them sitting in a glass box and me, you know, just coaching them through various breathing stuff, nothing too strenuous. And then they would go see the doc. Then they'd go in the waiting room and then the doctor would come get him. So I was given 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And, you know, between like half of this is me typing, so I get to talk to them. The doctors were given 15 minutes face to face with each patient after those tests to completely interpret 45 minutes to an hour and a half of whatever I did with them, which could be various things, and do all of that. And that's all hospitals will allow them because it's administration. I honestly, like, I've worked at a lot of just different hospitals across the states, and from what I can just like in general gather, administration has a lot of fillers in their face and really nice cars and stuff and like Louis Vuitton heels. And I know for a fact that every time I walked into a patient's room, if they weren't my regular patient, it cost $2,500 just for me to walk through your door, and $6,000 a night. And I didn't see that fucking money. I barely made $20 an hour. I think it's kind of like a mixed bag. You know, like nobody is going to completely alter everything about their everyday life from a 15-minute sit down with a pulmonary doc. Because what can he say in 15 minutes that's going to convince you or like just help you? It's one thing to be like, you need to change everything about your life. It's another thing to be like, you want to sit down and like look at your daily habits and then see what maybe we can switch up a little. Like in 15 minutes? It takes me long to brush my teeth. It's crazy. But that's like everywhere I've been. And I think it's like really, oh, you work at a nonprofit? Dude. Oh, I've never, I mean, Technically, Hopkins is nonprofit, but we all know what that. We all know how far that goes. Because so many people need appointments. Oh, I wish. Wow, years? Holy shit! Wow, that's insane. Wow. So what you're saying is universal healthcare wouldn't hurt the actual medical professionals, only the admin staff. You know, if I had to say, I'd say universal healthcare wouldn't hurt anyone but insurance companies. They'd hurt real bad though. 2 to 3 years to get a fucking. I mean, that sounds like England. I have a lot of my friends are from live in the UK, and that's what it sounds like because they have socialized medicine, but obviously it's like a little. It's been fucked. It's been tampered with. And some of my friends, literally, I've known them for 7 years, and they've been struggling to get an ADHD diagnosis for the entire time we've been friends. And they're just getting it this year, you know, or like last year they got it. It's wild. I mean, I don't like. I'm obviously not a specialist on the ins and outs of the financial side of hospitals. However, I did work at a hospital where, unfortunately, it was terrible. It was like working in the dark ages. Every night, we had a giant sheet on a desk in our office, and we'd literally like with a pencil write down every time we entered a patient's room and gave them a medication, touched them, did whatever. And 2 hours before our shift was over, so like 4 or 5 a.m., we would sit at a computer and manually key in the item numbers for each thing we did to a patient. So I got to see what it costs for every fucking thing I did to a patient. And I also got to see what was $0. And everything that says $0 and it had this special symbol next to it was something insurance companies deemed unnecessary. It'd be things like a nasal cannula would be like complete, like it's not patient specific. They would say, we aren't going to pay for nasal cannulas because they are useless. That's what insurance companies say. Shit like that. It was horrible. And so what hospitals do in general is they take all the costs that insurance companies deem unnecessary, like oxygen, and they try to disperse it among everything else, which is why healthcare looks fucking ridiculously expensive. When hospitals, like most hospitals, don't make a profit, even though administration is making some bank. Hospitals themselves don't usually turn a profit at all. I feel like it comes down to money and time. People work all day for no monies, don't have time to truly eat healthy and take care of themselves, go to the doctor, and the cycle continues. 100%. I mean, it's definitely a big picture issue. Hard a big picture issue. Yes. I agree. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about like I never in my life want to add up how much money I've put into insurance companies I've never used. Like the amount of money they've just taken from me just in case I have an accident is pretty wild. And it's like illegal not to have it, which is also pretty crazy. Shame and eyes. How are you, love? Was he yogging? It's actually really warm today. It's like 70 degrees, 20 C. So when it's hot, they usually on the ground. What kind of system does an insurance company dictate what works and what doesn't over the training of the medical professionals? I might have a stroke if I tried to answer that one. I mean, you've heard me tell stories of how we have like cheated the computer to get patients the medicine they need because their insurance company says no. Even though the medicine we were about to give them is going to kill them, they'd rather the patient die than give them the same, if not cheaper, medicine. It's horrific. And we all the time, we'd have docs going in there keying in shit and like trying to recode the thing just because I'm not going to kill my patient. I'm going to give him the right medicine. Even if some banker at an insurance company deemed it unnecessary because it's expensive, go fuck yourself. My respiratory license is on the line. And that's my patient. It's a human being. Go fuck off. And they just don't, when you're that far separated, you know, you don't see humans. You see dollars. They both have running dreams, actually. I was gonna say it was him. He does it a lot, like, more obviously, but she has running dreams where her face like, twitches a lot. Please don't have a stroke. We don't need you like Anthony Hopkins in the movie where Brad Pitt. Oh my god, can you imagine? What was that? What fucking movie was that? No, it's not The River Runs Through It. That's the one where he's like brothers or something and they love the same woman or something. What one was that? I keep thinking of the Leo DiCaprio one where he almost gets eaten by a bear. It's not that one. The Revenant. It's not The Revenant. The Revenant's Leo. But Brad Pitt, way back when he was younger, he was in like a slew of like old timey westerns. I know I've seen the one you're talking about because I liked Brad Pitt's acting. I still do. He's pretty decent. Legends of the Fall, yes. And the cover of the film was like them like fly fishing. This was the Blockbuster days. That's how I memorized because names escape me, but I could get the cover of a movie. That was a good one. Revenant is one of my favorite and least favorite movies ever. It's so hard for me to watch because it's horrific. But some of the like aerial shots they get are so goddamn pretty. The other garbage the politicians and health insurance companies sell the public is that hospitals won't survive on socialized healthcare, yet most hospitals already do. Their biggest payers are Medicare, Medicaid, and Medicare, which are literally socialized medicine, 100%. Yes. And they fight it all the time. But I mean, as is, I think, across the board, not just with medicine, I think it's with like every job ever. The people in charge of making the big decisions don't know anything about what they're making decisions about, if that makes sense. So it's very vague. You know what I mean? It's not medical professionals making decisions about medical professional things. And it's not blank it's just some fucking old white person probably. Probably. I'm not saying guaranteed, but most likely because that tends to be who our country vote for. It's unfortunate. Did y'all see that Rudy fucking fuck was on The Unmasked Singer? That was fun. Hi, Lindsay. How are you, love? Socialist healthcare has two major challenges to be mindful of. Funding. Your right-wing asshole government slashes the funding, and guess what? Everyone can go fuck themselves. Nepotism. When the system is inefficient and underfunded, it encourages nepotism and cronyism? Is that just like fucking old people? So if you know the person who can skip you ahead of line for a liver or a kidney, you'll be fine, but everyone else can hurry up and die. That's kind of America right now. I mean, I feel like if you have enough money, nothing matters to you. Because you can just buy stuff. Like, nothing that normal people, like, normal, middle class, lower middle class people worry about, like, healthcare and stuff. It doesn't matter to people once you're over a certain limit because if I get in a car accident, I have to have health insurance because that would send me into so much debt I'd probably go to jail because I couldn't be able to pay it. Whereas if you're over a certain income, it doesn't matter if you have insurance or not because you'll just pay the medical bill with cash. So they don't care if we get socialized medicine. I don't know how to make them care. I don't know what to do. Does it? Oh, I'm so sorry. You want to know a weird fact? I have a fucking hair on my nose. It's driving me nuts. One of my poodle hair, they don't shed. But every once in a while, just one little hair, because it's like human hair, we shed a little bit. It'll fly off on them in the air, and it's like a fuzz off a Q-tip or something. It'll stick to my nose ring, and it tickles all day, and I'm gonna fucking rip my nose ring out. Until I was like 27, I'd never thrown up before. Fucking hair on my nose ring. Get it? I don't see one. It just tickles like crazy. And then I was in Seattle at my very first PAX. It was PAX West, and I was hanging out with a bunch of devs. And one of the devs, who was a friend of mine, was like, "I want to see ClassyKatie with no filter." And I was like, "I don't have a filter." And he's like, "No, really, no filter." So I was like, "Fine, challenge accepted." And I ordered like a very stiff drink and a shot of whiskey, and just did that for a few hours. Did I mention I don't drink? So at the end of the night, my significant other at the time was worried about me, so he took his toothbrush and put it down my throat until I puked. And ever since then, I'm just a faucet that loves to turn on. My stomach's like, freedom! It's great. I'm living my best life. Oh, that's because you had a mouth on your penis. Understandable. I'm all right. Oh, cronyism. Oh, it's like buddy buddy stuff as opposed to nepotism being family. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Thank you for educating. I love to learn new things. I don't know. The decisions they make are the literal death squads. I mean, that's the crazy thing. They look at the rate of people dying and they're like, well, if we tweak this, a few more people will die and we'll make a little bit more money because they'll be dead. Like, they look at those things and say okay or nay, which is crazy. I mean, they have meetings about that. Like, how many people do we accept just fucking dying? I can't. I don't know, man. I don't know the wordage. They can't say it like that, right? There has to be different verbiage or something. I hope. If the world was led by science and not politicians, some people would be real mad about women being able to get abortions. Oh, that's beautiful. God. I think it's pretty shitty that we still give horrible people any attention, but the people running entertainment see shitty people as a way to make more money because bad reactions. Isn't it wild? He's had his house like broken into that by the FBI and that big log thing. Like he's actively being like investigated for the insurrection of our capital, and they had him on a game show. It's like we're living a hell. We're living in a hellscape. These are things that I would have said as a joke back in the day that are happening. Hi, Robin. How are you, love? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Yeah, I don't know why I thought crony. I was thinking crone, which is usually what you would call like an old wise woman. So I was like, oh, old, because I think it's just a coincidence. I think it's because most of the positions in our stupid government are forever positions. So everybody in them has had them for 80 years, and that's the reason they're just like, don't mind the dust. You know what I'm saying? And at this point, they won't quit because control is a drug. Whatever false control they think they have. Rudy did see he did Masked Singer to show his granddaughter that she should try things that are outside her comfort zone. I saw that. I don't know if that was it. I'm biased. I really don't like Rudy Giuliani, so my opinion is probably horrifically biased. It sounds like something a PR person would make up for him. I've heard him speak. Like he's not eloquent in any way, and most of the time obliterated drunk. I don't know if he could get like those sentences out without it being on a cue card. That being said, I am fully admitting to being horrifically biased on the horrible human being. Not a fan of him. Not a fan. So that could just be my terrible bias. Like he's really just I live with her. But it's a wonderful thing to say. I mean, I hope his granddaughter honestly, I hope she doesn't know he exists because everything else he's done up to this point is pretty terrible. So, like, you know, if I handed you a bowl of Skittles and I was like, one of them is not poison, would you go for it? I don't know. I don't that's me too, but I'm admitting I could be terribly biased. Like he's a terrible person. I don't like him. But I hope for the good. I do too. I hope that like maybe like I don't know. I don't know what you would do. Maybe her parents like were like an angel dropped this message off in a crumpled piece of paper and it said the message but not who it's from or anything cuz she don't know who he is. Something like that. I don't know. Cuz everyone deserves to hear. Like I think that too. Like I would hope that if for some fucked up reason children got to my channel, don't tell me your age. You have to be 18 to be here. Otherwise, my mods actually have to ban you. So we're all 69. It's fine. Just stay that way. That maybe they take from this, like, hey, I can be silly and have blue hair in my 30s and still be okay. Like, it doesn't mean I'm homeless or on heroin. Maybe. I hope. I don't have kids of my own, but I hope maybe someone's like, all right, I can still be fun when I'm older. I don't have to have slacks or whatever adults wear. I don't fucking know anymore. Oh, God. I mean, 5 people died, but his granddaughter got a heartwarming lesson. For those who listen instead of watch, I am shrugging so hard it hurts. That's it. I hope for good. I do. I always hope for good. However, he's a piece of shit. Acceptable losses and risk tolerance, acceptable risk threshold are the technical terms for the life that are willing. Oh, is that really what they use? So instead of like death, it's acceptable losses and risk tolerance, acceptable risk threshold in terms of human life and death. Wow. I mean, I imagine you would have to change the verbiage because no one would work there if you were talking about how many people we allowed to die because we just don't want to pay out and the big guy needs his bonus this year. I mean, that's a fun thing. Every time I worked at a hospital, all of my bosses and administration would get a bonus every year, like thousands of dollars from the hospital. I never saw a bonus. I don't think one nurse has ever gotten a bonus in the history of time. Ever. 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 Not that I want one, but what the fuck are bonuses doing in a hospital? I'm sorry. What? Hello, Pagan. How are you, love? Acceptable mortality overhead. I watched a lot of people die, and that still makes me irky. Most medications and cures are made in nonprofit research hospitals that have nothing to gain by keeping people sick. 100%, yeah. It's literally like controlling the supply and demand of medicine with money. Like, there's no regard for people at all. Like, we have enough medicine in this country to heal everybody immediately. We have enough. We have plenty. We throw out so much medicine, you have no idea. It's hard to tell with people, to be honest. This horrible Trump-supporting crazy lawyer guy may just be his entertainment character, and he's a great granddaddy. I've thought the same. I've hoped for that. Honestly. Like, I'm like, I hope this is just a character, but also, if you're willing to play a racist, horrible character, even after your character caused death of innocent human beings protecting our capital, like, I think I still hate you. Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't like you. Job hunting? Fuck that. Ooh, North in the Woods? Fuck yes. I'm all right. I'm really tired. My 420 was the other day. You probably knew. I got insanely stoned. Slept for like 30 hours straight, and I couldn't sleep last night, so I'm running off like 2 hours of sleep. But I'm here, queer, and ready to be fucked. Ugh. Just resetting the sleep schedule. The first day is always the worst. They use this language to dehumanize it. Like, cops and soldiers don't kill people; they neutralize targets. Oh, I believe it. I mean, human nature is to not harm other humans. You have to change it. You would have to sleep at night if they do. I don't even know. It was just an act, guys. I was just like that on TV. I'm actually a really loving grandfather. I hope my granddaughter gets this message that being silly is fun. Bell to the bone. Bell to the bone. What the fuck? On that note, we need to take a break. We've been live for 4 hours, and if we don't take a break, and I don't run a manual 3 minutes of ads, Twitch will just flop them on chat whenever the fuck Twitch wants to flop its dick out, and I'm not okay with that. But I also am not okay with Twitch going down and, like, failing as a company because I work here-ish, you know, whatever. So break. I highly suggest you all stand up and stretch your dicks, pee after sex, wipe from front to back, get a fucking bidet. And when I say a bidet, I mean one of the $20 ones on Amazon, because this was recently brought to my attention. It's the most beautiful analogy ever. If someone took a dump on your hand and then handed you a dry square of tissue paper to adequately clean your hand, would you go about your day thinking, wow, my hand sure is clean? Nope. No. Also, why did you dump on my hand? I feel like we could have just talked about this. Welcome back. It is warm out. It's beautiful. My lord. It's so bizarre how drastic the temperature changes here. There's no in between. We never are like 50 degrees. Like, it's 70 or 10. I don't know. It's crazy. I got most of my MTG cards burned today, and told I own nothing, and I am nothing without my father there to say so. I have opinions. Someday, when you are less like murdery feeling, I would write up an invoice for that and deliver it with, like, serve it. Get one of those people that serve papers. Because that's real shit. And aside from, just the sheer nauseating act, the um the sheer dollar amount. If you've never played Magic the Gathering, MTG, holy shit. I wouldn't even want to know what my deck costs. Like, just the deck I use, not the boxes and boxes of cards that I pull cards out of to make the deck I use. I wouldn't want to do it. But if that happened, I'd be doing it real fucking fast. That's pretty... I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's a very evil act. It never makes sense. Bad things don't happen to bad people for some reason. That being said, Jimmy Kimmel did a really funny skit today or last night about how Trump's skin looks a lot like honey ham. And then, like, he would zoom in on a picture and be like, is it Trump or honey ham? And you could never tell the difference. So sometimes things happen that are deserved. Sometimes. Because for real. Yeah. Right, bump. Yeah, same. Oh, it was great. Apparently Trump did some interview with some guy that apparently likes him, but the guy called out that he lost the election, and Trump, like, stomped out like a child and was like, you're a liar. But in the interview, because Trump is all, like, fake baked tan, creepy looking orange, he's, like, sweating profusely. Like, it looks like someone's spritzing him or some shit, so it makes him look like either very undercooked fried chicken and or a honeyed ham. Piers Morgan, thank you, that dude. Yeah. Don't exactly pay attention to that dude much, for obvious reasons. He's also stomped out on interviews like a child. Not into the childish behavior as much. Piers Morgan, who's a twat. Yeah. I mean, twats among twats, right? Who's basically, what do they call it? What do, like, porn directors do in porn with lesbians that they think lesbians do in real life, but they don't do? It's like where they rub their vaginas together. It's not real, because anybody that's touched a pussy or a genital area knows there's a lot of bonage down there. Scissoring, thank you. Scissoring. It's like scissoring of the twats. Or tribbing, that's another one. Yep, I've seen both. I've seen both used, yeah. Stop it. The amount of pinching between the pelvic bones of the soft things, oh my god. Nightmares. Nope. Yeah, we shouldn't get this twisted. Piers Morgan is a supporter of Trump. Like, openly supports all of Trump's horrible decisions, is not a nice person. So it was two twats in a room, but, like, one twat got a little out-twatted by some ham. No, I totally get that. I mean, I hope you can get the fuck... I mean, that's abusive. I know I don't need to tell you that, and I know pointing out the obvious is not helping. I wish... You're a wonderful soul, and none of that was deserving, and I hope you know you didn't do anything to do it. I feel like anyone willing to do something like that to someone was just looking for an anger target, and you were an easy anger target at that moment. I hope I want you to embrace that and take that with your heart. Is he like a narcissist? I think narcissistic behavior tends to have, like, a scapegoat they go to all the time. Like, in the clinical explanation. Piers also fucked with Ben Shapiro at 1.2. Wow. Who's twatting right now? Oh my gosh. Did you see, like, Trump did an interview with Piers Morgan and stomped out like a child? It was just two twats in a room. But I used to scissor with my ex, and we loved it. Dude, I would never even. It would freak me out. I guess maybe because I don't have a puffy pussy. Like, and I know those are adorable and wonderful. There's entire sites dedicated to puffy pussies. Very jealous. I have just a normal one with bones. I'm afraid shit would get pinched. Like, huh? It's just a fear. It's just a fear. Because it makes no fucking sense. You're not even cutting anything at that point. Oh my God. I mean, when the fuck in life do you take 2 pairs of scissors and do this? You're correct. In case you need a good reason to hate him, before making the move into television, Piers Morgan, the man who interviewed Trump, supports Trump, is piece of shit, that was my insert, by the way, spent 8.5 years as editor of British tabloid The Daily Mirror. He was sacked in 2004 after the paper ran front-page pictures supposedly showing the Queen's Lancashire Regiment of the British Army torturing prisoners of war in Iraq. The pictures, which were sent to the newspaper and ran as exclusive, turned out to be fake. I remember this. And everything's terrible again. And this resulted in a front-page retraction and his termination. I needed to finish it. Sorry. My stomach dropped down my asshole when I read that for a second. Because I had forgotten and remember this. Fucking Christ. You know what's crazy, Ghetto? I didn't know who Trump was until he ran for president. I had like heard the name Trump like on hotels and shit because I lived in Baltimore. I'd been to Jersey, I'd been to Atlantic City, but I had no idea who he was. Never had followed a thing he did. It was quite a slap. Now I know a lot more than I ever wanted to know. The man who interviewed a honeyed fucking ham. And or very soggy undercooked fried chicken. That's what I thought it looked like, but honeyed ham works way better, we learned. I know, right, like take scissors, like why would you do that? There's no, stop it. Who the fuck has 2 pairs of scissors? I do, but I do a lot of crafting. I heard the noise. In case anyone hasn't been up close and personal with a vag for whatever reason, they don't look like scissors. They're not sharp. But we do have a pelvic bone. And like, you know, puss skin isn't exactly heart. It's delicate. A front page retraction, dude, it's a miracle he ever worked in the media again. I mean, doesn't he work for himself at this point? I don't think anyone hired him again. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember. My biomatter donor, that is my father. My sister and I call ours our sperm donor. It's cool. He died, but we still call him the sperm donor. When he gets drunk, he likes to remind me, I'm not the N-word of this house, you are, to which he yells at me at least several times a week. All right. First off, Savvy, I think about you when I'm sleeping. How are you? I love you. Okay. In no way am I a therapist. However, I have had extensive experience with people like this. And one thing that my therapist taught me that might work for you until you're able to get the fuck out of this toxic, poisonous environment is something that is very, very useful against narcissistic people. People who look for the scapegoat, like they're looking for a vessel. It's called gray stoning. Shut me up if you've heard of this before, but I've used it and it straight up works. Essentially, you make everything about yourself as boring as humanely possible anytime you're in the vicinity of that human being. And by everything, I mean your everything. For instance, if one of the wonderful narcissistic ass fucks in my life would start to come at me, what my therapist taught me is think about what the rudest thing you could possibly do is at that moment. Oh, sorry. Oh, you were talking to me? What's up? Sick. I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I actually have an appointment. Bye. It's literally, you be the rudest. You tried that and he knocked you the fuck out? Jesus Christ, call the police. Ew, not that they would do anything. Police suck. Yucky. I'm sorry. Thankfully, it was a woman for me, so I didn't get knocked out, and I'm bigger. But Jesus fuck. What a horrible person. I hope you can get out of there as soon as fucking possible. That sounds just horrific. Treat it like a slip and slide, just spread like butter. And see, that's where I think this is the thing. I've never been in like a super long relationship with a woman. I've been in a couple relationships with women, but they open their mouths and then it's all over. No, not really. I've just been in more relationship with cock for some reason. And so I feel like there's a finesse to scissor if like in a relationship with a woman where you've learned each other's speed and depth of hump and shit where there's no risk of like two pelvic bones pinching an innocent labia between them and ruining everything forever. You know what I mean? Journalism is the objective reporting of facts. As Orwell put it, the act of journalism is printing something someone else does not want printed. Everything else is public relations. Oof. Oof. Hi, penis. How are you, love? Morgan replaced Larry King for a bit, but was canceled. Oh, I forgot about that. He totally did. It was literally for a couple months, wasn't it? Has been accused of sexism, walked off set on his current show. That's the one I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Defamed Meghan Markle, openly mocked Chinese people. Sounds like Trump. And still has a spot on Good Morning Britain. Wow. No wonder everyone I know in England doesn't watch any of the fucking news. They're all terrible and horrible. Like, they don't have anything that I've heard of. Please correct me if I'm wrong. No innocent labias were hurt in the production of this scissoring. That is the best thing I've heard all day, because that's just an eternal fear of mine. I've never even... It's not like I have, like, fucking meat curtains. This has never happened to me. It's just a fear. I think it's because in the porns, and I know you've all seen them, any porn that involves scissoring, they are so rough. I mean, we all know porn is pretty exaggerated, and like most porn is pretty fucking ridiculously exaggerated. But anytime there's lesbian anything, like, they make it so exaggeratedly rough. I'm like, no, thank you. Ew, penis, I'm the same. I didn't sleep last night at all. I couldn't sleep, like, at all. I just stayed up reading a book. What constitutes as an innocent labia in the scissoring environment? I think if it's if the labia has consented to be part of the lovemaking, the fuck, if you will. I don't think lovemaking is the thing. The fuck. And it gets harmed, i.e. pinched between two pelvic bones, moving at opposite gyrations. It was an innocent lab. It was there for a good time. All it wanted to do was look pretty, fucking slide around, have a fucking party. It leaves with a blood blister. No, please, Jesus. What? Most problems with lesbian action is like they're trying to start a fire. It's because, I mean, anybody that's had sex, and no shame if you haven't, like, you have a very clean genital area, keep it that way. Sex is the stuff that feels good often has the least amount of actual motion happening. Like the least amount of physical anything. So to put something on film and have it come across, they have to exaggerate everything. I think that's my theory, why they do it. Because other than that, I just am like, little baby lesbians are going to try that and they're going to end up hurting. Hurt. Ouchies. Not to discourage experimenting, but Jesus fuck. Exactly. It's like soft, that's what I would assume. Soft, swirly circles, not like, my butthole puckered. Everyone hates Comcast. I don't know how they still exist. It's amazing. America's a ridiculous place. Ghetto, same. I'm not a scissoring expert. I've never done it. Been with women. I just never approached it. I was like, not something I wanted to do because it looks horrible in porn. That's what I was saying. Like, there's probably a lot of people who have no idea. Like Blurry was saying, Blurry's done it in a consensual relationship and it totally is awesome. But I think like in a relationship, as is most things, you learn like, you know, the rhythm of your partner and there's less likely to be accidents. It's like kissing. When you first get with someone, you knock teeth a few times, but then you get it. How the wait, what is that word? Ahagao face was born in Japanese hentai. They had to exaggerate something. I don't. Not a consumer of hentai. Educate me without putting anything in chat that will get you banned, i.e., a link or a picture. Experimenting gently is seriously. I mean, I feel like I don't need to say that, but being gentle is important. You never know. It's when girls stick their tongues out while crossing their eyes. Wasn't that like a scene emo selfie thing back in the 2000s? I haven't seen that for years. But that's where it came from. I didn't know. That's funny. In January, I bought a Wi-Fi pod because I thought I needed to Wi-Fi mesh. Turns out the non-refundable 120 Wi-Fi pod only can handle a tenth of the download speed, and it was $120. Why can't it be returned? Make them. Do I need to Karen? I can Karen on the phone. I wouldn't. I mean, post poor people. I had no idea. That's interesting. Well, Glut, did you see, like, a couple people got, like, 3-day bans, like, community members in Zach's chat, for just posting links to something that was happening in a video game, and it was funny times, and so now I'm like, I don't want anyone to do anything innocent and get in trouble because of me. So just so you guys know, not to chastise, just, I know I talk dirty, I just don't want you to get in trouble. Is it very prevalent, like, in selfies? Just two clits consensually kissing, trying not to bruise each other's vagina teeth. Oh my fuck. That sounds tumultuous. I mean, I'd have to be doing it with someone I trusted. Honestly. Not that I fuck people I don't trust. I've never had a one-night stand. No shame on them. I just never have. Scissoring is not the go-to for most queer folk. I know, but hey, if you have huge nails, then it's a decent option. Amen to that. Who the fuck wants dragon lady nails in their poontang? Again, soft places and sharp objects. Nope. No. Ugh. Everything hurt inside. What if one fell off? Ugh. I need to smoke more pot. I'm not high enough for that conversation. I need a bowl. Everything hurts. Acai penises? I don't know what that means. Acai is a berry, though. Please don't explain it. I don't want people to get in trouble here. If you really want to do something that has to do with the penis and you own one, I'd suggest you look down at it and say, thank you for allowing me to urinate freely all this time. Appreciate you. Dude, long nails are the #1 place on your body to harbor, like, funguses and bacterias and all sorts of things that cause diseases. I know I say that all the time. But it's true. Gorilla Glue, brought to you by nobody. Mountain Man, actually. No, it's not Mountain Man. Medicine Man, excuse me. Yeah, honestly, I think trimmed, cared for fingernails and toenails is just a part of hygiene. But that's me. Every time someone has long fingernails, they're always got a little shit under them. Having short nails makes washing hands so much easier in the food industry and more. I mean, if you work in a hospital penis, it's pretty much like the food industry. But it's regulated by law. We are not allowed to have fingernails past the edge of our fingertip because it's been proven time and time again that underneath your fingernails not only harbors copious fecal material from your own asshole, but funguses and dead skin from you itching, scabs, blood. Like, we scratch a lot. a lot. And the more fingernail, the more space for a party. Think Osmosis Jones and the pimple. He sounds like is he Jesus? The devil wouldn't do that. He doesn't have the time. Jesus, maybe. I don't know. I'm just kidding. He sounds like a douche. I'm fastidious about my fingernails for that very reason. Now, I need a lady friend, but that's too much work. Women are a lot of work. We fucking nutballs, man. Can't even fight that one. Cuckoo. It's like, I feel like dating a female is like getting to know two different people. It's just too much work for me. I have a vagina. I'm self-dissing, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. In my bowl, it was resiny and gross on my finger. Ew, ew, ew. Ew. Yuck. The Gorilla Glue hairspray. I think it wasn't hair. Did she think it was hairspray? I thought she didn't have gel. And she was like, Gorilla Glue probably works the same as gel. And put it in her hair. If I'm remembering incorrectly, please tell me. It was a while ago. I file my nails a lot. Like, I don't let my nails grow long enough to get a clipper under them. You know what I mean? I have nail files in every room of the house, at least like 3 different nail files. Because I just can't. It's probably from working in medicine and just being repeatedly told over and over how fucking filthy fingernails are. You just can't even handle it anymore. I'm married, and the idea of even trying to emotionally deal with another person, let alone physically, makes me too tired to move, dude. Fucking men. Amen. Like, all the respect to people who manage healthy polyamorous like relationships. I cannot fathom fully emotionally investing in more than one human being at a time. I can barely do it to myself. How, though? Imagine having children. Holy shit. My parents had 8. No wonder they're insane. Was trying to find a substitute for the hair gel Gorilla Snot. Oh, no. Oh, I mean, I felt horrible for her. The world bullied her just like they did the lady who spilled McDonald's coffee on her lap. I felt so fucking bad. Like, the moment it happened, I went after my chat. I'm like, did y'all know that the lady who spilled coffee on her lap actually had 3rd-degree burns and had to get thousands of dollars worth of plastic surgeries, and McDonald's covered none of it? I went, that shit it pissed me off a lot. But same thing happened to this girl. People started, like, saying she's an idiot, she deserves to be bald, and all this stuff. It's like, no one deserves to be bald. Are you kidding me? People have been using Elmer's glue to glue up mohawks since we started mohawks. Like, that's very common. If you're not like a crafter and you're not fucking around with glue all the time, innocent mistake, my dudes. We might take it for granted that we know what Gorilla Glue is, but I glue heavy duty shit a lot. That just sucks. I think actually she won the lawsuit and donated all the money to a wig funds or something like that. Dude, 7 kids? On purpose? I shouldn't say that. On accident? Fuck that. I grew up in that size family. It's too much. I'm case in point. It is too much. You want to know how many of my 8 siblings I speak to? And I think that's more than any of them talk to. It's too many. Stop it. Stop it. It's too many kids. There's no way you can acutely love that many children at a time. You can't. It's impossible. Walk out of the shower, slip on the soap, fall into some pussy. I mean, maybe it was like you were looking to like... What if you were just like having one of those jerk-offs over the sink and like someone knocked on the bathroom door and you like turned around and your wife was doing yoga naked? Oh, I can't stop. It feels so good. And we're pregnant again. Thanks, honey. Hail the Sun Warrior position. I don't know yoga. I'm sorry. I do DDP yoga. Cheers. Cheers. It's 420 on the East Coast. I don't know if I said that. It's happy 420. Cheers. Did you hear the seed pop? That's what happens if there's a seed in the weed. It goes pop. Really, Jackie? It's really sad. It's not, and I don't know about you. I'm assuming it's similar because I've heard this from multiple people. It's not that we hate each other, but when you live in the same house, under the same parents, you're kind of on the same team. And that's the thing you have in common. But once you all move out, we have nothing in common at all. Like, I have nothing in common with any of my siblings at all. We are so fucking vastly different from each other. So there, we have nothing, like, we have no common enemy. You know what I mean? Really, the only time we talk is when something happens to my youngest older brother. Then we all like team up. Like, all right, what are we gonna do about Corey? What are we gonna do this time? Like, that's when we get together, and that's it. Or if one of us dies. Yes, I remember the time my vagina got caught in the vacuum. You mean the time the vacuum assaulted my precious, precious kitty? Yes, I do remember that day. I will never vacuum naked again. Not that I encourage that behavior, but I had to go to work and I didn't want to get sweaty in my scrubs. Shut up. The Bible says don't waste your seed. I mean, if you get that there Ouija wiper and scoop it into your puss, it ain't no waste. Knives. Have you never heard this story? Oh God, it was tumultuous. It was so frightening. In my old house in Maryland, it was like a 3-story townhouse. And it was those narrow, like, spiral stairs that basically go from the basement, middle floor to the top floor. And I worked night shift. Duh. And so it was one night before work. I wanted to vacuum the house for some reason. I don't know, because I'm neurotic and vacuum a lot. And so I wanted to vacuum the stairs. And so I got out, like, the hose attachment. And our vacuum just had, like, this little, like, buddy you would carry behind you. And I didn't want to go to work in sweaty scrubs. It was like summertime humidity, you know? And so I was like, fuck it. Like, I'm already naked. I'll just vacuum and then I'll take a quick rinse off shower and put my scrubs on and go to work, right? I dropped the hose while vacuuming the stairs and the hose went straight up on my fucking vagina and I ripped it off and screamed. Never again. Never again. Never. I screamed so loud. It was not a fun feeling in any way, shape, or form. I do not suggest. Do not do. Yeah, that's the end of that one. That's the moral. Vacuum with panties. I think it's because I had the hose, like I was yanking the hose really tight to try to like get that, you know, it's like that last stair. You don't really have to go far enough to go back down the stairs to like pick up the body of the vacuum, and it slipped out of my hand. It was just like, whoop. Terrible. It was a terrible time. No, I got it off fast enough that there was no damage, just fear for a bit. Lots of vacuum fear for a bit. I don't even remember. I tweeted it. I don't even remember what I tweeted, but it was just so matter of fact. It was like, I was today years old when I learned you shouldn't vacuum naked or something ridiculous like that. I don't even know. It was so weird. But never again. Never again. What if some Ultra Juice Dyson grabbed hold of a nut and just slurped the fuck out of it? Here's the thing. It doesn't matter like what the suction is. Look at the texture of the end of your vacuum hose and tell me if you want that on your soft, precious skins. Because it's like sandpaper, but all the grains. It's like not a good time. And most vacuum hoses actually have bristles on the end nowadays. This one did not. However, it was very rough. It felt like gravel like was launched at my pussy for a second. Suck gravel. No, it was nothing like the movie Super Soaker in any way. It was more like a horror movie with a snake or something and some unsuspecting dumb naked girl. Like, you know when you watch a horror movie and you're like, why is she vacuuming naked? That is the dumb. Nobody does that. sometimes you have limited time and you want to vacuum before work. Never again, but sometimes. It's like cooking bacon without a shirt on. Thank you. It's the exact same thing. Like, you might get away with it. Should you risk it? No. Grease burns suck. Oh my fuck, Amber, can you imagine? Like, honestly, if it had the bristles, it wouldn't have been able to suck onto my vagina. That might have been my vagina. Your vagina's inside your body. It wouldn't have been able to suck onto my pussy if the bristles were on there because it wouldn't have been able to make a seal. Might have been a better plan, to be completely honest. Viata, I hit it. I did it on time with a new bowl. I'm an adult. It's not true. It is not worth the emotional damage around your vacuum. But, like, it's one of those moments where, like, I had to tell my friends. I can't keep that to myself. Nobody was home. I was alone. I think the dogs were in the yard. Like, it was one of those moments where something horrific happens. You screech out loud on the stairs. You look around. You're like, I'm naked and afraid. And alone. Must tell someone. You can't live those experiences alone. Ghetto. Thank you, but also aim higher. I know I'm 6 feet tall, but there's higher. I'm a mess. DJ, holy shit.
Yeah, but look at the cute babies and hot wife that pert little ass retained for you. I almost said detained. The fuck? Hail the dank lord to that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you can't. It's like, if you keep it to yourself, it becomes shame or shameful. Like, it might, something like that, like getting, crabs or something like that might become shameful. But if you tell people, now it's fucking funny. I mean, I knew it was funny. It was hilarious. To me, it was horrible. But if anybody had seen that happen to me, it would have been comedy gold. My fat ass on the stairs, screaming, throwing a vacuum away from my vagina. Stop it. Hilarious. You have to share those things with people. 100%. Oh, I mean, I did. After the initial, like, am I okay? Like, of course, I had to analyze, make sure there wasn't, like, rocks or dog hair stuck to my poon. Took a shower. Afterwards, I just sat on the stairs, like, tying my shoes, and I was like, that was funny shit. That was ridiculously dumb and funny. I think I was like, no one will believe me this happened. Like, no one's gonna believe this happened. I didn't even know how to tweet that it happened. I don't even think I tweeted the exact story. Because it's one of those things, just, it's out of a fucking Super Troopers movie. But it's real. And it happened, and it was terrible. You could detain my ass. I mean, marriage might be detainment. I don't know. Some people might feel that way. All right, Bill. I just kicked Bill's head, but it's her fault. She's under there. What are you going to do? She knows I recross my legs 20 times a day. I'm going to cheers with Viata and everybody that missed the 420. I packed a bowl of, if you're wondering, if you missed it, Viata, Gorilla Glue. It's really sticky. Like, hard to grind, almost. Have you ever had weed like that? It's like, so the opposite of the dry shit that powders. But it's really good. It's not like too sticky. But the first hit I took at exactly 420, a seed popped on cam, and I think everyone heard it. I saw the spark. It's not seedy weed. It was like one, a mystical one. It comes, yep, I had to pick up the lid of my grinder to regrind it multiple times. And look at that middle. This is what happens with sticky weed, my dudes. When we say it gums up, motherfuckers. That doesn't normally happen. Yeah, it's very gummy, but it's good. I like it. It's a really good strain. I don't see Gorilla Glue often. I see a lot of strains that have Gorilla Glue. I also have Free Mac. Free Mac was what I was smoking earlier. Free Mac, Gorilla Glue, and Lilac Diesel are three that if I don't see any strains that, like, grab my eye, inspire me, I'll always get those because they're usually there. They're really common and they're good. Did you hear it? Yeah, they're loud. I mean, they scare me, honestly, if you don't know what's coming. That's why I try to pick the seeds out. Just in case the seed popped again, figure, why not? Oh, I've seen Glue Sniffer. Do you like it? I've seen it at the dispensary. I haven't picked it up yet. October, aren't they the best? I have two. I have a pink one and a green one that I keep in my bedroom. They're just really hardy. And I like that they grind up more than just a bowl's worth of weed, so I don't feel like I'm constantly grinding weed all day. Because honestly, like, if you're like me, I buy my weed in bulk, so I don't have to go to the weed shop all the time. The more often I open the container, the more oxygen I'm introducing. It's going to dry out and lower the quality of the THC. So the less often I have to open it. Right? Ooh. I might have had White Alien. You know, I have never smoked legal weed in Canada. That's one place I haven't smoked it yet. I was just talking about this on 420. I was saying I live in Colorado now, and in my just opinion of my travels of legal weed, Colorado is the cheapest and best weed, legal, recreational, I've had, period, across the country. Like, the taxes on the West Coast are redonkulous to the point where, I mean, I went to, I think it was a TwitchCon because I was in California, and I went to buy weed with my friend Ginny, and I bought one pre-roll, and for just a comparison, if I bought a 1 gram pre-roll here, like a 1 gram, what do they call it, infused pre-roll, which means it's got like keef or something in it, it'll cost anywhere from $7 to $14, depending on brand or whatever. You can get a Snoop Dogg blunt for $100. I'm not even kidding you. It's ridiculous. They're not great. Don't waste your money. I got 2 of them. They were okay, but not worth your money. If you go, I went to California and I went to just, you know, an everyday dispensary, a recreational dispensary. 1 gram pre-roll was $40. And that was the minimum. That was like Shiza. That was not infused. It was asinine. Like, I remember walking away, I spent like $180 and I got nothing. But I was so fucking anxious from the con, I didn't care. I was like, you know, give me my medicine. Was that the TwitchCon? Was that the one in San Diego? I feel like it was. Because I think we went down to like the industrial part of the city to buy weed, and it was kind of sketchy, but it was fine. It's actually, I have a lanyard on my keyring because I lose my keys all the time. So like the bigger and more obvious I can make my keys, the better. So I have a big old lanyard on it, and it is the lanyard I got at that dispensary. Weird. Circular. It is. These grinders, I wish I could, I mean, I actually one time on stream, because I pimp out these grinders all the time, stream tried to help me find some sort of contact information to try to see if I could get like a sponsorship or partnership, affiliate code, anything for chat, because they're so good. But I think it's just Amazon. Like, all there is that you can get to is an Amazon Kozo grinder store, and there is nothing. There's no company or human. It looks like it's been sold a couple times. I have no idea. But if you're wondering, I get them on Amazon. How much do they cost? You guys want to remind me? Mine's old, obviously. You can see I've used it as the lid to my bowl a few times. But it's just like, it's a nice size. It holds like a good 2 bowls worth of weed, so you're not like constantly opening up your weed jar and grinding. And the keef catch is nice. And I like that it's like, what would you call these? Not rivets. The texture on the outside, so it's really easy to screw and unscrew. Because I have some grinders that are smooth, and when you stoned as fuck, like, you ain't getting that open. Divots, is that what they are? These little guys? Yeah, it's like divots in the metal, and it's steel, which is nice. You don't want to buy a low grade grinder, because if it's like a shitty soft metal, after a while it will literally start to grind itself into your weed, and then you're smoking aluminum flakes. Like, let's not do that. But yeah, mine's kind of filthy and full right now because I just ground weed. But that I like the keef catch a lot. Like, it's the best and most lucrative keef catch I've ever had out of a grinder. It's kind of amazing. The magnetic top's pretty dope too. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. The bottom screws on, and then yeah, the top, this part, the part that you would like crush your weed and grind it, is a magnet. Bloop. So if you knock your grinder off the table lightly or knock it over on a pillow, it's not going to fly off and you're not going to lose all your weed. They are really good. I have 2 of them. I wish I could get you guys a code or a discount or something on them, or I wish Hemper would carry them because they really are. I have a lot of different grinders, like weird, name brand. We're the best grinder. That's the best. It's like, and there are, for those who don't smoke weed, no shame. Like, I just like to talk about shit I'm passionate about. I'd listen to you do the same. There's something about like the size of the grind and how you smoke it. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I've been informed is if you're a joint roller, you want a grinder that's going to leave you a fluffier grind, a less fine, like less powdery grind. So you want big teeth and big holes, so you're not really like finely crushing your weed. Whereas if you're smoking out of a bong, you want it a little bit more fine because you have a lot more control over the heat distribution with, sucking in on the bong and where your lighter goes and shit like that. So you can get like all the surface area of all those tiny particles. But when you smoke like blunts and joints, they burn so fast. A lot of what you ground up, if it's really fine, the finer it is, the faster it's going to burn, just goes into the atmosphere. The chunkier the grind, I think it's going to take a little bit longer. So you get more of a chance to actually like smoke your weed. I really think these grinders are like the perfect in-between. For all that information, this had nothing to do with it. I think these are really good in-between. I roll blunts with it, and I smoke out of a bong, and I really like the size of the grind. I'm wordy. Exactly. Grinding weed is like grinding coffee. You want different sizes and textures based on your use. Yeah. Case in point, if I rolled a joint that was just the keef, and the keef is the pollen of the plant that falls through the finest ass screen, makes a nice little pile. That is some potent shit right there. It would, if I just rolled a joint of that, it would burn in 2 seconds. Like, it would literally just light up in my hand. The entire joint would just all the way down. You would not have a chance to smoke it all. I don't think. Maybe someone has the powers. Maybe. No, I don't think so. I don't think that could happen. And same with like a bong. If I, like before grinders and like all this weed accoutrement came about, we would just like cut weed with scissors. That's what I grew up doing, using like, I literally have my embroidery scissors I used. I just used them this morning. Where the fuck did I put them? They're somewhere. I set them somewhere. I'll find them. I have these gold little embroidery scissors that were my mom's. Stole them out of her little sewing box, and I used them to cut up weed when I was a kid. And I still to this day use those same scissors. They're lost. I don't remember what I did with them. They're really tiny and they're perfect. But if you didn't cut it up enough and you tried to smoke out of a bong, basically like all the outside of the piece of weed that was burning would burn, but then the middle of it would just stay green, and it would be encased in like that burnt black carbon shit, so you couldn't get through to it anymore. So you'd waste a shit ton of weed. Like a lot of what we used to do, I don't know, this is me and my like stony friends in middle school, when I was definitely 21. We would like stir the bowl, like burn a half of it and then stir it to try to re-hit areas, because you could break open those like hot coals that were just containing fresh ass fucking green weed inside of them. Otherwise you were throwing away a lot of good weed. I've heard. I mean, I don't know if I've ever showed you it. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I have a little, this is where I keep my keef. Because I smoke enough weed that I actually have to have another receptacle to put it in. I call it Keef or Smokerlin. But I was showing this to chat because I don't want it to go bad. And chat was telling me you can buy little things to press it into pucks. I don't know how many, I don't know how, I think I'd get like one puck out of it, because it's a lot of keef. Honestly, it's if you let it sit there and you don't shake it up, it sinks because it's like moist. So it's kind of condensing itself, actually. You can see how it's becoming like a solid at the bottom, and at the top it's fluffy. That's where I keep it, though. Is it literally just called a compress? Oh, or you could just straight up savage and rip buds apart with your bare fingers. You know me and touching the weed. I feel like it's going into my fingernails, and I want to suck my fingers. It's disgusting. You can buy the little thing that presses the pucks, kind of like a garlic press. Cute. I didn't know you could. I thought it was going to be some like high-tech ass. You saw how I was with the grav. I'm scared of new things. I thought it was going to be like some machine. I just read that they're trying to use Johnny Depp's friendship with Marilyn Manson as a defense. Uh, did they miss? I don't even. I mean, what? Uh, how does? I mean, I, right? Knives. Seriously, I was trying to word it. Being friends with an asshole doesn't make you an asshole. Being friends with an asshole doesn't make you not an asshole. What the fuck does friendship with some other famous dude have anything to do with a character of a human? Not to mention, you know, the rape stuff. But again, it, is it like a character witness thing? Like, are they going to pull Marilyn Manson on the stands and be like, tell us how he didn't shit in her bed? Is he allowed to wear makeup? Dead Kel, is that a person on the Twits? I love watching Legal Eagle. He's like funny while being very informative and educational. And he tends to go over a lot of like current events and stuff. If you don't know Legal Eagle on YouTube, pretty cool YouTube channel to check out. But I'm gonna search this person because I think it's fun to be educated, right? It doesn't mean I'm a professional, just familiar. After reading, allow me to report, quote unquote. I want Ellie Mistel to explain everything I don't understand: quantum astrophysics, the infield fly rule, why people think Bob Dylan is a good singer. Oh my god, he's an author. Everything makes sense now. That was a quote of someone about his book. Okay, I was like, am I lost? Ooh, they have fantastic hair. No, I won't touch it because this is me pointing the mic at chat. We shouldn't touch anyone's hair without their permission. Agreed. Good job, chat. Oh, Kel. Oh my god, what? Oh, I'm so glad I followed him because I'm gonna read that book. It was crazy. It is really like it's interesting how vicinity really does a lot about who I am, I guess. Growing up in the sticks of Washington State, like I was very unaware of politics happening in the world because it was middle of nowhere. We did not have cable or internet or barely a phone that worked all the time. Like we just didn't even know what was happening. So you're not really involved in it. I didn't grow up like absorbed in politics until 9/11. Of course, we've all become very absorbed. I was like in 8th grade. But when I moved to DC and Baltimore and Virginia, I mean, if you've never been to Washington D.C. or like walked the mall, there's the Smithsonian's. They're enormous, enormous museums. Like each one takes easily an entire day or two to get through. And I think there's like 12 or 13 of them, and we pay for them with our taxes. So they are 100% free to go into at any time during opening hours all year long. So like if you live close to DC, it's a really easy way to be entertained for a day if you can get there, like take the train or whatever. So I used to go there all the time, and being in the vicinity of DC and going there all the time and like going to the Smithsonian's, I learned so fucking much more than I ever did being forced to learn about the Oregon Trail every year for 12 years as a child. Just like so much more education. It was incredible. I fucking love museums too. I lose my I can look forever. I'm very like I try to make whoever wants to go with me very aware. Like I will stare at some art for an hour. Don't make me move, bitch. Not like that, but you know what I mean. I'm annoying. Like I do enjoy it all. I don't just like speed through. If it's bad and boring, I speed through. Sure. Or, if I take my mom to the Black History Museum and she says horrible, embarrassing things, then I definitely speed through because I don't like to be bored. But, if you're in front of a Monet, nobody just glances at a Monet. Come the fuck on. You got to get an inch in front of it so you can see the brush strokes. Yeah, it's like taking it in but not being weird about it. There's a good line. I don't get weird about it, but I do love museums, like especially the art ones, because it's not just like a piece of art that moves me. It's a piece of history. Like you can go to the Classical Art Museum, Smithsonian. Is it called Classical Art? I think is the Smithsonian, and it's chock full of like Monets and Picassos, like, and they don't have glass. They do have a guardrail, and there's guards everywhere that will strongly put a flashlight of metal in front of you to inform you not to touch paintings. But you can get this close, this far away, as long as you're respectful and keep your hands to yourself and get real up and personal with history. Like that's the shit that I just get wet for. Like I could see the brush strokes that Monet made with a paintbrush, or like a bristle of a paintbrush stuck in the paint. I get real hot for that shit. And that's why I go for it. Not necessarily like, I might put this fine piece in my house. I ain't that way. I read a lot of Popat and bad legal takes because I like to laugh and or be super mad. You know what? I laugh when I'm super mad. I feel this might be why we were friends. I feel this might be why we're friends, among other things. They did a sociological experiment, people's response to witnessing abuse based on gender. On gender? Katie. Gender. When men abuse... I have to burp. Hold up. When men abuse women in public... Excuse me. That was gross. When men abuse women in public, people intervene. When women abuse men in public, people laugh. Shrugs. As a society, we are broken. Oh, 100%. In more ways than that. I talked a lot about that when, like the Me Too-ing happened with all the... Weinstein? Kreinstein? What was that big, nasty, rapey dude's name? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Weinstein? Is it Weinstein? Why do I feel like I'm saying it wrong? Weird. Harvey Weinstein, that dude. When all that went down, we talked about it a lot because I think it's extremely important never, ever, ever to disbelieve a victim. However, some people just want attention and pretend to be a victim and will blame shit on other people who are innocent, who then go to jail. And you have to be aware of both. And I think it's really important. It's disgusting. I have 3 older brothers, lots of male cousins. So I grew up around a lot of men. And so I would hear, this other side of it. And a couple of my brother's friends, got sexual harassment charges that were then taken back, 10 years later because the girl ended up being a serial, he raped me right after they had sex. Like that was her thing. Consensual sex. And then she would immediately go to a clinic and claim she was raped. And that was like her jig. And she put away so many dudes that someone decided to actually like look into it. And he finally got out 10 years later. And I know that's very personal experience. You cannot generalize personal anything. However, I've read and heard that it's not the only time things like this happen. And it happens because that stigma of the wife husband. Like if a wife is being verbally abused by a husband, like people are going to get in the way. Usually people are going to stand up to get him away from her. But if a woman, oh my God, my emote, what a fucking dude, this emote right here. What is it? ClassyKatie blank. Not even kidding you. The source of this emote is me at Disney World. Just to give you the full picture. I'm at Disney World. It's my 30th birthday. I'm about 2 weeks into Lexapro. It takes about 8 weeks for Lexapro to get like full effect. So I'm already a fucked mess in my head. And my significant other at the time needed to use the restroom. And so if you're in parts of Disney World, you can drink alcohol. It's incredible. So he hands me his drink, and I'm sitting on a curb, like one of those really tall retaining wall cement curb things that is perfect height for a tall leg bitch to sit on. I was sitting there with both the drinks like this, and there was a woman and her husband, and she was saying some of the most mind-blowingly horrible things to him very loudly. They had 2 small children who were old enough to stand and stare up at them, and they had a stroller that had nothing in it. I don't know what the fuck the stroller was for, but she was screaming at him. I mean, louder than Zach. That's what I'm talking about. You guys have seen Ezekiel scream. Louder than that. I mean, she was putting effort into being as loud, as crude, and as shameful as she possibly could at him for nothing. You're the reason we never go on vacation. We should have never come. Blah, and just like that kind of shit, but sprinkle in horrific cuss words and things about his small dick. And when my significant other at the time came out of the bathroom, that was my face with the 2 drinks in my hand, and he goes, "Don't move," and took a fucking picture of my face. And I tweeted it with that story. The moment it was so foul. I'd never seen that. It's so blatant. Like, I've seen, people get in arguments. It happens. Nobody's perfect. But just that level of unabashed, whatever the fucking garbage that was. I don't have a word for it. What is that garbage? Garbage. It was gross. But no one said a thing. Not a person. I didn't say a thing because I was fucking horrified and I had 2 drinks in my hand and I'm terrified of confrontation. Oh, she was a scary cunt. She was saying some horrific things and he was just... the whole time. Didn't say a word. Like, I don't know if you get the full effect. I have dogs literally flanking me. I have a Trick under me and Lilith in front of me. Hands in his sweatshirt pocket, just dejected, just staring at the ground. He was tall. He looked like a fucking linebacker. Just. And she was, and like an inch from his face. And I was, a foot away. Literally. Because there's a bunch of people sitting on the curb waiting for people to come out of the bathroom. It's the place to sit, I guess. So we weren't alone. And it was Disney World in March, which is packed, if you were unaware. It's the perfect weather, so everybody's there. I mean, it's wall-to-wall sardine people. And it was if I was him, I would have headbutt her or bit her nose off. The fuck? But you could tell, like, that's the way they live. Like, he was just... he had nothing left. He had no fight in him left. And that face, ClassyKatie blank, that is the face of what happens when I witness it, I guess. It's just... it's like, that's me, like, wiping... Pyro, thank you for gifting 5 subs in the channel. You beach. Please drive safe. Have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you. Hydrate. Take joy. Eat something delicious. I love you. Be good. Vile. Boop on all the hooves. Did you know that your nipples are just modified sweat glands? But thanks for the resub, lover. How are you, Vile? Are you having a weekend off? Are you off work? Are you having a weekend off? Holy shit. Wait, I gotta welcome these people. Pyroblade650 has kindly gifted 5 subs before flying off into space forever. Or maybe just the weekend. Hot Spicy Poutine, Cecil Gimli, Nicktastic, Rollkrug, and ding! Fries are done. I added that last part. I'm sorry. I couldn't not. How do you not finish that? Ding! Ah, fries are done. Everything hurts. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. You are now all butt wizards of the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing is sexier than pure sober consent in every way. Oh, amazing. Amazing. My ex walked up and slapped me in the face. I've been slapped once by a man, and I didn't even think about it. I don't remember it really happening. I fucking slapped him back with a slightly more oomph in it. And he cried. And we broke up, obviously. Kel, be safe, drive safe, make tips. Everybody should tip their fucking Uber drivers and whatever your delivery food service thing is. Please tip the drivers for fuck's sake. But be safe, please. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. To beat women, dude. I mean, I don't give off a vibe of hit me unless I'm naked and your penis is in me and I go hit me. I mean, that's pretty much it. And I think he learned swiftly why you don't hit people that don't give off that vibe. I've hit before. This ain't my first rodeo, bitch. Dude, alcohol, it's amazing, isn't it? I don't drink, but every once in a while, you know, that we've rarely drank for a holiday or something, I've always gotten it delivered and it's incredible. It's true. Hits from the bong. Banana. The giant spider. Let me see if I can show you. It's going to be very bright, but look for the black dot. Do you see that bitch on my ceiling? That is a very mature male jumping spider. That is not mine. No, it's not. But he's huge. He's been circling my head all day. Isn't it huge? I mean, he's easily a quarter. Like, his leg span's easily the size of a quarter. And I'm saying, I've lived many places. Not all the places, but Colorado's the biggest jumping spiders I've ever seen in my life. They're totally harmless. As are all jumping spiders, if you were unaware. Just big. I had a couple local ones that I found in the house, and I kept them for a couple years and fed them and stuff. They're really cool spiders. But they're big. Silverheart. If it was a female, I would consider it. However, it's a mature male, which means he's either going to die really soon or get eaten by a woman while they're fucking really soon. What the fuck? Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. The fuck? Okay, I had to scroll up in the chat because my chat did a weird thing again, as it's been doing lately. I don't know why. I have Firefox. I think it's like Frankerface or something, like refreshing. Because every once in a while my chat just refreshes itself. So I'll be in the middle of reading one of your guys' messages and it's like, boom. Vile just gifted 20 fucking subs. Oh my god. Vile, I don't know if you noticed. I hope you did. Vile has gifted 420 subs in my channel. Which means you can quite literally never gift another sub in my channel. I mean, what a beautiful number. You did. Thank fuck. That is so gorgeous. When things just... By the way, what the fuck? Thank you so much for all that generosity and kindness towards me, myself, and my community, our community of wonderful humans. I appreciate you, but what a... It's beautiful. Sometimes the stars align. I would like to welcome you all, and then I shall cheers. It's just beautiful. Sometimes things like that have happened and nobody notices. Like, I'm the first one, which I'm never the first one. But sometimes it's happened. It's happened. You know, I'd think he'd be teasing the others, but boy spiders are so dumb. Like, once they have their boy parts, they're just like, fuck, marry, die. That's it. They literally, I have 2 male spiders and they haven't eaten in 6 months. I'm watching him crawl on the ceiling. He's so big and black. I don't know what species that is. I don't think it's the Apache because the Apache's red. That's the kind I had. This one's like very black with like a white dot on its ass. I'm gonna have to look it up later. Anyways, or y'all can if you're bored. Very black jumping spider with a white like blaze on its abdomen. Anyways, I would like to welcome all 20 of you to the Ass Manstry. Please go forth with these emotes and this ad-free life you have now. Refresh the channel. And be consensual in all ways, because nothing's sexier or more fun than pure, sober, consensual everything. Period. Num num. Benji, 5003. JVDY Dev. I feel like I need to burp again. Merriment, Debstep, Onyx Flareon, Anageek, Magi, I'm going to say it wrong. Tyrampant. I've said it right multiple times. In that moment, it was wrong. Maybe I'm stoned. It's pop. God damn it, my chat just did the refresh thing. Fucking Christ! It's fine, I'll get it. Billion! Luna's Roseheart, Stathy, Zora Kapora, Puppy 3, Word, Stephen Hart, Mad Mart, DV Wonder, Jaquetta, Wreck Games, Crime Recovery, and Black Bloom. Got it before it fucking changed! Welcome to my holes. Enjoy your emotes. Refresh the channel and you don't have to suffer ads for like a month. It's amazing. Thank you, Vile, for your extreme generosity. I hope you have a weekend off. That would be amazing. Crispy and cocky bitches. Happy Friday. It's 4:22 too, and I hit 420 right on the nipple. Just slam my delicate hand bones into the desk. I'm doing great today. My lawyer instructed me not to elaborate on several meanings of my username. I mean, he's named after, he took his username from one of my tarantulas. I can say it. I don't have a lawyer. Brazilian black, excuse me. I have Mexican velvets as well. It's a Brazilian black, otherwise known as a Grammostola pulchra. Named Greg. Dude, is that the Amnesia with the water in the basement? Do you remember? I can never remember the difference because they were both horrifying. Anyways, Glenny says Amnesia Rebirth is free on EGS right now. All of the Amnesia games are really good. If you like a horror game that's like, you're not just running from the same thing, or, just jump scares, like a variety of things to make you shit your pants, Amnesia's really good. Highly suggest trying it out if you like that kind of shit. It's fucking terrifying. I like almost quit during the basement water time. Like I had to take my headphones off, so I just couldn't hear it anymore because it was just too much. I can't with the invisible in the dark shit with water. Yuck. Cheers. I feel like I have like a dead piece of skin. My lips have been so dry. It warmed up like literally overnight. It went from being, sub-zero to like 70 degrees every day. And I'm drying out like a sponge in the sun. It's the worst. I know, that's what I'm saying, like, if I described the beginning, it would spoil it, same. I don't know how to, yeah, I'm trying to think of anything that's not spoilery. Nothing. It's cool, all of them are good, but one of them has a basement with water, and you have to jump on, like, crates, and if you touch the water, something you didn't know was there is suddenly there, and it rushes, and it's just really actually got me. Not a lot of things actually scare me. It's just I'm desensitized. Is that the term? I've been a horror like junkie since I was a wee tyke, watching Sci-Fi Channel after my drunk dad passed out and left it on alone in the dark. It was a bad time, but like now it's really hard to actually genuinely make me think about something from a horror movie that got me. Like a jump scare can get me, but I don't think about it later on. Sometimes, and that shit. Mm-mm. What's the other one with pigs in the title? That might be the one I'm thinking of. It involves a kitchen. Cheers. Man, I can't think of it. Sorry, I literally keep trying to cheers, but it's not that I'm going to get more high and it's going to ruin my thought process. I don't know why I'm stalling. Cheers. I can't get more high than on 420. I could. I'm not going to. That was rough. cocky. I wanted it to kind of be like, not a surprise, but like a, what the fuck? It's more fun that way. I haven't seen rain in a very long time. It really doesn't rain here often. It's either snow or nothing. I was in, my eyes were so swollen, I had a headache. And I slept like 30 hours, I think. A stupid amount of time. I was so dumb stoned. And that was like, I honestly, we were smoking so much so fast. And because Rod and I were talking back and forth, like, I don't know how much I smoked. I think I smoked about 5 bowls ish of, I mean, the strongest weed I could find. A machine for pig. I think, is that the one with a kitchen? Again, I don't want to spoil it. They're really good games. Play them if you can. They're really good. Well, that's what Glut was saying. The other one's free too, so maybe all the Amnesia series free right now on ECG. That'd be dope. They're all really good games, and they don't take too long. Like if you're not, screaming and having to get up and like look at light for a while, like I have to, they're not too long. Oh my god, that Rod emote! Stop it. Oh, it's beautiful. Dude, he has so much hair. It's so bizarre. Like, I've never in my life been the one with the shortest hair in the room for extended periods of time. It's bizarre. I can French braid that bitch's hair. 3 different French braids, and I did a backwards one. I still can't remember what they're called, though. There's a name. There's fishtail braid, totally different, but then there's, like, the normal one where it's the side pieces go on top of the middle piece, and then there's the one where you put the braid on the outside, and you take them under. They're both a French braid, but they're 2 different types. Like, one you're taking the pieces under, one you're going over. And it makes the braid look different. And I did both types on Rod, and he was very patient. French is over. So a French braid is normal, like the, normal French braid, where the braid is actually inside the hair, technically. Dutch is when you go, oh, wait. Wait, you said French is over. Oh, Dutch is under. Okay, so that's a Dutch braid, when the braid, like, sits on top. Sick. Thank you. I knew they had names. If his hair was longer, I'd do a fishtail braid. That's my favorite. I think the fishtail, like, or a fishbone braid, some people call them. That's my favorite because they look kind of like messy. I don't know. And when you have really, really thick hair, like when my hair was long, my hair doesn't get any thinner. It's really hard to just take 3 pieces of it and make a nice tight braid that like holds well. And when you do that fishbone braid, it's basically you just split the hair in half and you take a piece from one half, add it to the other side. Piece from that side, add it to the, and you just cross them over like you're making pie crust kind of, and you just constantly taking the exact same size piece from each side and crossing them over and over, and it makes like this really tight, fine looking messy ass braid. They look really nice, but you need pretty long hair to like pull it off, which sucks. But I had long fucking hair at one point. I still don't know if I want to cut my hair short or not. Part of me really misses the being able to stick my hair in a bun and be super lazy with my hair. But is that good for me mentally? Robo, cheers. Is it 4? Wait, well, I'll toast my bowl with you because it's going to be, Central's 4:20? I have barely anything left, but give me 1 second. This is Night at the Roxbury? What's happening? There's no such thing as too early. Time is whatever. See, I don't really care, Knives. I honestly, hair is not the accessory I think about ever. I've never enjoyed doing my own hair. It's really just been out of necessity. Because when my hair's long, if I don't like blow dry the fuck out of it and curl it or something, I look like Shakira. Literally, my hair's like, whoop-ha! It's just huge and untamable. So it was out of necessity. But it's not like short hair is any less maintenance. Honestly, like maintaining the short haircut the way it's supposed to look is more maintenance. When your hair's longer, you can kind of get away with going more time between haircuts, which is nice. But there's downsides to both. Like, I really don't see, like, any shining bright whatever. So maybe that's why I just won't make a decision. I just don't care. I don't really care about my hair, though. Like I said, I've never enjoyed doing my hair or anything. It's kind of like the last thing I think about in the day. Do I look not insane? As I look in the mirror in the morning, I'm like, all right, she look okay. And then I go on to, like, my skin. My skin's the one I really pay attention to. I do a lot of fucking skincare. Some of the greatest regrets in my life have been haircuts. I don't know if I've ever had a haircut I regretted. Because I don't care about my hair. But Morrison's hair was absolutely part of his identity. Like, I get that. I don't think part of my physical, the way I look, has ever been part of my identity. Like, that I hold. Like, I'm not like, there's nothing about me that I'm, you know how, I'm sure you've seen someone cry when their hair gets cut. Like, they're like super brave. They're like, I'm going to cut off my hair I've never cut in my entire life and get a bob. And then they're like, ah! Just screaming as soon as scissors come out. Like, I don't think I have a part of me that I would do that. It's normal to cut off. Like, if you cut my tit off, I'd probably freak out and want a new tit. Glut, dude, the worst. I don't think I ever pinned myself under my hair, but when it was, like, you know, to my waist, it would get stuck in my armpit, like, just during the day if I left it down, and I'd go to turn my head and just be like, heh. It's fine. Or if you sleep without it in a ponytail, it will noose you and kill you. 2.5 years. I'm at about a little over a year now, but my hair was a buzz cut. Do you remember this length? You're like my older sibling. You're a year ahead of me in the COVID race. Hello, Toyota. How are you, love? Wow, my mouth gave up on that one. That's what she said. Anyone who calls in between 4 and 5 on a Friday afternoon is on a mission, not from God. I never ran charge RT because I just didn't want to. You don't get paid extra, and it's a lot of fucking responsibility. But all my girlfriends did, so I'd go down in the basement and hang out with them. And every morning between like 5 and 6 a.m., they would just sit there with their phone like on the table. Don't. And the moment it rang, motherfucking. Hi, this is Katie with Johns Hopkins Respiratory. Oh, you're calling out? Okay. And it just was the beginning of the flood of call-ins of people who just didn't want to work. Or it was, you know, St. Patty's Day. Oh my fuck. I don't know if Johnny's talented or a monster. But I like it. Every summer I wanted to chop my hair until I got an undercut. I just put my hair up. As long as it's off my neck, I'm fine in the summer. This is the part of me that gets hot in the summertime. If all my heavy ass hair was down on my shoulders and shit, nah. I'd have to braid it or bun it. But I never minded it. My hair goes into it's easy to put in a bun, I guess. I don't know. Whereas with short hair, if it's anything, you know, longer than 2.5-ish inches, you wake up looking like a monster. And I don't know how you guys fix your hair, but it's water and a blow dry. Like, I don't know. It's just craziness. I look like a certified psychopath in the morning. There's no like wake up and wear there. Whereas when it's like under 2 inches, I don't think there's enough hair to like kink or get weird laid on your head while you're sleeping. Because those were easy days. Yes. Is it just yes? Okay. Everything's in our own heads, right? Isn't that weird? And everybody has their own shit going on. Whatever, Buscus. How are you? Make sure there's no spiders in your water bottles. Fuck yeah, cocky. Dude, there's nothing worse. I mean, especially if you're like anywhere where there's a hot, muggy environment. And if there's a way to cool off, we will figure it out. I.e. an undercut, braid, fuck all of it. Like, we will figure it out because you can't escape it. Hey, bald people, know what sucks? Sweat with nothing to soak it up. You think my hair soaks up sweat? How long has it been since you had hair? Or is it a forever? No shame on them alopecias. I get sweat dripping down my face into my eyes and stinging me the fuck out of my eyes when I run in the morning. It's horrific. I don't think my hair soaks. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's short. I don't fucking know. My hair ain't soaking up shit. It's like I watch it trickle down my scalp. It's nasty. Oh my god, I love that emote. That's cute. The little swinging butt is adorable. It's animated really well, actually. I love when they're smooth like that. Does it please anyone else? It pleases me. I know, Georgia. I mean, I went it was August. In an August long ago, I drove from Maryland to Savannah, and then from Savannah to, I can't remember if that year I went to Cocoa Beach or if it was the other side. One of the two. Every other year I went to one of the two. And man, that the sticky level sure goes up. I like them creepy too. The creepy ones are I mean, no one's having a normal emotion here. ClassyKatie blank is easily my most used emote, and that is not a normal emotion. That is fear. That is me. That is my poker face. Let that fuck with your brain for a second. That's my poker face. That's me. Don't be confrontational. Look normal. You don't hear what she's saying. It's bad. 90? Oof. Do you guys get pretty good wind up there, Robo? Like, is it normally pretty breezy? Because that's pretty much the thing that saves us in Denver. Like, because we're so high up, you know, the Mile High City. Obviously, we are higher. We are actually a mile into the sky, which makes you closer to the sun. So when the sun's out, it is like fucking out. However, it's so fucking windy here. That's the one thing that cuts through it and kind of gives you a reprieve. Oh my god, the rats are cute. Is it someone I know who made them? Because they're precious. It's Unsanity. Fuck, they're gorgeous. I really love them. I used to own rats though. They're really good pets. Everyone's so hateful. It was fleas, my dudes. Fleas on people. Come on. Oh, it was so fucking sticky. We weren't there for long at all. Like, I was literally picking up a friend and then going down to the beach for like a girls' weekend. But damn, was it sticky. I love playing cards. I grew up playing cards. Like, that was my jam because we didn't have TV. You guys know this. I grew up like Little House on the Prairie. So it was like reading the original Star Wars trilogy I could watch. We had those like VHSs, or staying at my grandparents' house. And my Nana played like, she played blackjack and, you know, all the pokers. There's too many. I'm not going to name any. Everybody was always like, this one over that one. Who the fuck cares? Most of them are exactly the same. And they would play this game that to this day I have no idea the origination of. I'm pretty sure my crazy Nana came up with it, but we call it Wrinkle Rummy. You're going to say, oh, is it this? I swear it's not. I have like a manual on Rummy. I've tried to find the source of this, but it's super fun. But she'd have all our girlfriends over and they'd be drinking, you know, a drink. It was just straight liquor with ice cubes in it. And I'd sit under the card table and listen. And they'd teach me cards and shit. It was fun. I knew how to make drinks by the time I was 5 because they would tip me. It was fun. She had a little bar in her house. They were very like, I don't know what era that would be. When, you know, if you had money, you wanted to kind of show it. So you'd have like a mini bar in your house. Is that like the 50s and 60s-ish era? Fuck, that jumping spider is so big. I can see it in my kitchen on the ceiling. I hope he gets fucked soon. He just is too big for me. Giggity. It's literally bigger than my Black Widows. And you guys know I own 2 Black Widows. They're completely docile, safe, in controlled environments. Don't worry about it. But he's bigger. And so black. I mean, startlingly, like, he just sticks out because everything in my house is like nasty beige, cum color. That's a large spot on the wall. It's the way I've always used the ClassyKatie blank is like, it's kind of this is fine or like, really? That's my like face. Like, I don't want to show you my real reaction. So maybe exactly that. Yeah. When people say something kind of just startling, that's my face. A little bit. Chesh, did you see the new rat emotes? Oh my gosh. Can someone do those new rat emotes in chat for Chesh? We love little squirrelies. All the little squirrely nom-noms. Except squirrels. Just kidding. I just don't like that my dogs are obsessed with them. It's fine. I love all animals. I could never actually. Look at him. Knives posted them. Look at them. I really like them. They're really cute. Oh my god. I use the KPP one with mine fucking constantly. Those two are probably two of my highest used emotes because those faces are just like, oh, I don't think either of us did it on purpose. Just captured a moment. It's used when it's beyond judgment. That's basically when I use it. It's like I'm not questioning anymore. I've given up, but I'm staying in the room. That's ClassyKatie blank. In a nutshell. Just kind of me in a nutshell. Oh fuck, they're so good. Also the Zeke blank one, what is that one called? Zeke stare. I just have them like in a click fast menu, so I never remember the names. I use Zeke stare. That's my you've become dumb, I think. But also I've given up. I don't think any of those emotes have hope. Maybe the first one has hope for me, but the second one, the Zeke stare, I've also given up hope, but I'm staying in the room, but you can still see judgment on my face. By the time I've gotten to ClassyKatie blank, I'm no longer delivering you judgment via my face, but I'm still in the room. You know? That's just how I use it. Use it however the fuck you want. That's what they're there for. They're beautiful. Oh yeah, those are golden for that. Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes. So well done. I know. And I don't think either were done on purpose. Like, I think both are just captured moments in space where an emotion was just really translated into Braille on a face. None of that makes sense. You know what I mean? I mean, knives, I feel like if it was used in any other way, I would not necessarily tell them off, but I'd be like, hey, the way it's used is perfect, and I would like to know the message when it's used. Let's not confuse messages now. Because, you know, I'm an ignorant white person. We say dumb shit sometimes, and I need to be corrected. Or just blatantly shown that was really dumb shit, Katie. You know, sometimes there's a perfect emote for it, and that one is the one. Oh my fuck, what is that? Murda Joe. It's real though, because he murdered baby tigers. I hate to laugh that he is. Like, what happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to give him any more publicity or fame or any of that, but also I would totally watch a biopic on his parents and childhood. Because, whoa. Smart, don't, Lizzie. I agree 1010. The jumping spider might get a fly. That's just kidding. I hope he hunts this fly that's in my house. That'd be amazing. Then I'd show you guys. It's a waste of minutes of your life that literally could be better spent in almost all the ways. And like, if it was even mildly educational or entertaining in any way, shape, or form, I would be like, you know what? If you're ever super stoned one night and you can't sleep, slap it on. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Delete it off your watch list. Don't give these people any more money. Everyone in it is terrible, which is why they're a fucking meme. I actually think some of the people from SNL are coming out with a movie about them, like acting as them as a joke. Like someone's gonna play Carol and be a murderer, you know, or something. I don't know. I don't know all the specifics on it. I hope these people aren't getting any royalties or anything because they're all just terrible humans. I don't care how many cats you claim you've rescued. If you smother baby ones or smash them in the skulls with rocks, again, do not watch the documentary. I can highlight the things you need to know. Everyone in it kills baby animals and tigers and may or may not have a harem of wedded underage women working for them on their murder farms. There you go. I saved you a lot of time. Cheers. Donate to a Save the Tiger Fund instead. Something like that. It's better use and takes way less time. I get really angry. I love animals. Sorry. You guys know, though. You know. Cheers. I don't like him. He's not a good person. None of them are, though. And they all think they all have God complexes, which makes it more nauseating to watch. Don't watch it. Anything else. Netflix, even. Anything. Anything else. I think they're on Netflix. I didn't mean to be redundant. Anything. CNN Prime. I don't know. Are they shutting down? Paramount. Whatever the fuck service. Literally anything. It's horrible. Watch Katie and give her money instead. I mean, if you want to. And if you don't like me, like there's... How many streamers actively do you think regularly stream on Twitch at this point? Just a out of nowhere guess. I really have no idea what this has grown into. But I know there's at least a few you could pick from. Maybe 10? Yeah. I'd go with the same. There's got to be at least 10 with blue hair, if that's your jig. Ike Wolf, I appreciate you. That's what I do. I mean, I support, if like one of my streamer friends starts playing a game I love, I always sub to them anyways, but I'll tip them and stuff. We try to only sub to like one movie thing at a time, because I feel like at first it started out like a good idea, but it's just turned into what we were all paying for Dish on demand or whatever they were back in the day anyways. Remember when we all had like Comcast or Dish Fuckcast, whatever the fuck, there's a million of them, and you would pay for packages? We're just doing that now. You know what I mean? I inhaled my spit speaking. The worst. Talking is the hardest thing. It's the worst. Like 30K? No shit? Jesus. Ike Wolf, I love you. Thank you for saying that. Honestly, I get more entertainment out of one Twitch streamer than I do thousands of Netflix movies any day. But I like the back and forth. I've always enjoyed the live content. Like not the content. I always feel stupid calling my friends content. But you know what I mean? Like the live aspect of it. Like I'm actually hanging out with a friend, watching them play a video game like I did when I was younger. Like my brothers would play a video game I didn't want to play, but I wanted to watch it. Lay on the couch, watch it with a bag of chips. That's what it feels like, hanging out, and I've loved that aspect. Versus, I love YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube, but a lot of it I'm very sus of because it's just so fucking edited down. People are edit fuck hungry these days, to the point where I wonder, what are you cutting out so much of? Like, their words don't have any pauses between them or anything because they're cutting out every space of breath. And I'm like, why do you feel the need to edit yourself down so much? Is the way we talk normally as human beings that bad? Even Philly D sometimes does it. At the beginning of his show, it's usually a pretty normal pace. I don't know if he speeds up his audio just like even a little bit or something, but towards the end of some of his shows, he's talking so fast, I don't really want to follow it anymore. Like, I just kind of start to... Because it's like the words blend into each other at a certain point. And I know I talk super fast. Like, I am guilty as fuck. I get it. Yeah. There. I know. I've been told since I was a wee little one, a wee lass. Judy. ClassyCast, ComKatie, Katie Cast bill is paid up. And I think it might be cheaper than anything else at this point. I don't know. Not that I'm better, but I think it might be cheaper because everything's jacked its prices up. And now Netflix like, our stock went down. I wonder why. What's your guys' hot take? Mine is they cancel all the good shows and start way too many new shows. But I'm also bitter they canceled a lot of shows I loved. Dark Crystal. I'm not bitter. You are. Look like a uniboob. What happened? Can you tell this is not my sweater? I don't really know where this came from. It's not Zach's either. Mystery sweatshirt. Ouch. I didn't have TV when Firefly happened, thank fuck. So I didn't like have a chance to become clinically addicted to it. I watched it. I've watched it since. It's a wonderful show. But I wasn't like in it, you know, when it happened. Thank fuck. I think I was at school, so I was like, you know, the outside world was blocked from my brain. I thought Firefly was okay. It's not like the best thing I've ever seen in the world. I think sometimes this is just an opinion. I think it kind of gets a lot of clout because it was canceled and a lot of people liked it. So it's like, what's the word? Seen a little bit in a different because of that. Not that it's like a little bit martyred, yeah, like martyred, but for a thing. The scarcity, it's kind of like scarcity creates value. Not that they did that on purpose, but they canceled a show that wasn't universally hated, and so it became like a golden egg, the rough, the diamond in the rough. And it's like it's okay. I prefer Farscape. That was my favorite. It had a lot more seasons, a lot older, a lot cornier on Sci-Fi Channel. Not the same thing in any way, shape, or form, but in terms of just like random ass alien shows on TV, that was my jam when I was a kid. Also, Xena. Katie, how bad is it that I, one, have tarot cards from a childhood friend of me that I haven't seen in years, and two, I just bought some practice ones for myself. Okay, the first, so I'm gonna be real with you because I care. If you have opened your new deck with that frenemy deck in the house, you have to burn them both and start over. Because they are like, think of them like sick now. If a frenemy meaning like a person that a fake friend that was actually just a cunt to you, did actual like intentional not nice things towards you or your loved ones, and their, you know, sweat and blood and essence and soul and thoughts and, you know, fingies with poopy fingernails have been all over those cards, there ain't no cleansing that shit. That ain't like sticking a quartz in the moon, you know what I'm saying? And if you've like normally when I get a new deck, you can look up all sorts of ways to, you know, become connected with your new decks, whatever you fuck. Don't make fun of us. Things are real. um it is done for if that other deck's in the house. Because that other deck is older, been used, has some like I mean I think it doesn't matter what you believe, where you put your stock in life. Things that we are touching constantly, just things, inanimate objects, they take on an energy. Like energy, like, you know, just in terms of we are an electric fucking conduit. Every time you touch something that's static electricity, what do the fuck you think's happening when you get shocked? It's just in terms of science. Like we are like a big wet battery. And if a big, mean, ill-intended wet battery was all over some cards, like burn them all. Like for real. Like fire is the cleanse you need for those decks. If you like the new deck you got, however, you can totally just order a new deck. It's just that deck specifically. It's not like that artwork or anything is cursed. Like that's not real. Unless your frenemy did. I assume they're just a dumb bitch. Because I know you. No one else would be a frenemy to you. I'm just a fan of Alan Tudyk and Nathan Fillion. I love them too. I didn't even know they were in it. No, I'm with you. Alan Tudyk is one of those people that like anything he's in is great to me. He really does like add to a cast. I can't think of anything he's in that I didn't enjoy. Dark Matter was good. Yeah. Oh, was it Canadian? I didn't know that either. Interesting. A mail must have lost your wedding invite kind of friend. Burn him. Viking funeral. And then get the ashes. Like, don't put them in a trash can. Don't bring them inside. I'm assuming you're going to burn it outside. At least, like, don't burn it somewhere where ashes... Like, you just need every bit of it out and gone. And burning it just basically ensures that no one else is going to pick it up on accident and have a hard time. You know what I'm saying? You know what's up. They gotta burn. They icky. A new deck is like a baby, and whatever's in its general environment in the first couple years mold what it's gonna be. And if it's icky, that you don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, in my opinion. Exactly. If you think about it like a life cycle's complete, it sounds a lot nicer. Yeah, like I don't believe in curses or like evilness left in it. It's just like that one's done now. It's cycle. It's gonna go back. You're gonna like put the ashes somewhere on the ground. They'll turn into fucking fertilizer because ashes are carbon and things eat that, and it's all fine. It's just like you don't want that anywhere near you, because in no part of its life was there good intentions. I lost your wedding invite in the mail. Go fuck yourself. Kidding me? I hate weddings, and absolutely not. Would I ever do something like? Come on. Ooh. Burn it. I mean, if it's got icky vibes, in my opinion, this is just like whatever. Like, would you put a juicy hamburger on the street if it was laced with arsenic? No, you'd probably like mush it in the dirt and like squish it with your foot and destroy it so nobody has tempted to eat it. Like, I'd burn it. I don't want any kid, like, because an innocent child who's like, these tarot cards are really pretty and the art's really pretty. I think I might take them home as inspiration and suddenly, like, poop. You know what I'm saying? Vibes are real. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is such a fucking good movie. I was shocked, pleasantly, very pleasantly shocked and surprised by that one. It was fantastic. In a palace? Oh my god, where? Do we have palaces in the States? We probably shouldn't. That'd be weird. But probably. Up in Canada, maybe. More than mixed feelings about it. I keep it, but I'm unsure about using it. And honestly, like, unless you have a really strong want or feeling like you want to learn tarot, I would advise not using them. Like, this is just for me personally. If I was feeling grumpy or depressed or I had any sort of strong emotion of my own, I would refuse to read anybody's tarot. I wouldn't touch my own tarot cards because no matter what, that's going to sway whatever the fuck you're looking at. You can't help it. It's human nature, though. And, like, if you feel tentative or icky towards that kind of stuff, like, that's what it will be to you. No matter what, you know, using it doesn't change it, if that makes sense. It's all about intention. I don't think there's like magic or Harry Potter wands and shit like that, but I do believe in, I call it vibes. I don't know what else to call it that doesn't have like a spiritual religious connotation behind it. But like, I don't know, what would you like when a group of people super care about someone and that person's in the hospital and all of those people come in every day and surround them with laughter and happiness and joy. That person in the bed tends to get better. And the people who don't have that don't get better. I don't know what you would call that. I don't think, I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I grew up Catholic, so I'm really touchy about stuff like that. Like, I'm still recovering. It's like a song you and your ex loved. If you had a bad breakup, you'd never want to hear that song again. Amen. And if it came on the radio, you'd immediately just be like, ick. And you'd change the channel. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's like a connotation on it, almost. Maybe that's a better word. Energy sounds mystical. I know I always say energy, but I mean it in scientific terms when I use it. I don't want to sound mystical, but I do believe in, like, I don't know what it is, though. Vibes. Yeah, because, like, if you think about it, everything is at a base, like a light wave or a sound wave or some sort of wave going through space. Time is kind of the same, like, shape-ish, and that it makes me think of like vibrations on a guitar string and just the vibes of it, and like surrounding yourself with people who are self-indulgent and want to suck the life out of you and joy out of you will make you feel empty and drained and really tired at the end of the day. Whereas if you're surrounded with people who bring joy and laughter and happiness and sunshine and like want to make you laugh, they heal. I mean, I've seen it, and I don't want to say miracles happen in hospitals. This is not like people go from being comatose to being fine. I'm saying people that just like have to have a serious surgery or something that potentially could go bad. They tend to want to get out of bed and start walking a lot faster than patients who don't have anyone visiting them except a different nurse every day and night. It's psychic vampires. I believe they're real. If you haven't seen What We Do in the Shadows, call in. They are real, but they're human and they're everywhere. And I don't think most of them do it on purpose, but holy shit, they're exhausting. I've found people like me because I try to send good vibes all the time. I'm excited. I'm exhausted by the end of the day. I've done that too. It's hard to be like when you are like that. I tend to be the same. Like I love to be excited for other people. I enjoy it. I want to be excited. Like I like when other people have good news, and I like to like put my energy into someone else's project and help them with something. Like it gives me good feelings. But at the end of the day, like I'm like one of the hollow bunny rabbits that every news station was upset about this year. Sorry, it's just so ridiculous. I can't keep straight face when I say it out loud. But it's totally real. I mean, and I don't think a lot of people do it on purpose. I think sometimes, at least I do, I dump into people and they're not exactly psychic vampires. Like I like to invest in people I care about. It's fun for me to see them succeed. If I can help with anything, like that's really cool. But it can, if I'm not careful, like, and I don't know what you want to call it, vibes, energy, whatever the fuck. We are just a big pumping battery. At the end of the day, like, I'm just no habla. Done. My brain dies. It's weird. Oh, they're totally relative. Absolutely. To some people, our vibe is like water when they're thirsty. To other people, your nails on a chalkboard. Oh, 100%. And like, that is something that I've always been at peace with. I know this sounds really weird. And it's people close to me who will be like, that was a little loud, or that was a little absurd, or something like that. It's not bothering them, they say. That's the only time it's ever brought up, though. Ever. And I've always been totally at peace with I'm not everyone's flavor. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, you know? And that's okay. Because how fucking exhausting and daunting would it be if you were everyone's cup of tea? I don't have time for those who think I'm their cup of tea, let alone all the others. You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit. That's a lot of tea. That's a lot of being everyone's cup of tea. Like, I'm okay with not being everyone's favorite if I'm, like, too, excited about what you're into. Knives, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of people use, people say as an excuse just to say something offensive because people are pussies and boring. My greeting to my kids was, I missed you. Oh. Did you get to hug them yet? Is that allowed? Is that, like, safe, I should say? Who cares if it's allowed? States obviously don't care. And you have to gravitate towards people whose vibe and energy recharges and empowers you rather than stifles you. Someone told me something really similar. It was in chat, too, and for the life of me, I can't remember who said it, but they compared it to, some people are cups and some people are pitchers. And, like, if you just surround yourself with cups, you're eventually going to be empty and die. And those cups will leave. They will not be there anymore because they relied on you to get gimme. But once you have nothing left to give, you have no use. They will leave because they have nothing to give. They're a cup. So there's nothing going on anymore. You know what I'm saying? Can't remember who said it, though. It was really good. For the greater good. I'm not a messiah. I don't want to lead you to the promised land. I just want to exist, right? Like, I do consciously aim. I don't want to hurt anyone. Like, I don't want to, unless it's, well, maybe Trump. Maybe. I don't know. He's terrible. Never, though. I really don't aim. I don't want to say anything that hurts anyone's feelings. I, in general, try to be kind and leave a kind impression or a good impression with people. But if my personality, my blue hair, my whatever, is, like, such a strong feature that it's nails on a chalkboard, like, that's okay. There's other people out there, you know what I'm saying? There's so many people to, like, hang out with. I'm not offended by it. I'm cool. I've come to be at peace with who I am. I'm a little loud, but other than that, I'm all right. I like that, Chestnut. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm here to be myself. And I think a lot of people nowadays kind of feel like every time you're around anyone that's not family, it's like an audition or like another first impression. Like, stop worrying about how you look to them. Worry about how they are to you. Like, do you even enjoy your time? Like, I see so many people are like, we got to dress nice, we got to do this and that. And like, they fix themselves up. And it's like, do you enjoy any part of this? Like, all they're thinking about is how they appear to everyone else, but they have no regard for how they feel about any of the situation. Really, if it's like going to a party, business, like a business party, I mean, meeting, whatever, to anything. It's very bizarre. People don't really think about themselves sometimes when it comes to that stuff. There's a cue for that, right? Though they climbed all over me. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't imagine. Like, I remember when all the shit first went down. I think it was Sarah, Bro of the Past, was the first one in chat to tell me like how they were separating the kids in classes, and it was just heartbreaking. I wasn't a touchy kid, but as an adult, I wish an adult would have hugged me, you know? And to imagine just that, like, don't touch anyone, don't look at anyone, wear your mask, like 6 feet apart, like these little kids. Oh my God. It's just weird to watch. They call that existential sin. Do no unnecessary harm. Sometimes people's feelings get hurt. I love you, you don't love me, that's life. But if you amplify the harm, that's existential sin because it's not necessary. Exactly. It's like, and I think there's a huge difference between that and like this in some parts of modern culture where it's like you can't disagree with anybody and you can't be offensive to anybody at all, regardless of what offends that person. It could be anything, not just like I think in general, most people who are like conscious thinkers, we all agree that racial slurs are offensive to all of us, regardless of whether or not they are directed at us or are anything to do with our color of skin. Like, you know what I'm saying? Those are, in general, we are all offended by them, and there is a subsect of human beings who use them on purpose to degrade people for the color of their skin, and we are also offended by that. But then, like, if I say shit in public and someone gives me a dirty look, clean up your language, I'm offended. Like, that's not my problem. That's a, that's a, I was walking down a sidewalk singing a song. Like, if you're offended, that's cool. I get it, and I respect it. But also, I exist in this world just like you do. And I make room for you. You make room for me. A lot of things other people do bother me. It doesn't mean I have to go about my day ruining their life for it or trying to control their day about it or whatever. Like, we started stream talking about traffic and how infuriating it is. I don't break any rules when I'm angry. I just put on some metal in my car and get pissed and wait until that person gets the fuck out of my lane. But I'm not riding their ass. I'm not speeding to get ahead of them. Like, I'm not doing anything that endangers lives. Live and let live, my dudes. Sometimes things don't go your way, your way, and that's okay. Not that I have to tell you guys. I know you guys know this. I just think there's a huge population of adults who just like, I don't know how their childhood was, but it sounds like it was lined in gold and yeses. I don't know. It's crazy. I like when your rights end at your skin. Like, I was saying that a lot at the beginning of the pandemic just because as a medical professional, I have a lot of friends who I have a very close friend who also streams who works at the CDC now. So I was getting a lot of real COVID information, not, sensationalized TV bullshit. So we talk about it on stream a lot. And, I was like, I don't ever want to attack someone who's vaccine hesitant because I completely understand distrust of everyone. People suck. A lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Completely get it. But like, when people, there was the moniker or the meme, my freedoms. And it's like, I completely respect freedom or whatever freedoms you think you have in America. I don't know where you got the idea of all these freedoms. We don't have that many, but whatever you think you have. But your freedoms end when your proximity to me and breathing could kill me or my immunosuppressed child, husband, wife, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? And like, I guess would that still count as the skin? Like, I'm cool with you endangering your own life. But once you take that to the point where you're endangering anyone else's lives, it's no longer about your freedoms because you're infringing on someone else's freedoms. I feel like I'm talking in circles. Does that make sense? Did it make sense? Did I talk in a circle? I'm not good with these words. I have opinions and not the language for them. There's this attitude for some people who just kind of flail their proverbial arms. I like that mental image. It's like Ace Ventura Nature Calls when he has numb arms. Is that Nature Calls when he has numb arms? I think it is. The other one's horrifically transphobic. And with their rights, trying to call that the arm's length rule. And that's the thing. It's like, I have no problem if you see your pistol as an accessory and want to open carry in Texas. However, like they have to carry an AK, like semi-automatic weapon, to make a point about it. And that's where it reminds me. I mean, everyone's like, it's childish behavior, but what childish behavior means is literally that's what 2-year-olds do. You know what I'm saying? If it's not your business, leave it alone. Like, if it's not your business and it's legal and consensual, that's what I throw in there, you know, because there's weirdos. You never know. But same. Like, you do you, I do me. Just don't endanger anyone I love or myself. 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. It is 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. There's this attitude. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. If you're getting down, remember that most people out there aren't assholes, and there are more good people than bad being born every day. You know, moving a lot, that is one shining star of it, I think. For real. Like, I moved a lot as a kid and as an adult because, you know, just working at different hospitals and stuff. I've moved across the US. And there's if you're born and raised in a corner of the West Coast, there's stigmas about the East Coast you probably kind of still have. And same for the East Coast by the West Coast and so on and so forth, because our country's so big. Like, it's hours to get across just your state to a new state, let alone to the other side of the country. Like, it's insane. And so we have like stereotypes and stuff. And the more I move, the more, and it doesn't matter where I live, whether it's downtown Baltimore or uptown Seattle or Bellingham, where there's all like fucking hippies, or Colorado, everyone is very nice and just trying to pay their bills and like live a life. That's it. Everyone I've ever met is just so nice, regardless of where I am and where I live and like there's like predicament in life. Like, everyone's just so nice and normal, you know, regardless of where you are. Freedom. Isn't that I don't want to say his full title of his band because I think it's a cuss word. Stardust. Stardust is the second part of the band, but there's a really good like spoken loud poem about freedom, free doom. Fuck, I can't remember. It's been a long time. Wow, that sparked something in my mind, and I might have to Google later. Ooh, fuck yeah. Do you have any weekend plans? Hey, you owe your company nothing. They'll never do anything for you. I mean, you know what I mean. HR is there to protect a company. We all know that. Some companies are great, but take care of you. Fuck yeah. I don't think I have any plans. I did get a couple games, but who knows what the fuck will happen there. She wants to report her neighbor for cannabis in California. Stop it. So this was the first part. I saw I don't know if I say this right. A Quora post the other day where a woman who lived in California was asking who she could report her neighbor to since he was using cannabis. Is she a follower of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who recently called the cops, literally called the police, who she voted to defund because they interrupted the insurrection of the Capitol? She called the police on Jimmy Kimmel for a tweet that was a joke. Sounds similar. Oh, I'm not excited. Is it fucking terrible? That's basically how I go to bed. I like go through Reddit and I look at the like my late night hosts and I watch all like the hot clips from all this shit. That's where I get my news. And if they don't give me enough, I go deeper, but stop. I am not joking. You made my dingling go dingling just now. I felt my clit twitch. I wonder if that's legal to watch on Twitch because I super want to watch that right now. Dude, you and me both, Cocky. Her little, like, brown-haired twin is Colorado. Little did I know. The little fuck, her little, like, I want to be just like mommy, is Colorado. So, I feel you. I can't remember her name. Not that it fucking matters. Bobert, thank you. Lauren Bobert or whatever. Yeah, she's Colorado. So, you and me both be. You and me fucking both. Aquarion, isn't it weird? Or the people who like super don't want their freedoms taken away are really insistent on taking away mine and yours and all of my friends' freedoms. Like, what the fuck? Robo, drive safe, be safe, wash your hands, don't let strangers touch you. I'll see you later. Be safe. I just can't accept that those are her initials. She's just a Bobert. That's it. It's theater for the dumbasses. Their base will jerk off to her owning the libs. I think they just jerk off to her because she's like looks youngish and thinnish, and her skin doesn't look totally fucked up yet. Like, what else are you gonna jerk off to in that room? Giuliani, maybe, when he's being like put in prison. Ashley, how are you, love? I was just gonna say we need to take a break, but I'll be right back. I gotta pee really fucking bad. I think my dashboard is fucked up. Hold up. Weird. Sometimes it like for some reason goes under my bookmarks bar and then I can't see what's going on. Yeah, we definitely need to take a break. We've been streaming for 6 hours. It's funny when the same people want small government, but a law against what you can and cannot do in the bedroom. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I laugh too loudly? Sometimes I black out. All right. Break time. I'm going to go pee and wash my hands immediately afterwards. I strongly advise you do the same. Stand up and stretch your legs, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Load a bowl. Do what you need to do. Get some water. I'll be right back. Look at this. That big ass pool. I don't. It's huge. It's just a hole in my head now. Forever. Dogs, I tell ya. Anybody want a poodle? Oh my god, C Madrid, did you find it? Is that the clip? Oh my god. It's like a pore that's just there forever now. It looks like I was shot in the head by the world's smallest bullet. I guess that's what happens. I have actually, I was showing, oh, I showed it to Rod the other day. Right after I got this tattoo on my arm. I got it done in Wales. So when I was there like 11 days or something. So when I came home, it was still pretty raw. Like, tattoos don't heal immediately, imagine. And Millie got me, right? I don't know if that'll come up on camera. Probably not. It's like right through the filigree, the gold filigree. She accidentally, I was picking her up and got me. And it took the ink up with it. There's like just one little, like 1/2 inch long claw mark through the filigree. It's really narrow where there's no ink. And it's like I have a piece of Millie with me forever now. And now I have a piece of, I guess Lil has a piece of me, technically. I don't know. I think she just like got her claw stuck in a pore that's stretched out. Now it's like I have a gaped out pore vag on my face forever. on my forehead. It's the best. Hi, D-Moist. How are you, love? I'm sure there'll be good ones. If we don't watch it tonight, that's totally cool. We can watch it tomorrow. It's going to be great. I mean, I think because she had to do this, she can't run for any public office. Correct me if I'm wrong, but just because, I think literally just because she's like, had to do this. I think. You think? Someone said that. I just can't remember. I don't remember the specifics of it. Wasn't there some complete idiot in Texas that said the government isn't there to help people? I didn't hear it personally, but that wouldn't shock me. Poor residents of Texas. Some Zeus shit? Wait. Like turning into a swan to seduce a beautiful woman? The outcome of this. Okay, thank you, Judy. So what it and this is like about her involvement with the insurrection, right? I'm also alive by default. My sleep schedule got fucked up. 4:20, I got so intensely high I slept for way too many hours. So I couldn't sleep last night, but I still woke up this morning and I am tired. But I mean, how else do you reset your sleep schedule? I really don't think there's a way. I'm kind of I can't do it gradually. Just gotta fucking do it. Oh, the forehead vagine. Does Zeus do that? Who's born out of his forehead? Which one? Was it Athena? I thought that was. Wait, no. It is Athena. Who's sewed into a thigh? Was that her brother? No, it's Mountain 420 in 12 minutes. Thank you for reminding me I was actually gonna pack a bowl. Someone was like, their mother was killed, but the baby was saved and sewn into a thigh. I can't remember who it was, though. Athena was the one Zeus swallowed until he got a splitting headache. There you go. So Athena came out of the head. Does anybody remember who was sewn in a thigh? I don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong one. I didn't do any edibles, dude. That's the crazy part. Like, everyone was so excited. We just were, like, smoking. I can't even tell you how many bowls. I think I smoked, like, four to five bowls in under 5 hours. He hasn't yet. I downloaded Opera and I've been fucking with it because I figure if I can learn it and just like, cliff notes it, more likely to transfer over. I don't think they talk about the sewed into a thigh in Hades. I think the character is like a side character, like, fuck. I paid a lot of money to take a Greek history class in college like 12 years ago. I don't know how I don't remember this. I don't remember. Oh my god.
That's cheers worthy. I'm packing a bowl right now, but I'll take a hit before 420 for you. That's a fucking year. I mean...
COVID makes time so, like, fucked. But I still appreciate the friendship and support of the channel. Thank you. I think it's really nice so far. I mean, it literally runs exactly like Chrome, except it doesn't run all that background bullshit. Like, none of the background processes. So instead of running, a memory leak or, 30% of your CPU, it runs like 8% of your CPU so far that I've seen. But I don't usually, the highest I run it is honestly like having maybe 2 YouTube tabs open. But two streams open I'll have and stuff like that, and nothing's bad has happened at all. It feels like 10 years, but also it's just gone. Like I have no and I don't know if this is just me, but normally I have like events that happen during the year, like going to a convention or traveling home to see my parents or something like that. It helps me mark the passage of time. But like, for instance, if I said right now, 6 months ago, nothing happened. I don't know what that is. There's no like time reference anymore for like my life, I guess, because I just can't do anything. I hate it. Oh, wait, my fucking chat. I was trying to, a group of voters in Georgia filed a suit to challenge her eligibility to run because of her involvement in January 6th. Good. Because F that. I mean, come on. Like, Jewish space lasers. What? Dionysus was stolen and sewn into Zeus's thigh. Fuck yes! I knew it was some part of it. It's Dionysus, the sexy one that's like, let's fucky fuck and make some whiny wines. Hell yeah. Let's drink our feet juices. Oh my god. Anubis said they totally missed a beat on that one. Should have called it the Death Star of David. This is what happens when evil people have no clever bones at all. Missed opportunities. God. Gotta wine and orgies, right? And satyrs and shit. I always liked Dionysus. I grew up watching Fantasia a lot. Like I said, no TV. We just had movies. And Fantasia was one of them. I, however, did not have the original version of Fantasia with the slave centaurs in it. But I did watch it later. Well aware. Disney's horrible. But I love music and good cartoons. And the Dionysus was so cute and chunky. And again, there weren't any slaves in the one I watched as a kid, so was unaware. Delightfully so. Although I'd rather be, no, honestly. As gross as it is, I'd rather know. God, do you see this? My partner in crime. So entertaining. I was at the library constantly. We just didn't have anything else. I was in such a small fucking middle of nowhere town. We didn't have a block. We had Jim's Video, which was a local couple who rented VHSs out of their trailer. That was it. But we had a dank library. I mean, that's how I got into Anne Rice. My local little Kennel Falls library had someone had donated every Anne Rice book up to that point in hardback, and I mean, that's really what got me reading. Like, got me enveloped in enjoying books as a whole, was finding those. They were my shit. I still love. I mean, her newer stuff was a little weird. Rest in peace, Anne Rice. Like, wonderful human. Her newer stuff was a little but I mean, oh god, all the like Armand and Pandora and all the like single character books are my fucking shit. The Blackwood Farm, the Talatos. I could go on. Am nerdy. Not this bad though, right? Lasher. So sexually confused reading those books. Like, I know he's a bad guy, but also Memnock was dope. Yeah, Memnock. I think that was one of the last good ones, wasn't it? Before she was like, Lestat was the devil inside me, and wrote a book about Jesus, which I did buy and try to read, by the way. I was desperate. It was better than the Bible. I'm going to take a baby hit because we had a year sub and I want to, but it's also 5 minutes till 4:20. So there you go. Cheers. Yeah, it was like literally the tale of Jesus Christ or something. She literally wrote a book that was like, I mean, I respect everyone's personal spiritual journey. And I hope she respects the fact that I don't want to read a book about Jesus. I would assume she would. She seemed like the type to be open. She seemed loving. But I didn't know her personally. Her books are wonderful. Cheers. That wasn't a baby hit, but fuck it. Hi, Tank. How are you, love? I think that was Memnock. Memnock the Devil. That's the one where Lestat like sees the Jesus shroud or whatever, and that was a decent one. I think that was one of the last books she wrote before she decided to be Christian. And she literally, there's an interview where she's like, Lestat was my interpretation of Satan inside of me, and I'm purged of it, and I'm never gonna write of it again. And then she did a couple like religious novels that I tried. They weren't. I just don't want to. I tried though. And then she came back and she did a couple werewolf books. I also tried. Meh. She did some Lestat book. I own it. I own all of them because I'm that big of a fan. Like, I will try. But they don't have the same harumph to them. which was a little sad.
Hail Satan and Anne Rice. She passed away this year, if you're unaware.
She had a stroke in her sleep, I think. Very sad, but I think she was lived to a pretty good age. I think she was in her 80s. Correct me if I'm wrong. Me too. Like, good for you, but also it was backwards. If you're unfamiliar with Anne Rice's like material, if you're not as fucking psycho about it, she you know, The Vampire Lestat, Interview with the Vampire, Queen of the Damned, so on and so forth. She's like the queen of the vampire novels in many of our opinions, just allegedly, my opinion. And she had a husband, I can't remember her husband's name, who was a poet, I believe, who passed away earlier in life, and she had a son who came out openly as gay. And so in her way of like showing her son how okay she was with who he was as a person, and she loved him no matter what, was she started incorporating a lot of gayness in her books, and it was so beautifully written. Holy shit. It's not like I love me some smut. It's not smut. It's well written, like lovey-dovey shit, but it was beautifully written. And then to do that and read the background on that kind of stuff and read the books, and like that was kind of how I was introduced to like what gay is, how it can be beautiful and wonderful, and it's not just a comic relief in it in a sitcom or something. And then to do this like everything's the devil and now I have to go to Jesus. I just wonder. I hope she was okay. I hope mentally she was okay, because she really did get me into reading, and reading is like a huge part of my life to this day. I wouldn't give it up for anything. I feel bad for people that didn't ever find that joy for it, and I totally get why. Like, being forced to read shit that's terrible is the worst thing in the world. I'm dating a hardcore Christian, and she well knows I pray to the old gods Norse. It is possible to have different spiritual beliefs and get along. 100%. I've never understood what good it is to like degrade someone else for their beliefs, if they're, no matter what they are, if they're just like not hurting anyone, it's just, you know, them in their room, whatever the fuck they do, other than like control. Like, I think some people they have like a hole inside themselves that they think they can fill by control. That's all I can get. And it's like, that's all they can see is like, if we have a different opinion, if I can change your opinion, I've got that control, and that's all they'll do. And it's like, just because I shared something about myself doesn't mean I'm here to discuss it nor change my mind about it. Kind of like you and your Norse gods, or her and her Christian gods. Like, at the end of the day, whoever is right, and whoever's wrong is wrong, and one of you will win, or we all become dirt. Like, you know, just whatever. But I like that she respects you and what you do, and that she doesn't try to push her shit on you. That's important to me. Dude, Anubis, 100% hope I want to go in my sleep and be fed to animals, please. I don't want to die in a hospital. That's like my worst fear. I believe he helped write some of her books. Her son? I think he did too. I think he's actually on some of them. And some of her books she wrote, I can go super nerdy with it. X-Night, thank you for fucking,
That's such a long sub, and I love you. Thank you. Consensuality and all the good things. My heart.
She wrote some erotic novels, like erotic shit. Again, not smut. I love smut. Smut, for example, to me, just my definition of it would be like, Anita Blake vampire slayer novel, whatever shit. That is smutty smut, and I love it. It's great. Not smut, like, you know. It's like, imagine Tolkien describing vampire sex. I don't know. It's beautifully written, and but some of her erotic shit is written under, I think it's Anne Rampling is her pen name under that one, and it's some dirty shit. There's like a Sleeping Beauty series that's, I mean, that's where I learned about bondage. Is it 420? Holy shit, it's 420. Happy 420 to the mountain people. Rock people. I miss water. It's not terrible here, but I do miss water. Cheers, everyone. Smut, Chesh, everyone loves a good smut, but there's a difference, and some people don't like the not smut. I think that's why I pointed out more. Because, like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, I don't think there's a part in Anne Rice's books where she would, like, describe how filled she was with a penis, Whereas in Anita Blake vampire novels, she going to tell you which kidney it's hitting and where. Anne Rice, it's more like they embraced. It was hot or something. I can't think of the exact. It's a little less, but not as bad as the True Blood books. I can't remember the author. No shame on the author, but those are just like, fuck. I'm going to cheers to 420 real quick, and then I'll give you an example. I've still read them all. I'll read anything. I'm a junkie. I got a lot of mind time to fill. Cheers. Yes, Charlene Harris. Yep. I can't believe it's book. I think it's book 1, and it's the first time. Spoiler: the books have been out forever, though, literally since the '80s. So I can't. It's the first book. If you've seen the show, you know what's up. I also watched all of the True Blood show, and I own it all on DVD. Just DVD, not Blu-ray, because I was poor. Don't hate me. I like vampires. In book 1, when Bill and Sookie have sex for the first time, Sookie's a virgin, because that's the only time we're worth anything, apparently, to a vampire who's thousands of years old, and also maybe a Chimo. The first time they fuck, because everyone for some reason thinks that the first time a vagina has sex with anything that penetrates it, there's this painful tearing of some thick-ass leathery hymen piece that's protecting us from penetration. And that goes through in the book. So she's bleeding, and it's like the book, it's just so the way it's written. This is literally Bill bites his finger off and then finger fucks her with his like nubbin to heal her hymen back and make her feel better. Can we not with the hymen shit anymore? Pardon, fuck? Yeah, that's not in the show. They do have like lovey-dovey sex, and I think she is a virgin, but it's because she can't stop reading people's minds. This is the excuse they use in the show. She like cannot turn off her mind reading shit. And so no matter when she's out on a date, like, no offense, we're all filthy. Everyone's filthy. But of course she's heterosexual presenting and goes out with men, and she can't stop hearing their thoughts, and they're just foul. So she can't date anybody, and vampires, she can't read their thoughts. So like she finally gets silence with Bill, and that's why she's like, yeah, and treats him like a Sibian for a while. Which like kind of made sense. I wouldn't want to fuck someone I couldn't shut up, because you can't shut up a brain. I think she eventually learns how to control it though, right? Yes, in the show. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Jessica is one of my favorite characters. I really liked her. Like, she was tragic and sad, but like made the best of a bad situation. I really enjoyed her. Charlene Harris is amazing, right? Is it Charlene or Charlane? Charlene Harris? I feel like I said it wrong. I think it's Charlene Harris. Absolutely. Like, I still read and owned every book. My sister and I would like literally we would never buy the same book at the same time, but sometimes one of us would like skip a book and then we just trade. My sister and I have read all of it, like in no way. But that's this, we go from like Charlene Harris, he bites his fingers off and finger fucks to heal this leathery fucking hymen that apparently caused Sookie a bunch of damage. And then if there's a scale of like sensualness to just like, oh, you have never had sex before, but you're writing about this kind of shit, Anne Rice would be at this end. Stop. It's because Zach is like crying like a baby over something or screaming. But now he'll get quiet because he heard me. Motherfuckers. In the ghetto. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. I will spend it on drugs. Which is a great time for me to remind everyone, if you have an Amazon Prime account, meaning you have that little button that gives you like theoretically faster shipping, you can connect your Twitch account and your Amazon account, and you have a free sub to any Twitch streamer who has a subscribe button. In no way am I saying you have to use it here. I am saying I will hunt you down and peel everyone you love alive if you don't use it, because all of that just goes into Bezos' pocket. And he already makes like $8 million a minute. Stop it. Use it. Just like use it anywhere on anyone. Find someone who needs it. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Make sure to refresh the channel so you don't have to watch ads. For some reason, it doesn't, like, work until you refresh. For some... Who the fuck knows? But yeah, Jessica was, like, Bill's punishment for killing a vampire. He had to make one, so they, like, stole some little Christian virgin, because virginity's important, again. And, other reasons why this shit is just, like, it's comical, but it's a quick read. It's shit you pick up in an airport and you read on the plane. But I still read them all. Every time she, like, falls in love with a sweet human boy named Holt, and every time they fuck, her hymen grows back, so every time they have sex, it hurts. Raise your hand if you were aware of and or conscious at any point of your hymen in your life. I'll wait. Oh, was that nobody? Amazing. Amazing. I don't know where the fuck it came from. I mean, people used to, like, get checked for virginity. Like, back in the day, they'd be, like, claimed witches or murdered if they didn't have a hymen. The fuck? Most of the time that shit comes out like riding a bicycle or a horse or, like, running too hard or falling over. Jesus God. And it's, like, nothing. It's not some leathery thing that protects us from a penis, for fuck's sake. Who the fuck started that shit? Probably people who were done being fucked by people they didn't want to be fucked by. Like, no, you can't fuck me. My big leathery shield is still there. No, it makes me pure for Jesus. Stop putting your penis in me. Stop it. You'll make me so I'm a witch if you do it. I'm a witch if you do it. Don't do it. Do you want a witch? Want me to be a witch? Stop it. And then anal was born. The Bible. A softball to the cooch? Shut the fuck up. Did that break her pelvis? Their pelvis, I should say. Shouldn't assume. I was forced to play softball. It's the hole that God can't see. Hi, Worm. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Do you want to take it back now? Because you can if you want. I mean, I don't want you to, but you can. I saw Cannibal Corpse. I didn't even know I was going to get to see him. I was kind of a fan. The name, I mean, Fucked with a Knife. Shut up. They're amazing. And I went to Mayhem Fest and they, like, showed up on the bill randomly. I don't think they were on the main bill that we saw when we bought the tickets, but they were there on a side stage. They were amazing. Yeah, ouch. It did. Oh my. What's the opposite of a prolapse? Because that's what my pussy just did. It crawled up inside me and it's never coming back. Ow. Holy dick farts. I was a catcher and or first base. So more often than not, I had a whole lot of armor on. Wow. Softballs, like, everybody's like, oh yeah, they're bigger and easier for ladies to hit because if ladies are dumb and can't hit things. Let me throw a soft. Let me get a pitcher to pitch a softball at your balls and tell me that first. I haven't been hitting the puss yet, but I've been hit a lot by softballs. I'd rather take a baseball. In my opinion, this is just my experience. It's like the smaller area. It doesn't feel as horrible. It's still like it's like being shot by a paintball gun. Being hit by a baseball. All my brothers played baseball, so of course they'd throw them at all of us all the time. But a softball, it's like such a big area, like, what's the word? Space. My brain. Yep. Am I high? Did it happen again? Maybe. It's the surface area. Thank you, Katie. It's okay. It's that hole in my head. Thoughts leak out now. The surface area. I don't know why. It's like the surface area when a softball hits you. And maybe because it doesn't hit as deep, like, it doesn't kill your nerves because it's bigger and wider, they hurt worse. And the bruises looked so much worse. They looked worse. I don't know if they are worse, but they looked fucking horrific. it was our second line pitcher. She just could not pitch. If you're unfamiliar with softball, we're not allowed to pitch overhand again, delicate feminine parts. So we have to pitch underhand. And for some reason, she could not open her hips when she pitched. So every single day, she just had like a good 8-inch black ass bruise across her hip where she would swipe that ball before she pitched it. She still pitched insanely fast, but that insanely fast ball was nicking her hip bone every time because she was skinny. She didn't have any meat like my butt. You know what I'm saying? It was wild. Such a huge bruise all the time. It looked like she slid into second or something and it was horrible, but it never went away. And I think just pitching so many games, I don't think she felt it anymore. I don't fucking know. I was her catcher. I was just sitting there. I don't know. Maybe an invert. One could say that people with vaginas are more holy than those without. I mean, technically. We do have a fuck hole and a pee hole. I'm talking assigned female at birth, by the way, because transgender men are men and transgender women are women. Y'all know what I mean. Spider, thank you for 15 months.
Hail the Dank Lord Lover. Thank you for the resub and the support of my bullshit. How are you? Softball to a box? Fuck yourself.
We were talking about scissoring earlier and how much that might hurt if you fucked it up. A softball from a trained softball pitcher to your soft places? No. Nope. They used to fly at my face, and I'd rather them do that than my cooch. I was a catcher, by the way. I didn't just, like, volunteer for this. So knives. Earlier today, I was completely corrected. So I've always been afraid of it because of that. I was terrified because it's like bones with really thin skin, you know, and then the clashing. And if your rhythms were wrong, like the potential of a pinch, a very delicate, horrible pinch between two innocent pelvises was high. However, I was informed, it's totally easy when you get the rhythm of your partner. And works. It's just not like the violent fucking like scissor action they do in the movies. I was educated that it's more of like a circular thing going on. I'm not even kidding you. I totally took balls to the face. Why do you think I'm so good at sucking a dick? Practice, 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 ladies.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
She was the pitcher? Oh my fuck. Everything's worse. Is she okay now? Is she okay? Because I need my clit to come back someday. She's like, she's gone right now. She crawled all the way up. Hey, Lizzie, I know you're on a break from weed, but if it's not like financial and you're actually like totally okay with smoking weed and you're just doing a break for no reason, maybe now's not the time for a break. And there's no shame in that. You know what I'm saying? It's like when people like try to quit smoking and a parent or a grandparent dies. Like, don't shame yourself that you can't quit smoking right now. You're dealing with other shit. I'm not saying weed solves everything, but coming off of being pleasantly stoned can exacerbate anxiety. And if anything helps you, you know, feel a little bit like you're not, I don't like you feeling shitty and like you're panicking, you know what I'm saying? And you don't have to get totally stoned. Like just a little baby hit just to take the edge off. But like there's no shame in now not being the time for a tea break. You can do that any fucking time. I don't think I need to tell you this, but you's young, bitch. And pretty. Eights for 20? Dude, fuck yeah. Mine were, I think, like $14 of the Medicine Man weed. It was pretty ridiculously cheap. That being said, I think I had points, so I got it real cheap. So I got a lot of weed. Smoking was making the panic attacks worse, to be honest. Okay. I mean, and of course, I would never insist on you doing something you're uncomfortable with. But that's happened to me personally, so I thought I'd just throw it out there. No, Lizzie, totally understand. Totally understand. And so you called your mom. You texted your mom. Have you so another thing that I used to do when not used to, when I get really just, it happens out of nowhere. I'm not going to use the words cuz I know the words make me feel icky. But when I start feeling like poops, sometimes going like taking your shoes off so you're bare skin, like barefoot, and walking somewhere outside where it's like grass or dirt, like earth, not cement, and just standing in it, cold, hot, whatever the fuck it is, there's something about it that sometimes can make my heart rate slow down a little bit and just chill me out just a little bit. It's called grounding, yeah. And it sounds like mystical stuff, but I do it when I travel across the world to like different parts of the world. It helps me like align with that part of the world because it's different. I don't know. It feels good. Anubis, you're a sub, boo boo. You can do whatever you want, B. Also, thanks for the resub, boo boo. You can do whatever you want, B. Feet touch grass. I mean, and I'm the first person to say I don't like to go barefoot in wet grass. The chance of a slug between my toes is too high. However, as a person who completely sympathizes with anxiety out of nowhere, it sometimes can help. Maybe try it out in the meantime. Just temporary. Like, obviously, you want to talk to your doc and give your mom all the loves. Get all the love from your mom. Suck or drive all the hugs. But just in the interim, anything that can alleviate that poop feeling. I don't want you to feel like poops. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shut the fuck up. Yum. I'm going to say it wrong. Wensleydale, Yorkshire. What kind of cheese is it? What kind of cheese? It looks crumbly and delicious. That looks so good. I would fuck that. I love me a crumbly cheese. You know what's weird is like I'm not lactose intolerant by any means, but the shittier the cheese, the more likely I am to kind of get a stomach ache. Like American cheese, the plastic cheeses of America, Velveeta or whatever. Sometimes you just don't know what the fuck you're given. But I notice like if I eat like Parmesan or Romano, is that what it's called? Romano cheese. It's another like really crumbly, more dry cheese. Nothing. I can eat them. I could just eat a block and I'm just fine. I could eat it all day. It's fantastic. It's like the kind of like stinkier or fancier the cheese is that I can eat as much as I want versus if someone's making like backyard burgers and I see those fucking not Velveeta, the singles. What are they called? Kraft singles out. I should eat a Tums because I'd like to sleep that night. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure it's because it's not cheese. In America, we like to take food and make it not food anymore. It is. Fuck yes, I try. I learn, and I always try to ask. It's good to learn. I'll trade you some bud for some crackers and cheese. I'm not hungry. I'm lying. I mean, I'd probably eat a crumble of the cheese, but I don't get hungry until like 8 p.m. It's weird. I'm not going to trauma dump or anxiety dump in here. Hey, it's not a dump if we're friends, remember? But no pressure. Like, dump when you want to dump, but like pull up your pants, wipe, and like chill when you want to chill. I totally get that. 100%. 100%. I respect like whatever makes you comfortable, Lizzie, because my heart's with you no matter what. As someone who has been in those moments, not that we can compare, like everybody's breakdown is so fucking horrific to them and different than anybody else's. Like, you couldn't compare. However, I remember when when I start getting anxious and shitty, I feel like I'm a burden to everyone around me. But like, no one's ever said I'm a burden. So like, just throwing that out there. You're never a burden. I love you so much. Pot and kettle. I sympathize, girl. I speak from the heart, and I hope you know that. There's a fucking fruit fly that keeps landing on me, and I'm gonna go crazy. They're frisbees. Honestly, my parents never had them. My mom is like obsessed with cheese, like good cheese. So we always had like uh Tillamook cheese, like high quality, like the extra sharp cheddar cheese, whatever. But I would go to friends' houses and they always had like Velveeta and shit. And as a child, it was like candy food. I was like, oh, you get to eat candy for dinner. Sick. So did we, but I think it's my mom and my nana. They've always dairy products are big. Like they like fresh stuff. They'd always go to farmers markets and stuff and get real food and cheese, man. All the women in my family fucking are addicted to cheese. Like my mom will sit at the kitchen counter with a fucking block of Tillamook, just slicing centimeter thick pieces and chewing on it while talking to you. Fly through half a block, doesn't give a fuck. Like that's all the women in my family is wild. Stilton's really good. Oh my gosh, I got a Stilton one time here, and I think I had like little. This sounds gross, but it had little bits of cranberry in it, and it was so fucking good. It was like just this like barely there like tart sweetness with the Stilton. I understand why people put berries with like stinky cheeses now. I totally get it. Oh my gosh, Lizzie, I don't remember if I told you about this. Back when I worked at Hopkins, one of the more fun nights, when we had slow nights, usually during the winter time before the holidays. No one comes in after. No one comes in until after the holidays. Before the holidays, all of us, nurses, everybody, we're just standing around with one patient in a 30 patient unit, and we would have like food parties. So one night, we all planned to bring in different ingredients that we thought would be dank in a grilled cheese sandwich. And it would be like the bread, the cheese, and then something else. And so everybody brought in like different artisanal crusty breads and like basic ass sliced breads and homemade breads and all the cheese ever. And the best, and we had like, I think we had just 3 mini little griddles going in like the nurse's break room in the middle of the unit. And we had nothing to do. Like there were no patients. So we just sat in there experimenting and building creations, and like the best. I still remember, this was a long time ago. The best I had, it was brie and like a fruit preserve of some kind. I want to say it was like black cherries or like tart cherry fruit preserve, not jam or jelly. It like had full ass chunks of skin and stuff in it, like it was homemade. It was so good. I mean, it sounds weird. I swear, like I sympathize. I get it. I understand. How fucking ever. Holy shit. It was so good. It was so fucking good. It might have been jam. It was homemade. So I always call that preserves because homemade usually has like all the chunks and stuff in it and it's a little bit better. Nurses, like, because they usually only work 3 days a week, they get 4 days off a week because of 12-hour shift changes. They have some crazy hobbies. Like every nurse I worked with, like, would come in the spring with just baskets of produce they grew from their gardens and homemade jams and bath bombs and stuff. They get bored. It's awesome though. You learn a lot from them. They make some fucking dank grilled cheese sandwiches. Rye bread, mozz, and bacon. Fuck yes. Rye bread is just good though. I'm a big fan. Rye bread or like a marbled rye. Fucking A. Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard of anxiety attacks that are brought on by chronic pain? Absolutely. Apparently they're real, and I started having them in the last couple years, but I can't find anything about them on the interwebs. So there's no definition. There's no, like, as far as I'm aware, there's no, like, defined syndrome. The science behind it is if you are experiencing chronic pain, whether you're consciously dealing with it in it with, whatever, painkillers, weed, whatever you're doing about it, after a certain amount of time, everybody's different. Again, we've talked about that, like everybody. We're all humans, but we're all a little bit different. After a certain amount of time, your body will kind of give up shielding you from the natural reactions that come with fear, which is essentially what's happening inside your body. Your body does not compute 24/7 pain. There isn't a state of homeostasis for a human body to be in 24/7 pain. Your body's going to try to fix it, i.e. overgrow scar tissue that's going to cause more pain, blah, blah, blah. Everybody has a different issue with chronic pain, regardless of what it is. there's no such thing as a homeostasis with it. So it puts your body in kind of a state of chaos. And when that happens, your fight or flight hormone cortisol is released from your adrenal glands. And that free flowing in your blood all the time causes anxiety because there's no actual T-Rex to run from, which is what the original cause is, or like a car on your wife or whatever that you need to lift off her. Like there isn't an external cause. And outside of, therapy and stuff like that, one of the number one ways to get rid of cortisol that's free flowing is to exercise and raise your heart rate. I hate using the word exercise because it scares most people, just getting your heart rate elevated. But a lot of the time when you're in chronic pain, how the fuck are you going to do that? It sucks. I highly suggest talking to a therapist or a doctor about it because they probably have way more ideas on what to do about it than me. I just know the science behind it. But cortisol is a bitch. It's amazing. It's like a magical power, but also can kill you. It's wild. It's like being the guy in X-Men, but like looking in a mirror on accident. Yeah, it can totally be a loop. Exactly what Demoy said. Yeah, chronic pain can be caused by anxiety and can also cause anxiety, and sometimes they loop 100%. It can be a feedback loop. That's the way, most processes in our body are a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop. But the bad things can also be a feedback loop because our body works that way. It sucks. Scar tissue is a big one. I've told you guys about. I have an aunt who was a nurse in Everett. I can't remember it's like Everett General or Everett Providence, Everett Prov. She was a nurse there for like a million years. I have no idea. In the ER, or the ED is what we call it, the emergency department. And since, the 60s, I think is when she started. And I don't think it was till the early 90s, late 90s that we started getting actual automatic doors inside the ER that weren't just for patient use. So for X amount of years, the woman's in her almost like mid 70s now. For X amount of years, she was using the exact same side of her body, exact same shoulder to slam into those heavy ass, kunk steel like fire safe doors they have in hospitals to blow gurneys through it all night long, 12 hours a night, every night, forever. And it destroyed her shoulder. It is a mess. And what her body's doing that's like a feedback loop is it senses the damage, it senses the pain, and it starts to grow scar tissue. And the scar tissue just keeps on growing until it's like, causing no range of movement, or like more nerve pushing is causing more pain. Then her body tries to like scar tissue that up. And the problem is some people, it's not all people, but some people have genetics where cutting away the scar tissue is a bad thing. They I heard the term keloid farmers because it's called keloids, is the type of tissue that it's like scar tissue compounding on scar tissue. So it's like the Hydra. You cut off the scar tissue to try to alleviate the pain, double the scar tissue replaces itself, causing more pain. And so whenever you remove scar tissue, you run that risk. So they try not to do that as much as possible. And she's like, I think she's in her mid 70s now. I'm trying to calculate exactly how old she is. My mom's 68. I think she's like 75 now, and she's just high off her rocker on painkillers every day because there's nothing she can do. Oh, and did I mention she's 5'2" and 90 pounds? In no way is she a 6-foot monster slamming into these doors. She's like a petite nymph slamming into these doors for however many years. And on top of that, being a nurse is a very physically demanding job. In no way am I flexing. That's more of like a mental high five to all my nurses in chat. Fucking job is rough. You get traps fast. Absolutely, CJ. You don't deserve to feel that way. And there's always something you can do about it, whether it's therapy or medication or something like that. It's worth looking into because you don't deserve to feel shitty like that. That's gross. You already have the pain. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm not a pro when it comes to that stuff. I worked in a high trauma surgical unit for a long time, and I learned a shit ton. And I love when you have guys have questions like that and you're willing to go talk to a professional about it. Because I can give you like the cliff notes. I know the science behind everything. Like that's the thing I can do. Whereas they know like the application, they know all the nitty gritty details, and they can like look into what you're taking and how they interact. That's why I always tell you guys like RTs and nurses, we get mixed up a lot. We go to a lot of the exact same schooling, and then at the very end we branch off. And nurses, they have to know everything. They're like a Dr. Light, simply because they can't write a prescription until they have an NP. Seriously, I can't find a difference yet. They are so smart. Whereas when I branched off as RT, I went super hyper specialized into your circulatory system, your heart, your lungs, and the ventilator to keep you alive, which is cool. Like, I know a lot about that. But nurses know everything, and not just about your body and how it functions. They know like every fucking pharmaceutical that exists in the world by memory and how they interact. Like, I could never do that. I'm so glad I didn't go into actual nursing. I would go insane. But most of the nurses I've ever worked with look at what I do for a living, can we not, and tell me I'm insane. So, I mean, it's all perspective at the end of the day, and I think we all kind of just like get used to what we do. You stuck with it. I've never seen a nurse go to be an RT or an RT go to be a nurse. We all just kind of are like, meh. You wipe up shit. People vomit on me and spit loogies in my eye out of their trach hole sometimes. Life sucks, right? Like, here we are. Want to get drinks after work? It's 7 a.m. I don't see a problem. Mayo, my love, how are you? Like when you have a broken bone and it inflames, which pushes the bone into the flesh so it inflames more, etc. Exactly. Yep. And sometimes, like, our bodies are great, but when it comes to really high trauma, like a compound bone fracture or something like that, or like an organ that's been busted or something weird, your body will try to compensate that's in bad ways. Like, it gets kind of dumb. Your body's healing and incredible most of the time until shit goes real weird. And then your body's like, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to survive. Collapse a lung. And you're like, but why? It stresses, you know. How are you, Mayo? Dude, nurses are incredible. And I know everyone says that. It feels like I'm being like every fucking postcard, like every postcard, everything is like, nurses are. If you ever said any of that to an actual nurse, they'll slap you in the face, like with the shit all over their hands. No nurse I've ever worked with feels like some martyr bleeding for society. They're there because they care about people and they need to have a job. They're wonderful people, though. And they're some of the smartest humans I've ever worked with in my entire life. Holy shit. But so are some of the doctors. There's dumb people everywhere. Y'all know my one report I ever wrote in my entire career was on a traveling nurse. She did a bad, though. Oh my god. What is that puppy? Cute. I love it. Well, Greg, you've been like in and out, man. I don't even see you saying hi in chat. Stop it. Did you really? My chat must have got fucked up. I apologize. How are you, lover? I throw food at little Greg. I threw food into little Greg's container the other day just to see if maybe like the vibrations of it would make him dig himself out. Just selfishly. I know he's fine. I just want to see him. So I threw like a little grub in there just so it would like wiggle around on the dirt. Maybe he'd be like, and I'd see him again. I know he's in there though because the window's been moved a little bit. Like he's under there. You never know. I've never had a spider like just bury itself and die, but I've seen it happens to some people, and that's my worst fear. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I didn't see an at, to be fair. Dude, I have a theory that I'm in someone's story that forgot to write a main character. It's just like a bunch of NPCs that can't figure out what to do because there's nobody to follow or support. It's my theory. I've thought about that many times, very high before going to bed at night. Like, there ain't no fucking hero happening. Just a bunch of NPCs like, I'm out of dialogue, help, drugs. Because, like, the basics of life for most of us, I assume, because we have internet, we're chatting on the internet, is like taken care of for the most part. Like, we've got food in a cupboard, at least crackers, and like some semblance of water. I feel like heroes gotta have like something to overcome that's uncommon. It can't be common. And like, you know, We all are just the same at this point. We're just like crying babies who can't get over our depression. Can't you just smile though? Hydrate, please. I don't have any quests either. I mean, I make quests for myself just because no one's given me a quest yet. I'm like the NPC that like, got a hold of some extra code, and I just keep like breeding cows. I break the game with the cows. Like that's the NPC I end up, and I get written out. Some NPCs are just the background titty lady at the Witcher game. Oh my god. I was just gonna say if Lizzie was the romance option, she has big, 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 beautiful boobies, and I love them. She'd be like the "Oh, hey there, sailor" kind of thing. And I say that in a respectful way. Respect. But who doesn't love some delicious boobs? Oh my. Which one? Oh my god. The barmaid from Daggerfall. The one that... God damn, I haven't played Skyrim in a bit. I tried going back to it a few times for like streamiversaries and shit, but I've played the living shit out of it that I just can't. Oh my god, like Neo breaking Mr. Smith. Oh my god, yes. I know, Kung Flu. Hi, achoo! How are you guys? I feel like that sometimes though, but I feel like that I'm not alone. Like I'm in no way special. I feel like that's a lot of us. And that's why a lot of like at least a lot of people I grew up with just kind of felt passionless and directionless. Like, I don't know. But aren't you like born with a drive and a passion and a calling? But why? Is something wrong? Mm. Do you have a hat I can pull out of? Some of us did that. My quests are all long ones, so I'm grinding currently. Oh, I like that. I feel like I just live a life of Ritz. If I compared my daily activities to anything like ESO Ritz, because it's just like, misting 5 cages of geckos. Like little, like 1-minute activities. But if I don't do it, they die. You know? Ooh. Like a new game, like for instance, like at the start of Skyrim, you're on the cart and you're a prisoner. Like it's still you see all the same things. You're still on the cart, but the dialogue's different. Or like is the dialogue the same, but suddenly you're like in an ice cave and there's small sentient babies around you with snake tails, licking at your toes and cleaning your toenails and asking you how your day was. No one gets quest markers. It's the worst. Dude, we're never getting another Elder Scrolls. I think Fallout 76 like broke what's his fuck. Like the bad press around it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was kind of fun. The housing is really fun. It's repetitive, but I wasn't really in it for that. I was in it for the housing. But like just the attack, because it wasn't some perfect, MMO of Fallout. I think that broke him. What is his name? Jeremy Soule is the guy who does the music. Todd, yes, Todd Howard. Thank you. Todd Howard, right? Am I saying the right name? I think it just broke him, like all the negative, because he had been, correct me if I'm wrong, still not arguing, but like, how everybody was like, oh my god, Skyrim. That had to go to his head a little bit. Like Todd was at home like, yeah, look what I did with Skyrim. And then, when people they stopped doing this after Fallout 76, like that crash of worship. I don't know another word for it. You know what I mean? Oh, I mean, everything that comes out of Bethesda, it's like a joke how broken the shit is, but it's fun. I mean, some of it's fun. I enjoyed Morrowind and Oblivion were my 2 first ones I ever played, and those are my favorites still. Empiric Ghost, how are you? I had a lot of fun, but I'm very easy to please. I think it's like there's certain things about games that just will irritate me after a while, and honestly, the repetitive gameplay was a little bit like within a couple days, my group and I got to the main boss and it just reset and we were like, they'll add more. And I think they have, honestly, from what I hear, because I have friends who still play. Or realize what they want to do is out of scope. Do you think that's what it was? Because they made it sound like they were like, oh yeah, an MMO with no NPCs and no one telling you what to do is the perfect idea. Holy shit. That giant ass jumping spider is thinking of jumping on the container holding my redback, aka Australian Black Widow. I wouldn't, bud. Yeah, crawl away. That ain't the wife you want. Ooh. Anyways, sorry. Did I put it? Oh, I finally put it behind me. I got that at their concert. I got to see. I've been able to see them once, which was a gift because they don't often tour much of the states. But I got to see them. I think it was down in, was it Baltimore? I saw Highlung and Ghost within a couple months. One was in Baltimore and one was in Virginia, and I fuck them up. Both fantastic concerts, but I got it there. Isn't it beautiful? If you have Ghost. I miss those days. We used to listen to Ghost literally all day, every day on my channel, and then DMCA was like, we'll take away your livelihood and everything you love and is dear to you and all the ways you communicate with all your friends if you ever play music you like again with them. Okay. I really want a Goulet mask. A Goulet mask. The lady one, quote unquote. That's what I want. But those, they're like, every time I've seen them go up for sale on the website, they're gone instantly. Like, they're always sold out so fast. Always those ones. I don't know if there's less of them or what, but they didn't have them at the show, which was sad. Otherwise, I would have bought both. Just because they're dope. They don't even fit my face. My face is too small for them, so, like, I can't wear them very well. I'd have to have, like, padding inside, but they're gorgeous nonetheless. And they're actually pretty high quality. They're made really well. They're thick. The thick. I can't even, like, reminisce about it because I get so mad. I get really upset about it because that's how much I miss listening to music with you guys. I get mad. Like, potentially never stream again because what's the point kind of levels of mad. So I just, like, don't think about it. I can't. What's the point? Can't do anything about it. Just got to respect the rules. Hope they go away. Hope someone makes sense of, I can't listen to music out loud with my friends anymore. Like, or I turn clips off forever and hope they never do live takedowns. It is. Oh man, No Man's Sky. I think a lot of people like that game too, though. Maybe my community's just really positive, so we don't sit around and just like bitch about big games coming out. We talk about the positive shit and enjoy it if we don't. Yeah, animal videos and chilling to music, and now it's like not. I still listen to music all the time. I want to, like, every morning before stream, I have like a little 10-minute dance party with the dogs. I put on some good music on YouTube and like jump around with the dogs just to get my blood flowing, get like jack up my energy because, you know, I've been asleep. It's just slow and nasty. And I just so badly want to listen to them with you. And the fact that I can like essentially just be shut down for it is pretty stupid. And just frustrating. I don't know what to do about it. I mean, there is nothing to do about it but wait and see, really. And that's probably the most frustrating part. No, thank fuck, I have not seen any Karen videos that I'm aware of. I've been watching a lot. I mean, I guess I've seen Karen videos. I've been watching a lot of the coverage of Marjorie Taylor Greene shit, who's like queen of, I guess, her and the Bobert son of a bitch. What's her fuck? The one that loves guns. No shame on guns, but she like really loves guns. Like in the way that I have a spider in the background, like she would have like semi-automatic weapons. Sick. They're basically like I mean, what day was it? It was a holiday or something. Or Biden was just trying to talk about the Ukrainian, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the war going on over there, and they stood up and started booing him like it was a fucking basketball game, and they didn't like the halftime show or something. They're just like toddlers. I fucking just get so mad and frustrated. You know what's weird is, as an American, I don't give a fuck about guns. It's like this super small population of people who, the most of us can't figure out where they heard this. They think a proverbial they is going to break down their door and steal all their guns out of their house for some reason. But like, I don't know a gun owner that thinks that in any way, shape, or form, and all they do is like hunt. But they're there, and they're usually loud and on Fox News, and it's very unfortunate. But they aren't real people. They're like fabricated people. You know what I'm saying? They were molded from a young age by the crazies. Most of us are like, no, I'll go through some background checks to have a firearm to hunt. It's cool. Because you ain't gonna find, I'm crazy, but you ain't gonna find anything that's scary in my background check. The people that don't want them, that's when you're like, but why? Because unless you're guilty of like murder or violence or like felonious activities, we're not gonna take your guns away. So why, like, okay, I mean, come on, common sense. Like, I'm not a perfect person, still don't have a felony. I've done some shit. You guys know these things. I am in no way perfect. I've made mistakes. Still don't have a felony. It takes quite a bit to have a felony. It's like, so the roots of the gun rights are because back in the day, the government would kick down your door and fuck up your life because they could. So you wanted the right to defend yourself, which is lovely. I don't know anyone that has a gun to defend themselves either. I know I see them on the news. Like, I know there's some very few, like, there's a sect of people who are afraid of everything and feel they need to have a firearm. I grew up in a place, I mean, you guys know this. I'm a total broken record, but I grew up in the middle of nowhere where everyone had guns, but they were rifles and they hunted, and that's how they fed their family because most people lived drastically under the poverty line. People came to school, like my actual public school, every morning with what they killed that day, possibly in the back of the truck, and the gun. And my shop teacher would teach them how to clean the gun and the animal. And we were given gun safety classes every other year as part of school curriculum. Like, that was just decided on by the powers that be. Who the fuck decides on curriculum? I don't know anymore. Betsy Davos. But I respect that in some places that is not the same thing, and that some people are real violent. I get it. I don't have an answer. This is why I'm not a politician. But I sympathize. Numerous new and innovative ways to undercut your rights enslave you to their will and compromise your ability to act in your own best interests. So do you really need a gun? I mean, wait. New and innovative ways? What are the new ways? I thought you said new. I'm like, I feel like they've been just using the old ways over and over and over with like a new wrapper on it. What are the new ways? Help. I'm terrified. Just kidding. But kind of. I feel like it's just like new generations fall into the same old shit with a different shiny wrapper on it, whatever it is. But that's just me. I don't know. Nobody knows. Who knows? I mean, to assume is strange, really, in those positions, honestly. Ted Cruz wants Disney to make a movie where Mickey gets it on with Pluto. I'm sorry, bestiality, Randall? You did what? Why did... Help. Hold on, I want to read this again. Everything hurts. Apparently Ted Cruz, the lovely Yeah, of Texas. Again, I'm so sorry, my lovely Texans. Wants Disney to make a movie where Mickey gets it on with Pluto, his pet. Did he say why? See, I don't know, Mayo. There is controversy. Pluto and Goofy. Why? Do they have a pet baby they don't let wear clothes and they put a leash on it? Or did one of the dogs start talking and everyone was just like, sick, give him pants? I don't know. But I think about it too often for a grown woman. I don't know. See, like, it all comes down to, are they keeping a child on a leash out in the yard with no clothes on and just everyone's like, nah, it's cool, that's normal? Or did someone's pet just get up and start talking one day and everyone was like, sick, and gave him pants in a house? Those are facts I need to make decisions on this because confusion ensues. I feel like because Pluto can't speak English, there is no consent unless Mickey can speak Pluto. I mean, doesn't there have to be some sort of communication for consent to happen? Thank you. I did it myself. It's very dead. Man, Ted Cruz, I think, is just a kinky motherfucker who's just like kind of his walls are falling because he's losing his mind. Did you guys see the film of him like at a Montana airport? Do you even know who I am? Stop it. If you have to say that, just need to reassess things. Are they vegan? That application of personhood is Albius. Damn. Wait, which one? Oh, like speak. Well, I mean, that's why I corrected myself. Communication of any kind. Like anything. Like any way to say yes or no. There has to be some way that both parties understand for consent, right? I would assume. I don't know. Throw out ideas if you got one, because I don't know. I talk a lot. What if Pluto started it? No peanut butter involved. I mean, if your dog starts humping your leg and you just like take your pants off while it's happening, is it weird? I'm gonna let you guys answer that one. Haven't been in that position yet. Demois, I agree. And I don't know anyone who wouldn't agree to any of that. Like, if you already own guns and know gun safety and shit, that's easy. That's like a guaranteed A. If you're already up on that. The only reason I'd be worried about that is if I'd done none of that before and maybe had illegal guns. But honestly, like, what are you gonna do? I don't know what to do about it. I don't have answers. It just sucks. I don't like that anyone wants to kill other people in any way, shape, or form. I mean, when I went to London, there was literally like billboard signs that were like, friends don't let friends stab each other. And there was a stabbing. The day I was there, Cambridge was shut down. It was crazy. Like, people will hurt each other no matter what they have at their fingertips. Guns make it really easy, obviously. But we gotta like get to the why do people want to kill each other thing. I don't know how to do that. I just wish we could focus on that, like get a little bit before the getting of the gun part. I've never wanted to kill somebody. I've been fucking angry and very mentally fucked up, and I haven't had that urge yet. Not that no shame, I just can't put myself in that place. Really, just to speak of it, I just wish we could maybe, mental health. You know how I feel about mental health.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Dude, Tucker Carlson basically told us his penis crawled inside his body because the shoes on the green M&M became more masculine and feminine and it ruined his life. They're all fucking wild, my dudes. The things they say out loud, you're like, all right. Like, I have no problem with you fantasizing about a green M&M. However, you can't be spewing hate about every other subgroup or It's progressively louder all day. It's hilarious. I forgot what I was saying. You know what I mean. M&M, fantasies, creepiness. Stop spewing hate. You're gonna have some weird kinks yourself. Shh. Go crawl in a corner and masturbate to an M&M. Nobody cares until you start hating on us. Then we're gonna dig into it and be like, why you fucking M&Ms, bro? That's what happens when you repress yourself for decades. Word, though. I mean, I think they're having orgies, cocaine-fueled orgies. That's more believable than whatever story they want to give us. That is believable to me.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Y'all don't also masturbate to anthropomorphic candy? I mean, allegedly. Not on purpose. Commercials happen. I need chapstick. I'm so dry. I'm withering. I'm a fish and I'm out of water. I lost it. Oh my god, there it is. Just kidding. Found it. All is well. Hypothetically, in my opinion. Hold on, let me text my lawyer, figure out what else I can say. What other word I can throw in there. I've never known a furry that is into fucking an animal nor watching animals fuck each other ever. I don't know where that came from. But here's the thing. I feel like these people that like to be sensationalists in media in any way, shape, or form, they will like look for any little subsect of something they find offensive to their whatevers, and they like pull that out as like, look at all of these people. So it's like there's a brony population. There's a population of grown adults who love to watch the new My Little Pony show. I have a My Little Pony behind me. Big fan of My Little Ponies. Do I want to fuck horses and or children? Absolutely not. However, a couple dudes do. So now, if you like My Little Ponies, you're a Chimo. Like, that's what common society's been fed by the media, and I think it's gross. But it's just hateful bullying in a different form than what we all experience, like, in person in school, you know? Just them using the tools they have now. This doesn't make it okay. It's just gross. I try to just not give them attention, because they're just, you know, they're like little kids who can't get attention, so they're trying to misbehave to get mommy's backhand. Here in Georgia, Brian Kemp recently signed constitutional carry into law. Constitutional carry? I'm so glad you're going to explain this. Zach's screaming. Just give me a second. Okay. Basically, you no longer require a concealed carry permit in Georgia anymore. Background checks are still required for licensed gun dealers. Wait. You don't need a permit to conceal. Okay. I mean, Tennessee is trying to marry, like, children, so at least you're not doing that yet. I don't know if that made sense or made it anything better, but that's happening. So, what the fuck? They're doing the same in Texas. No shit. Ew. Imagining cartoon animals fucking is very much furry. Like Goofy, unrestricted carry. Wait. Imagining cartoon animals fucking? I didn't know that. I mean, even if I conceal carried, I'd want to know that other people conceal carrying had a permit to do so, because that is sus, I guess. It's only stressful if you really want to do anything, learn anything, or go anywhere, or be anybody. But if you know, simultaneously shatter your dreams and live on the internet. It's not too bad. It's not working, is it? I tried to smile. Not too good at the fake one. It's fine. I don't know. It's like, even if things don't affect me directly, I try to be empathetic for my fellow human being, because I think a huge problem with most of the world in general is we just don't have any empathy for people unless it's like your brother, sister, mom, dad, husband, children. Like immediate family, sure. Outside of that circle, fuck everyone. I try to just give a little bit of fucks. Just a little bit. Not enough to like stress myself out and make it so I can't sleep at night, but enough to be like aware, I guess. I mean, Ghetto, at this point, we're just waiting for the next absurd thing to come out. Like, nothing kind of gets me anymore, which is sick, I know. But at this point, we're just like, it's a roll of the dice. Like, what's going to happen tomorrow? What are they going to say? What are they going to do? It's just crazier and crazier. Like, I don't know if you saw it today, Rudy Giuliani was the unmasked singer on a fucking cable television show. He's being currently investigated by the FBI for like putting together the insurrection of our capital. And he's on a show. He's like, it just keeps getting weirder, man. I feel like we're living that Squid Game show at a certain point. Like, it's just gonna happen. I don't know. It's so bizarre. Dude, for real. I mean, I've literally, I'm not even kidding you. The moment, dude, that spider's so big. The moment Trump ran for president, I started fishing for sugar daddies in Canada. And then I got my bachelor's. It's really easy to get across borders with a bachelor's. You're just deemed as like valuable. So thank you to all my potential sugar daddies, i.e. people that would have adopted me and or married me to get me the fuck out. At this point, it's just like, how the fuck do you afford to move? It's so expensive. Driving anywhere is expensive. It is. It's chaos. I mean, there's just at a certain. I don't know what could shock me. I really don't know. Something sane and helpful would shock me. That would make me probably like my just no, that's not real. It's an act of humanitarian empathy in mind. I mean, I try, but not too much because you can drown in it. There's so much horrible in the world, like the Ukrainian-Russian war, the female castration. Stop it. Like there's just horrible things all over the place. So it's like it's a balance of being aware of it and not taking things for granted that are going well wherever I am or in my personal circumstances, but not going so far as to the point where I'm just bleeding for the world at night. That's unrealistic. You can go too far, but also ignoring it doesn't make it go away. People are still like bleeding and suffering everywhere. Aren't we all sugar daddies to you? Only if you want to be daddies. I would never force the title on anyone. I've never been like a ooh daddy kind of like person because I didn't even I didn't have the dad, so the whole daddy thing seems kind of weird to me. I'm like, dude, that's the dude who like cream pied your mom, and you're gonna call your lover that? Sick. But like, if you want, I'm open. I mean, you could just say dealer at this point. Caffeine is a drug. Dude, in no way. I mean, I've never ever seen any father daughter son relationship of all the copious I've ever seen where daddy is involved outside of sarcastic or super disrespectful. Like when my stepdad was basically my dad. He raised us really well. I consider him my dad. But when he like cracked down the law, we would sometimes deserve to be slapped in the face and be like, oh, okay, daddy. Just really bad, sarcastic, horrible. But outside of that, never. It's always been like porn. That is a porn thing. Nobody else uses daddy outside of porn. That's it. That's all I've ever seen. Don't call me daddy. Back to work I go. I like Knives' random fucking like PSA drop. Don't call me daddy. Peace. Right. That's exactly my opinion, Greg. Like, if it's your thing, like I can work with it, but just know in no way did that work for me. So you got to do extra shit for me now. Call me Catherine the Great and scoop your eyes out. Do it. I called you daddy. You owe me. Do it. You know what I'm saying? Sales, have a good sleep. So it's actually, it's about that time. It's about time. I gotta take my dogs out before it gets dark. It's almost 6 o'clock at night, you guys. Holy shit. I'm glad I got up earlier today, though. I'm tired, and I don't apologize because y'all just be like, don't be sorry, because that's what I say to you, and it's so redundant. I'm gonna work on being less fucking exhausted by seriously committing to correcting my sleep schedule because it got super fucked. I really couldn't sleep until like 4 a.m. this morning. It was terrible. I don't like that feeling. I gotta be able to sleep by at least midnight. I know. I mean 420. I really did smoke so much pot. I went into a coma. Went straight to say I slept for 30 hours. It was intense. Forgot to eat. Was very dehydrated. I woke up like, is it Billy? Billy. Yeah. From Hocus Pocus, Billy, like that. And yeah, that was me. I didn't drink water for like 30 hours. It was a bad time. Tag! Wench! Trollop! You know, it took me so many years to figure out he was saying trollop. I had no idea for so long. Doesn't he say, is it hag, trollop, wench, or is it hag, wench, trollop? I don't remember the order, but he says trollop. And for years, I was like, is he just choking on bits of his tongue? I'd never heard the word before. And then as an adult, I must have read it somewhere and watched the movie, and I was like, oh my God, trollop! I get it. It's like a slut. Sick. Probably a good thing I didn't know what that was when I was 5 or whatever, when the movie came out. Harlot's great. It's such a good word, but like, I use those words for women I love. I just would see them as like a queen of like a madam of a house. No pimps involved. You know what I'm saying? A Jezebel, exactly. Like those are like powerful words. I don't see them as negative connotations. But I decided at a very young age that bitch was gonna be a pride. Like I call my bitches, and I mean that. I wasn't gonna let people come at like you. I told you guys this earlier. When people try to be mean to me, I make it so much worse for them. It's terrible. I am an indignant little cunt. It's a bad time. It's a bad time for everybody involved. For instance, when I used to get in trouble when I was a child, me and my siblings adopted, I apologize, parental units. What do? You can't backhand your smartass child for looking adorable and saying, I apologize, parental units. It was terrible. We did it for years, like 8 years straight. So bad. So disrespectful. I mean, and we knew it, but terrible. Just little shit fucks. Sometimes you're a little shit fuck. And sometimes you're a nut. Trollop. Trollop rolls off the tongue really well. It's a good word. Hey, I mean, I love Yeti too. It doesn't, just because Yeti isn't active in this chat doesn't mean you can't spread Yeti love. I think we all can agree we love Yeti. Both the Twitch community member and the mythical creature living in the mountains, theoretically, allegedly, whatever. Is the Yeti technically like Abominable Snowman? Are they like interchangeable? Abominable? I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think so. I watched a movie called Abominable with Eliza, but I think we were so high, I don't remember. They are? Okay, cool. I think it was like cultural, right? Like the Yeti was in the Andes, and Abominable Snowman might have been it somewhere else. Abominable Snowman. Abominable? Why is that so hard for me? Stop it. You're ruining. I don't know what the word is anymore. It's gone now. I said it too many words. Your graystoning technique will be super handy when I have to go back to work for the toxic douchebag asshole of a boss. It's It's I mean, I swear, it sounds dumb and it sounds like it's too easy, but it works so well. You become the most uninteresting thing in the room, and the perceived predator narcissist literally won't even see you anymore. And it's in every form. It's your reactions to everything they do, everything they say, everything about you. You have no stories. You have no personality. You are a piece of cement that chipped off in the ocean 20 years ago, and no one wants to touch it because it looks like dog poopy smeared on it, but really it's rust from the rebar through the center, but nobody knows. Like, you're that. But not that interesting. Less. Works. It's crazy. But, like, we have no control over whether or not someone else seeks therapy or even acknowledges whether or not they're a nauseatingly harmful narcissist. And so sometimes you have to put up defenses that hopefully don't incite violence. But it worked for me. Granted, those people will eventually just stop talking to you altogether. They stop trying. Like, most of my family, I mean, none of them talk to me. My mom calls me like once a month. That's about it because I fucking was done with it. Just being the constant, like, you're the spotlight's on you regardless of what's happening, whether you fucked up or not. Like, you're just the butt of the joke. This everything. I just got done. I was done. I was done. I became an adult and I showed them my moon across 2 rivers, threw a tampon at Daddy's face, and ran off into the forest to be a magical witch. Fuck that shit. That's really all I got. I tried to think of more. I'm a little stoned and just so incredibly tired. But I'm gonna walk my dogs, and my goal is to stay the fuck awake until at least 10 p.m. So then I can go to sleep and wake up at a normal time. It's as much as it is for like getting stream back on a normal schedule. I fucking hate sleeping in. I hate it. Like, you guys, we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. You know how much I despise just sleeping. It's such a waste of time. I could do so many things. Sleeping in is like salt on the proverbial wound. If I can get away with the smallest amount of sleep possible, I will. Where I function, I'm not going to torture myself. I'm doing it right now because I'm trying to reset my schedule. Internal sleep schedule, because normally I wake up super early naturally. I'm one of those freaks. But I run. I get out of people's way. It's fine. Don't be weird about it. It's hard. Oh, it's so hard to fix your sleep schedule. I mean, you'd think it would be easier, but fucking Christ, when that shit actually gets royally fucked, it's just like, it's basically committing to, like, depending on your circumstances, a certain amount of days you're just gonna feel like shit. And you just gotta keep through it. Sucks, but it works eventually. I've done it before. I can do it again. Abominable Snowman's American thing. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest where it's all about Bigfoot. So I know nothing about the snow creatures. I don't think they're synonymous with Bigfoot, but I don't think any of them are real. I think a very unfortunate large human was in the woods and everybody was like, gross body hair, and Bigfoot. People are mean. It's kind of like how the Salem witch trials were started by some little girls who were just like pissed off. They didn't want to go to church anymore with Daddy. So like a bunch of people, innocent people, got hung. Shit gets weird when people spread rumors. I'm saying. I'm gonna go walk my dogs. Be good. Wash your water bottle and your bong. Fungal pneumonia is gross, and y'all saw how I had a fucking spider inside my water bottle a few weeks ago, which I wash every day. It crawled in overnight. I don't even know how it has a lid. You know, sometimes hell is present, right? It's in our lives. Pee after sex and wash your hands, and I will be back tomorrow, early in the morning, because I'm so fucking tired it has to happen, right? Stay awake until 10. I'm gonna go walk my dogs. It'll be fine. Get my blood going. Stand up and get your blood going because circulation is good for your body. Seriously, it can like help reduce cholesterol and blood pressure and heart rate and all those things. I'm not talking exercise. I'm just talking like literally standing up. Your heart rate goes up. It's crazy. Weird. Oh my God. You mean moving? What? Stretch your dicks. I'll see you tomorrow.